Yi Futian turned his gaze to Feng Xiao. Leave the 9th layer of heaven? He had come from the 9 states, climbed the sky stairwell, and entered Juqian Temple to come here and see the person who had stripped Wuqian of his life spirit. Feng Xiao had asked him to leave the 9th layer of heaven. But Feng Xiao's face was calm and unperturbed, as if she was only thinking of Yi Futian's benefit. To say the name of the sword saint of the void and then ask him to leave was the height of arrogance. However, if he was able to sit up there, then this Feng Xiao must be a powerful figure in the upper worlds. Facing someone who came from the lower world, he would naturally feel a strong sense of superiority. Even though he had fought his way into the 9th layer of heaven, it seemed like that was still not enough for them to take him seriously. After all, those who sat up above had all done that before. Those people's names shook the upper worlds. As far as they were concerned, these guys fighting their way to the 9th layer of heaven and wanting to break through Juqian Temple was just a case of some crazy disciples from the lower world who were too big for their boots. In that case, let them be too big for their boots. Why don't you make Pei Qianying give back the life spirit, and at the same time remove your own life spirit in penance? Yi Futian glanced at Feng Xiao, his arrogant spirit seeming to blow against his face. Feng Xiao frowned. Those on the seats up above looked interested in their conversation. 3 days ago, they had heard that someone from the 9 states in the lower world had broken into the 9 heavens and that he was arrogant and overbearing. Today they discovered that he deserved that reputation. Pei Qianying is a disciple of the Lihen Sword Palace. Who do you think you are asking him to give back the life spirit and remove his own as penance? Feng Xiao saw how impolite Yi Futian was, and so her tone became colder. She respected the sword saint of the void, and so when she remembered that he had a connection to her opponent, she tried to persuade him. Yi Futian had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven and challenged Pei Qianying. If he was defeated, Pei Qianying would let him go. At that time, the cost would not just be leaving the 9th layer of heaven. Yi Futian stepped forward. Yu Shang and Gu Donglu followed him, moving forward step by step. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely sharp as he stared at Feng Xiao and said, "I have come from the 9 states, climbed the sky stairwell, and arrived here. Who do you think you are to ask me to leave?" Feng Xiao's face became even colder, but she saw Yi Futian's gaze shift. He did not look at her anymore but instead looked at Pei Qianying. People from the barren state came here with Xia Qingyuan to undergo trials, along with some people from the upper worlds. Together they went to the ruins for the trials. The sword will was refined and taken by Wuqian, and for this you took the opportunity to strip him of his life spirit. Yi Futian's eyes were extremely sharp as he advanced step by step towards Pei Qianying. Pei Qianying stared back at Yi Futian. A terrible sword will could be seen in his eyes, and he said, "During trials, cultivators must take the chances offered to them by the Great Path. If one is powerless and cannot take the chance, why not seize it from them? You trapped us in the ruins, sent people to rob and kill us and strip the life spirit. You call this taking the chances offered by the Great Path?" Gu Donglu stepped forward, his eyes cold. "Do you have any idea how insignificant you are?" Yi Wuqian forcibly molded the sword will of the ruins, but did he really think he could hold on to it? Said someone beside Pei Qianying coldly. "If not for the princess, do you think you could have survived coming here? Now you have brought 2 helpers from the lower world. Do you think that will let you turn the tables and reclaim the life spirit?" This was Xing, a cultivator of the Juqian ranking and a friend of Pei Qianying. Gu Donglu glanced at him sharply and said, "When Pei Qianying removed Wuqian's life spirit, this one had a part in it. He has acted against us. He comes up to the 9th layer of heaven and looks upon us upper worlders as nothing. What confidence!" Qin Chi said with a smile as he looked at these newly arrived cultivators with interest. He looked forward to seeing how much combat capability these people from the 9 states had. Would they be able to leave here alive? In the stands, everyone calmly watched what was happening. It looked like these figures of the Juqian ranking were very dissatisfied with Yi Futian's arrogance, as many of them had already expressed. Of course, many of them were just sitting there and watching the excitement without saying anything. Today they had come only to watch a battle. They wanted to see if these people who boasted of the excellence of the 9 states could shake Pei Qianying of the Juqian ranking. Yifutian swept his gaze over those who had spoken as he walked up to the edge of the steps. The caved-in law battle platform was in front of him. The wind blew through his white robe. He looked up at the figures sitting there proudly. They were all cultivators on the Juqian ranking, the heroic figures of the upper worlds. Of course, they were proud and confident. Why would they care about someone who had come from the lower world? Any struggle by words was pale and powerless. Blood. Only blood could repay. You are correct. Yifutian swept his gaze across the cultivators in the honored seats. Forget the 9 layers of heaven. Even if there were 10, if Pei Chenying was on the 10th, I would still break through to that one. An invisible pressure pervaded the 9th layer of heaven. The silence was a little frightening. No one made a sound. Even the cultivators in the stands maintained their silence as they watched that figure standing proudly on the stairs. His robe fluttered in the wind and his black hair flowed down to his shoulders as he looked at those cultivators of the Juqian ranking. He had come up the sky stairwell from the 9 states. Forget 9 layers. If there had been a 10th layer of heaven, he would have broken through to it. How arrogant. They all looked at Yifutian as well. The young master of Juqian Temple, Gumu, Emoli of the Lihan Sword Palace, Feng Xiao, Pei Chenying, Qin Qi, Xingsan, and many others' eyes all fell upon Yifutian. He had admitted that he did not care about the Juqian ranking. He would have even fought his way up to the 10th layer of heaven. The figures on the Juqian ranking were the top talents of Emperor Xia's realm. Yifutian's words were indeed unprecedented. Princess Xia Qingyuan was proud, but hers was a reserved sort of pride. Do you want to try me? Yifutian swept his gaze over Qin Qi and Xingsan. As he continued to speak with pride and dignity, there was another burst of silence. This was the cultivator who wanted to skip over the Juqian ranking. At that moment a noise came from the sky. Everyone in Juqian Temple looked up and saw an incomparably beautiful divine bird flying in the air above them. Juqian Temple was a restricted airspace. There were few in Emperor Xia's realm who would dare fly there. However, when everyone saw that beast, they did not feel that something was wrong. Rather, they felt their hearts beating faster. Princess Xia Qingyuan had arrived. This legendary figure of Emperor Xia's realm had come to personally observe the battle. A burst of wild noise rang out from Juqian Temple as they saw her descend from the sky towards the 9th layer of heaven. A frightening aura emanated from her. She was a sacred beast. On the 9th layer of heaven, everyone looked up with solemn expressions. Qingyuan descended as a sacred beast, but a beautiful woman dressed in men's clothing stepped down towards the seats of honor. Everyone made way for her and left the highest seat for her. No one dared to sit near her. Welcome, Princess. Gumu, Emoli, Feng Xiao, and the others stood and bowed in greeting. Everyone in the stands stood up as well. Yifutian looked at her. Although she was dressed as a man, she was still more beautiful than any other woman. In the lower world, she was a supervising inspector. In the upper worlds, she was Emperor Xia's little princess, whom everyone respected. Yifutian could understand Saint Xia's initial attitude towards her. In front of her, even ordinary figures of the Saint Plane must bow their heads. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yifutian as well. She was still quite impressed by him. He had refused to go to the trials with her but had climbed the sky stairwell through his own power. Moreover, he had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven. His talent was not only unparalleled in the lower world. Yifutian, of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, "Greets you, Princess," said Yifutian, but he did not bow in greeting. The 9 states were Emperor Xia's land of orthodoxy. He was the palace lord of a holy land and was naturally under Emperor Xia's command. He greeted the princess as normal, but as a palace lord of a holy land, he did not need to bow. Xia Qingyuan still stared at him. She sensed a hint of arrogance and coldness from his eyes. She knew why. It must be because Yi Wuqian's life spirit was removed. "You may continue," said Xia Qingyuan. She sat down as if she was just an outsider who had come to watch the battle. "If that's the case, then let's get started." Gumu stepped forward and said in a loud, clear voice, "Raise the Jotian Law battle platform." When he said this, Numerous cultivators suddenly stepped forward towards the caved-in platform and started up the matrix. In a flash, the law battle platform began to shake. The floor seemed to move, accompanied by a brilliant light blooming. The law battle platform began to rise. Not only this, but the seats where Xianxia and the others began to rise as well, getting higher and higher, staying higher than the law battle platform. Battles on the 9th layer of heaven were all battles of the Juqian ranking. Everyone who sat up there was on the Juqian ranking or was an extraordinary person. For example, Xianxia was up there, so the observation stands always had to be higher than the platform. The Jotian law battle platform rose into the air, and suddenly, a brilliant radiance bloomed. At this moment, everyone there could see everything on the platform and could see Xianxia sitting in her place of honor. A loud sound came from the law battle platform and shot into the sky. Yifutian, Yushang, and Gu Donglu stepped forward and walked up to the platform. When they saw 3 figures walking up, Juqian Temple was once again thrown into an uproar. 3 people fighting at the same time. Could it be that Pei Chenying was going to fight all 3 of them? Pei Chenying had said before that today he would teach Yifutian and the others respect. Could he do it? High up in the stands, Pei Chenying rose to his feet. Sword Qi wrapped around him, making him look extremely brilliant. Then, as everyone watched breathlessly, Qin Qi and Xingsan rose as well. Everyone's hearts beat faster. Pei Chenying, Qin Qi, and Xingsan were all cultivators of the Jotian ranking. Today, in the 9th layer of heaven, the 3 men who had come from the 9 states, Yifutian, Yushang, and Gu Donglu, were going to fight 3 great cultivators of the Jotian ranking. Everyone held their breath as they watched this shocking scene. Nothing this crazy had ever happened in Juqian Temple before. In Juqian Temple, everyone looked up at the law battle platform in the air. That sacred law battle platform had borne witness to a multitude of glorious battles. Now there were 6 cultivators standing atop it. Pei Chenying, the son of the Juiying sword saint and disciple of the Lihan sword palace, was a master swordsman. It was said that he had melded the Lihan heaven sword technique and the Juiying palace sword technique together, giving him incredible power. Qin Qi of Qin Palace had cultivated in the overbearing style. This extremely arrogant style took all the power of heaven and earth and the great path into itself and was said to resound throughout the ages. In the vast heavens, the founder of Qin Palace was said to be someone at the Renhuang level, and the overbearing style had been started at Qin Palace. Xingsan was also extraordinary. He had cultivated his flesh until it could be said that it was unparalleled. His arrogance was unsurpassed. The rule power of his body could not be broken, and he was indestructible. He could break ritual implements with his flesh and blood body. All of the figures standing on the law battle platform had glorious histories. However, other than the people on the 9th layer of heaven, everyone in Juqian Temple had seen how the 3 cultivators from the 9 states had fought their way through the heavens. Could they really be weaker than them? This battle would change the character and history of Juqian Temple. In today's battle, would the heroes of the upper worlds teach the cultivators of the lower world respect? Or would they break through the 9th layer of heaven? Everyone would have to wait and see. The earth-shaking clamor gradually subsided as everyone held their breath and stared at the 9th layer of heaven. Finally, the 3 cultivators in the air above the law battle platform moved. The 3 cultivators, Qin Qi, Xingsan, and Pei Chenying seemed to have a tacit understanding. They stepped forward at the same time towards Yifutian and the others. Pei Chenying stood in the middle, facing Yifutian. Qin Qi walked towards Gu Donglu. Xingsan walked towards Yushang. There was only one battle platform, but it was big enough to accommodate 3 great battles. The 3 of them walked slowly towards the steps, and with every step, a thunderstorm seemed to sweep out towards Yifutian and the others. Yifutian stood there feeling a terrible current of swordsmanship flowing around him. It seemed like there was an infinite sword will falling towards him, but he still stood there calmly, watching the figure walking towards him. His eyes were full of pride, and he looked extremely indifferent. Xingsan's footsteps made the stairs tremble. A powerful aura came from him and pressed towards Yushang. The aura reached Yushang before he did, making him seem like a god of war. But Yushang gazed at him coldly, not moving at all. He stood there as firmly as a mountain. Even if the sky fell before him, his face would not change. Gu Donglu had said that Yi Wuchen's life spirit had been taken away, and this person had had a hand in it. He clenched his fists and a cracking sound rang out. He was full of an overbearing power, and dark golden light flowed out and covered his hands, making it seem like they had been cast in gold. Boom! At that moment, the sky trembled, and everyone in Jiutian Temple looked to Qin Shi and saw that he had set foot upon the staircase. An unparalleled, overbearing airflow flowed out from his body as he stared at Gu Donglu. Those from the 9 states in the lower world seek to fight their way through the 9 heavens? Asked Qin Shi. His voice rolled out into the sky. His body was bathed in endless light. As he spoke, he stepped forward. In a flash, a rule power swept out. It came down from the sky and crashed into Gu Donglu. His life spirit flashed behind him, and sunlight bloomed. A brilliant 9-layer pagoda appeared, with a golden dragon wrapped around it. It flew upwards, and it overlooked Gu Donglu with its massive eyes. At this moment, Qin Shi seemed like a true son of the dragon, unmatched in this world. How many people in the 9 heavens are as strong as the princess and have not claimed to be peerless? Continued Qin Shi. Suddenly a burst of brilliance swept out from the 9-layer pagoda. The power of heaven and earth was suppressed, and everyone saw multiple illusory pagodas falling onto Gu Donglu, seeking to crush him into the platform. The countless people in Jiutian Temple looked at Qin Shi. With his arrogant manner, he sought to kill Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu naturally felt the overwhelming pressure. He was much stronger than any opponent he had faced before. The 9-word ring wrapped around him, and a celestial shadow appeared. His thoughts swept out and he felt the power of all the heavens. But he discovered that all the power of heaven and earth here was being used by his opponent, and he was using it to suppress him. The overbearing style took all the power of heaven and earth and the great path into itself. Rumble! A terrible power swept out, blowing Gu Donglio's robes and hair. He felt his body being pressed down. Qin Shi continued to step into the sky, and the image of a true dragon descended. The 9-layer pagoda glowed as bright as the heavens. In all the world, it seemed that only he existed. With every step, his aura grew stronger and pressed down on the heavens. This was Qin Shi of the Qin Palace. People from the lower world dared to boast that they were unmatched. An extremely arrogant voice came forth from Qin Shi as he stepped forward once more. In that instant, a huge gold dragon swooped down and the endless pagoda collapsed. The sky shook. At this moment, he was the only one on the battle platform who was unmatched. The 9-word ring wrapped around Gu Donglio's body. He summoned the 9 gods of war and they appeared all around him. The light of 9 words flashed brilliantly, resisting the pressure that pressed down on him. It seemed like the great path of heaven and earth was collapsing. Qin Shi was not the only one launching an attack at the moment. On the other side, Xianxia stepped towards Yusheng. His sturdy body was full of explosive power, and his physical form was not any weaker than Yusheng's. He did not step through the air like Qin Shi but came directly down onto the law battle platform. He walked towards Yusheng, and each step was filled with earth-shaking power, making him seem like a god of war, unmatched within his generation. Boom! A loud noise rang out. Xianxia stepped forward and all the power of heaven and earth seemed to press down on Yusheng as Xianxia alighted upon the platform. His body grew bigger and his robe ripped open. His muscles exploded in size. He raised his arms and struck out towards Yusheng. In that instant, there were a series of loud sounds, and the air seemed to have been pierced. The weight of the sky pressed down on Yusheng. Bang! Yusheng stepped out and slammed his fist into his opponent's. His dark golden fist was filled with incomparable power as it came together with Xianxia's. At that moment, Yusheng felt an incredible dark power. The power coming from Xianxia's arms seemed endless as they struck at him in quick succession, each strike accompanied by a loud noise. The two of them retreated at the same time. Rumble! Xianxia stepped onto the ground and a huge, burly shadow appeared behind him, standing there like a god of war. Suddenly, Xianxia's body melded into it, and a billowing airflow rose up around him, devouring all the power of the heavens. He stepped out once again to attack Yusheng. He said coldly, "In the world of cultivators, the weak have no right to take away the gifts of the great path." He was obviously talking about Yi Wuqian's theft. In the instant that he spoke, he launched another assault. Everything was broken as the battle platform shook. Such power. Everything was extremely quiet in Jiutian Temple. Everyone held their breath as they watched the battle. They were so strong. Were these the cultivators of the Jiutian ranking? This was truly a battle of the 9th layer of heaven. At the center of the platform, Pei Qianying cast a glance at the battles taking place on both sides. Then he walked proudly towards Yi Futian. He walked through the air, and with each step, an extremely sharp sword will descended towards Yi Futian. However, at that moment starry laws appeared around Yi Futian, letting him stand his ground even as the sword wills fell. He still stood there calmly. He looked up and shot a cold glance at Pei Qianying as he walked towards him. Pei Qianying's eyes were as sharp as his swords. The shrieking sword wills flowed around Yi Futian. He could feel his spirit shuddering. Pei Qianying stretched out his hand, and suddenly, all the sword wills gathered above Yi Futian's head and turned into a sword of the great path. The sword chi swallowed up everything. Standing under the sword, Yi Futian felt like his spiritual will was about to be broken. He felt a strong sense of threat, as if this sword could cleave his soul in two. Someone like him was not suitable for cultivating the great path, nor should he have taken what he did. I stripped him of his life spirit because he did not know his place. Pei Qianying looked at Yi Futian and coldly said, "You are the same. You say that you are without peers in the 9 states and can run about freely in the lower world. But you have come from the lower world to the 9th layer of heaven without knowing your place. I will help you learn it." As he spoke, a huge sword descended from the sky, carrying a monstrous sword will and cutting through the air. In that instant, the spiritual will that filled Yi Futian seemed to be torn and shattered. The sword will covered the battlefield, breaking all spiritual willpower. Yi Futian looked to the sky and suddenly the starry light bloomed, forming a star prison. However, the star broke right through it, tearing it bit by bit. His spiritual will could not be integrated into heaven and earth, and began to break. This sword technique was known as the Lihan sword. In the stands, Feng Xiao looked coldly at Yi Futian. She naturally knew that since he had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven, he was extremely talented. But could the people of the Jiutian ranking be weaker than him? These 3 cultivators from the lower world wanted to break through the Jiutian ranking. How naive! Yi Futian struck out with his fist. The Lihan sword was breaking everything. Huge explosions sounded continuously through the air, and Yi Futian's body drifted backward. "Is this your so-called peerlessness?" Pei Qianying walked forward, pursuing and attacking Yi Futian. An even stronger sword will appeared, covering the sky. Everyone in Jiutian Temple watched the battle unfold. All the cultivators from the lower world were being suppressed. This was the extraordinary power of the Jiutian ranking. Even though Yi Futian and the others had used their extraordinary abilities to fight their way up to the 9th layer of heaven, they would not be able to get through here. Pei Qianying, Qin Qi, Xing Senator, these geniuses on the Jiutian ranking naturally had more trump cards. Yi Futian and the others had fought their way up from the lower worlds, but they would probably meet a tragic end. Seeing Yi Futian being knocked back, Pei Qianying would naturally not let him off. Countless sword wills descended and he continued forward. On the battle arena, shadow blades appeared with void glows around them. "Go!" Pei Qianying pointed towards Yi Futian and instantly, tens of thousands of illusory blades of light slashed towards Yi Futian. There was no way he could block them all. Starry brilliance shone around Yi Futian and continued to shield him. He repeatedly stepped back, and thunderous sounds could be heard as the blades slashed over and over, eventually penetrating through the starry brilliance and tearing it to shreds. He's being suppressed. There were countless experts on the 9th layer of heaven watching the match, and they were stunned when they saw the scene. The Jiuying Sword Saint's son, Lihan Heaven's disciple, Pei Qianying, was not someone that could be defeated by a person from the lower worlds, even if Yi Fuqian claimed that he was unparalleled in the lower worlds. Was the difference between the 8th and 9th layer of heaven really that huge? At that moment, Li Qingyun, who was watching on the 9th layer of heaven, frowned. He had seen how Yi Fuqian had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven, and he had personally experienced Yi Fuqian's strength for himself. He was definitely not that weak. Although the battle arena had a matrix that concealed the two of their auras and they could only see but not feel it, he still felt that something was off. On the battle arena, starry brilliance lit up around Yi Fuqian and gathered around him. The countless sword chi slashed towards him. Pei Qianying stood above Yi Fuqian, looking down at his opponent. The sharp sword in his hand moved as tens of thousands of sword wills slashed in the surrounding area, landing on the starry brilliance and shattering it repeatedly. Seeing the exploding light screen and the struggling Yi Fuqian, Pei Qianying walked across the air and said proudly, "You are much weaker than I expected. Let's end this." As his voice landed, a brilliant light flashed from behind Pei Qianying and a blade appeared. Like a shadow, the blade could pass through the void and move through reality. It accumulated all the sword wills in the area and landed above Yi Fuqian's head, releasing tens of thousands of sword shadows. A wave of destructive force emanated and shattered all the force from his spiritual will. The blades hummed as they floated above Yi Fuqian's head and created brilliant phantoms. Descend. As Pei Qianying's voice landed, he looked coldly at Yi Fuqian with a disparaging expression. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. The crowd only saw a ray of light descending from the heavens like a flash of lightning. The entire battle arena lit up with blades of light, and many people could not bear to watch. How was Yi Fuqian to block this falling sword? The blinding light shone as the blade of light slashed through the starry brilliance, causing the area where Yi Fuqian was to be flooded by light. Perhaps he would disappear forever in the next moment. Many people thought so. However, the Sword Saint, Zhuge Mingyue, Hua Jieyu, and the other Baron State's disciples all watched calmly. There was absolute trust in their expressions. Nobody understood and trusted Yi Fuqian's strength more than them. So what if this was the 9th layer of heaven in the Jiutian Temple? Even if there was a 10th layer of heaven, he would clear it easily. The blinding light erupted on the battle arena, and countless people in the Jiutian Temple stared at where the blade of light had been. Pei Qianying stood in the sky with absolute confidence. Once his blade struck, the self-proclaimed unparalleled person in the 9 states would be dead. Oh! At that moment, Pei Qianying raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have noticed something as his expression became sharp. With a single thought, sword chi rampaged in the heavens, tearing through everything. However, it seemed like his life spirit sword had been bound. Under the blade of light, Yi Fuqian's figure gradually became clearer. He still stood there calmly, raising his head into the air. Above his head, there was a sword, but at that moment, it was swaying rapidly with a humming sound. Around the sword, starry brilliance had lit up and the space appeared to have frozen. It had been imprisoned by starry laws, and the sword had been buried alongside the space. What's happening? Countless people in the Jiutian Temple saw the scene and gasped. They stared at the direction where Yi Fuqian was in, only to see him raise his hand. At that moment, the seemingly indomitable shadow sword vibrated rapidly, unable to break free. It appeared to be trapped. Killing intent gushed from Pei Qianying's eyes. He stepped forward and pointed at Yi Fuqian. Immediately, sword wills flooded the area and shattered the spiritual will. The shadow sword that had broken free continued its descent. However, at that moment, a starry illusion appeared behind Yi Fuqian, as though all the constellations in the sky were surrounding him while the brilliance from the stars erupted. The sword and light rays clashed and drowned each other out rapidly, but the sword will was unable to reach Yi Fuqian. At that moment, on the viewing gallery of the battle arena, the Jiuying Sword Saint had a sharp expression while Mo Li and Feng Xiao also had similar expressions. Yi Fuqian had concealed his true strength. Moreover, he had done it to lure Pei Qianying into releasing his life spirit. Why did he do so? The experts on the 9th layer of heaven all had shocked expressions. They had recalled the enmity between Pei Qianying and Yi Fuqian was because of Yi Wuqian. Pei Qianying had extracted Yi Wuqian's life spirit. As they recalled this, many people's hearts started pounding. A deafening roar sounded out as a giant divine ape appeared behind Yifutian. Its giant arms stretched out towards Pei Qianying's sword life spirit, grasping the entire area in its palm. The sword life spirit was also grasped into its palm. At that moment, Yifutian's body started to float. The countless sword wills that were rushing towards him seemed to slow down and were then blocked by the light from the stars. It was as though fending off the opponent's blows was an insignificant task to Yifutian, completely different from his prior attempts. Soon, Yifutian had risen to the same height as Pei Qianying. The sword life spirit was being held by the divine ape beside him. "I'm done," Yifutian said. However, it was naturally not meant for Pei Qianying. "Okay." In the adjacent battle arena, Gu Donglu nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Qin Shi still stood proudly in the air, releasing his supremacy technique and crushing everything. The pure-blooded dragon and 9-tiered pagoda pressured down, smashing everything in their way. He had been defending all the while just like Yifutian, as though he was dominated. At that moment, Gu Donglio's life spirit became even more dazzling, as though a celestial light was being released to engulf the area. The 9 war gods stood in the 9 major directions, but at that moment, they had merged to form one and appeared behind Gu Donglu, assimilating into his life spirit. At that moment, the aura on Gu Donglu erupted and the heavens resonated with him. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shi in the air. His Kujian 9 seals of spiritual power were extremely brilliant as they floated into the air, seemingly everywhere. Qin Shi frowned and his expression changed. At that moment, he had a feeling as though Gu Donglu was everywhere in the area. He naturally understood that this was the result of Gu Donglio's spiritual will resonating with the heavens. It was as if all the energy in the area could be used by him. What was this ability? Exerting the supremacy technique to its limit, Qin Shi stepped forward again, trampling the earth and suppressing time-space. The pure-blooded dragon and pagoda's light screen rushed towards Gu Donglu. The 9 words around Gu Donglu transformed into a light screen and rose upwards. The 2 forces clashed and with a deafening sound, they were both eradicated. Gu Donglu raised his head. At that moment he was omniscient and omnipresent. The great path had resonated with him and his will was absolute. In the skies, countless rays of light emanated from the 9 words and descended from the heavens. "Go," Gu Donglu said. Instantly, Qin Shi felt like there were countless copies of Gu Donglu in the surrounding area. The light from the 9 words crashed down on him with suppression rule power, force rule power, shredding rule power and many other rule powers. Qin Shi's expression became extremely grim. The pure-blooded dragon surrounded his body, and boundless rays of light burst forth from the 9-tiered pagoda. However, the light from the 9 words rushed towards him without end. At that moment, Gu Donglu was like a celestial god and floated in front of Qin Shi, striking out with his palm. Behind him, the celestial shadow rose and the energy around them seemed to strike out as well. Countless words crushed down on Qin Shi and he let out a thunderous roar and tried to fend it off. But the palm prince descended upon him. Bang! With a loud sound, Qin Shi was slammed towards the viewing gallery and his organs ruptured as he coughed up blood. There is no boundary in cultivation. Why can't people from the lower worlds dominate the 9 layers of heaven? Gu Donglio's voice sounded throughout the Jotian temple as countless gazes looked towards his peerless figure. They had all been tricked. The Jutian rankings Qin Shi had been crushed. At the same time, in the other battle arena, Yusheng no longer retreated after Yifutian's words. An eye-catching light lit up around his body as he entered his battle form. Golden rays pierced through his body and he looked like an unparalleled war god. Crash. A roaring sound could be heard as Xingsen's fist landed on Yusheng's battle form. However, this time, Yusheng only faltered slightly as he stood steadily and looked at Xingsan in front of him. How could this be? Xingsan let out a gasp as he looked at Yusheng. However, Yusheng stared at him and said, "Weaklings have no right to obtain opportunities, and even less right to take it from others." As his voice landed, Yusheng's golden fist punched out. On his fist, a brilliant light appeared. It seemed to have the light of the gods and the roar of demons at the same time. Xianxia retreated as he struck out with his fist again. Both of their fists clashed as a crisp crackling sound could be heard. Even though Xianxia's fist came in waves, but at that moment, the waves of his fist had all been shattered and an overbearing force engulfed him, devouring all his force. The fist penetrated his body and shattered his bones. Blood trickled down the side of Xianxia's mouth. Bang! Yushang stepped forward and struck out yet again with his fist. Just one fist was enough to send Xianxia flying towards the edge of the battle arena. He felt as though his organs had been pulverized. His burly figure slumped over as his bones had been shattered. In the Jiuqian temple, countless gazes froze as they stared intently at the battles in the two arenas. The situations had been reversed in an instant. Yi Futian had risen into the air while Gu Donglu and Yu Shang had defeated Qin Qi and Xing San in dominating fashion. Their hearts pounded vigorously as they looked at the final battle in the middle. Pei Qianying's sword life spirit was still struggling to no avail. At that moment, the confidence on Pei Qianying's face finally disappeared. The battles in the other two arenas had made him understand that Yi Futian had been toying with him all along. Pei Qianying looked towards Yi Futian but only saw scorn and coldness in his eyes. It was as if he had never been treated seriously. "So, how should I deal with you?" Yi Futian asked calmly. Pei Qianying had claimed that he would know respect after the battle. He had claimed that Yi Wuqian had not been self-aware, so he had his life spirit extracted. He was also not self-aware, so Yi Futian would do the same for him. Everyone in Jiuqian Temple looked at the two figures who stood on the law battle platform. Gu Donglu and Yu Shang had both defeated their opponents, leaving only the final battle. And from those battles, people could already infer that Pei Qianying would come to tragedy in this fight. Yi Futian had purposely given ground to him for the purpose of restraining his spirit and to make him let go of his control. What was he trying to do? All was silent in Jiuqian Temple, even in the highest stands. Everyone had become aware of something. The Zhuiying Sword Saint's face grew unusually ugly. Pei Qianying was in danger. Pei Qianying's spiritual will had been released, and the sound of it smashing between the divine ape's fists rang out continuously. The sword spirit tried to break the restraints, but the divine ape's spirit held Yi Futian's spiritual willpower. When the rule power was released, his two fists were like the sturdiest prison, as they pressed down firmly on the sword spirit. At that moment, Yi Futian reached out and suddenly, the starry brilliance flowed, turning into a long staff that he held in his hand. Starry rule power flowed around the staff. A surging pressure swept out towards Pei Qianying. Everyone watched Yi Futian's movements. It seemed that now he was really getting serious boom. Yi Futian stepped forward and the clouds and wind moved. His rule power roared, and the situation was wildly in his favor. When cultivating the great path, the weak have no right to take the gifts that heaven offers? Asked Yi Futian coldly. His majestic aura swept out, and time and space seemed to freeze. Pei Qianying felt the sword will around him begin to slow down. As he waved his hands, a sword will flowed down from the sky. The Lihan sword cut through the space will and broke him free of his restraints. "Those who don't know their place should lose their life spirits?" continued Yi Futian. He stepped forward again. The air trembled as his incomparable spiritual will swept out. The great path rules covered the sky and were not destroyed. At this moment he was like a god that everyone should pay homage to. Pei Qianying made the sword will wrap around his body, breaking the space rule power and not letting it freeze him in place. Otherwise, he would have no hope in this battle. The cultivators of the upper worlds disdain everything, and the ants of the lower world have no way to break through the 9th layer of heaven? Yi Futian's voice shook the 9 heavens, and with each step, he shook the ground. The power of the great path was growing stronger and stronger, and the shadow of the staff blotted out the sky. It was as if his staff technique had been integrated into his power. Pei Qianying felt that pressure that was so powerful it could collapse the sky, and his face went pale. The sword will in front of him gathered together, forming a huge Lihan sword. It tore through all the rule power around him as a light sword, also destroying shadow of the staff. "You are as insignificant as an ant," You do not even know how weak you are, and yet you dared take my brother's life spirit? You plundered the good fortune of the great path. Do you think this is right? Yifutian's voice was extremely cold. He put his physical strength into play, and the hand that held the staff was filled with limitless power. A terrible brilliance passed through him like it was drilling a hole, making his power grow even stronger. He likely did not just want to defeat Pei Qianying. He had taken Wuqian's life spirit, made Jieyu and the others fight their way to the 9th layer of heaven, and had regarded his sworn brothers as ants. In this battle, he would let Pei Qianying know what was meant by an infinite abyss. Pei Qianying saw his imposing figure. Yifutian had terrorized him with force. His mind was shaken, and the confidence had disappeared from his face. His eyes were turning bloodshot. Ling Tian's sword will burst out from him, and Pei Qianying's Lihin sword sliced through space, cutting the rule power and splitting the space-freezing rules. The sharp sword shot up into the sky towards Yifutian. However, Yifutian stood there without moving. He swept his gaze over Pei Qianying, and a monstrous power covered his body, imprisoning all the power in the space around him. A sharp crashing sound rang out. The sharp sword still shot forward, but its power grew weaker and weaker until it nearly stopped. The sword was smashed in the starry brilliance, and Yifutian's mighty power pressed down on both Pei Qianying and the sword. The power of heaven and earth was integrated into Yifutian's rule power, but the Lihin sword continued to cut down. Pei Qianying's face went pale and his heart pounded. He clearly felt the rule power that his spiritual will had created, and the Lihin will could not destroy it. The willpower was too firm. It could not be shaken even by the pounding of 1,000 hammers. When Yifutian had tested St. Zhang's medicine at 9 State College, he had not only tempered his flesh. His spiritual will was extremely stable. Even if Pei Qianying's Lihin will could target his spiritual willpower, thus breaking the rules, breaking his accumulated rule power would not be easy. I came from the 9 states in the lower world, climbed the sky stairwell, and made it to the 9th layer of heaven. Everyone here thinks they are the best in all the upper and lower worlds. Yifutian stared at Pei Qianying as he said proudly, "But are you worthy of that title?" He continued forward as he spoke, waving his long staff, covered the sky and blotted out the sun. Pei Qianying went pale. He wanted to retreat, but how could he under Yifutian's rules? Bang! There was a loud noise as Yifutian's staff swept Pei Qianying's sword away, shattering it, and continued down, smashing into Pei Qianying and sending him falling to the ground below. But Yifutian did not stop. His figure flashed as he pursued him. He smashed him with the staff again. Bang! Another loud noise rang out. Pei Qianying spat up blood as all his bones were broken. His face was deathly pale. Bang! 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 The staff's shadow continued to rise and fall. The two men danced upon the platform. With every bang, the people in Joqian Temple's hearts beat faster. Was this really a law battle of the 9 heavens? This battle that everyone had come to watch, that countless people in Joqian Temple paid rapt attention to, had been gathering interest for 3 days. Pei Qianying saying that he would teach them respect had pushed the excitement for this battle to the top. Many important people had personally come to watch, even Princess Xia Qingyuan. The 3 enchanting figures from the lower world had finally made it to the 9th layer of heaven. But, as Yifutian had said, was this really a battle between the top figures of the upper and lower worlds? Was Pei Qianying worthy of that title? As they watched the staff fall upon Pei Qianying's body, everyone's hearts beat rapidly. What did it mean to be peerless? What did it mean to be without a match? Even though they were on the Juqian ranking, even though one of them was the son of a saint and had cultivated in the Lihin heaven, Yifutian had only a staff. If Pei Qianying had not harmed Pei Qianying, Yifutian would not have come from the lower world. The two of them were not at the same level. Yifutian did not care about the Juqian ranking. He had come from the lower world only because of Yi Wuqian. Enough! A voice rang out. The Juiying sword saint's face was extremely cold and as sharp as a sword. Seeing how grievously Pei Qianying had been harmed, even a saint could not hold himself back. Bang! There was another loud noise as Yifutian smashed his staff directly into Pei Qianying's chest. He flew into the air and then landed back on the law battle platform. Yifutian stepped on his staff, pressing it into the platform. The arrogant son of heaven of the Jutian ranking now lay there like a dead man. He had no power left in his body, and his organs all felt like they had been shattered. Only his eyes could still move and he could still think. But he would have rather fainted. Watching Yifutian stepping on his proud figure, he felt endless hopelessness and sorrow. Everyone in Jutian Temple had seen this battle. After this battle, he would become an object of ridicule in Emperor Xia's realm. Whenever anyone saw him, they would think of this battle and of Yifutian, who had come from the 9 states, boasted of his unmatched prowess and then trampled all over him. After this battle, he would have no way to truly enter the core of the Lihan heaven. They would not be willing to train a disciple who had suffered such humiliation. He would have no way to come into contact with the best swordsman in Emperor Xia's realm, the swordmaster of Lihan. There was only endless hopelessness in his eyes. How could someone from the lower world be this strong? He didn't understand. How had he dared come from the lower world and fight his way here, and do this to him? Yifutian was standing on Pei Chenying, but he did not care what he was thinking, just as he had not cared what Yiwuchen was thinking when he had taken his life spirit. Only blood could repay blood. Yifutian looked up at the Jueying sword saint, and his face became cold. He said, "Your son has stripped another of his life spirit. Did you ever think of that when you were training him?" Everyone saw that Yifutian still looked very strong when facing the Jueying sword saint. The weak are not worthy of the gifts of the great path. Was it you who taught him to strip others of their life spirit? Without waiting for him to answer, Yifutian said, "Now Pei Chenying is the weak one. What do you say?" The Jueying sword saint waved, and suddenly a silver sword went flying. It screamed through the air. It was Yi Wuchen's life spirit. His spiritual will began to fluctuate more strongly. But the Jueying sword saint still controlled his life spirit, and he said, "Take the life spirit and stop this now." Yifutian cast a cold glance at the Jueying sword saint. Stop this now? His agreement with Xia Qingyuan had been that as long as he defeated Pei Chenying he could have the life spirit. But the Jueying sword saint was taking things as they came. Would he dare to not return it? "Do you not care about the princess's words?" Yifutian looked at Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yifutian and then looked to the Jueying sword saint. "These are the rules that Pei Chenying set himself. Return the life spirit." The Jueying sword saint's face grew ugly when he heard the princess's words. He looked at her and saw that she was still calm. In the past, Pei Chenying had removed Yi Wuchen's life spirit. He had been arrogant like no other. Now he had to pay the price. No one could complain. Fine. The Jueying sword saint looked into Xia Qingyuan's indifferent eyes. In the end, he did not dare disobey her. Suddenly the light of the silver sword turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards Yi Wuchen's body, entering it between his eyebrows. Yifutian turned his head. The sword spirit had returned to its place. Yi Wuchen's brow chakra released a strong fluctuation of the spirit, and the aura of heaven and earth flowed in through the brow chakra. But these days, his spiritual will was greatly traumatized. It was obvious that it would not wake up so fast and that he was healing himself. Phoenix bent down and put an herbal medicine into Yi Wuchen's mouth. It was a remedy for restoring mental strength, which would allow him to heal faster. "Princess, the life spirit has been returned and Chenying was defeated, so let it all end here." Jueying sword saint looked to Xia Qingyuan, apparently worried that Yifutian would continue his offensive. However, in the beginning, when Pei Chenying allowed Gu Donglu and the others to challenge him in the 9th layer of heaven, it was sanctioned by Xia Qingyuan. Now that Xia Qingyuan was personally present as the witness of this battle, he did not dare to jump in to stop the fight. All he could do was inquire with Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan did not look at Jueying sword saint. Her eyes were still on the battle platform, fixed on Yifutian. Stripping the others of life spirit, and now, in defeat, would merely returning it be enough? Yusheng stepped forward, and his angry eyes stared at Jueying sword saint. If they had not come or if they were defeated, what would the ending be? Was it not enough that he already made his move? Jueying sword saint cast a glance at Yusheng, and his eyes seemed to contain sword will within. Of course it was not enough, Yifutian responded. He moved his foot away from the body of Pei Qianying. His palms extended, and the long rod landed on his palm as he was heading towards the location of the life spirit of the divine ape. At this moment, the divine ape held out his hands, holding the sword spirit at both ends so that the sword spirit was laying across in the air. In the Juqian temple, countless many were shocked to witness the scene before them. Yifutian, what was he going to do? You are out of control. Zhuiying's sword saint stood up and a terrifying sword will pulsed out. But Yifutian ignored him and continued to live towards the divine ape. Pei Qianying laid on the ground, his eyes still open, and when he saw Yifutian's action, his face turned ashy gray. His powerless body lay there, shivering slightly. He was already so miserable and fell into hell. Would Yifutian not spare him? This was a life spirit, complete in its entirety. If it was destroyed directly, there would be no chance of recovery. His cultivation would regress, impossible to advance in any way. His path of cultivation would end right here, and he would be useless from now on. On the view stands, many people on the Juqian ranking watched Yifutian's action, and their hearts quietly shuddered. This guy was entirely too crazy. Did he desire to have an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth? Zing. At this time, the sound of music was heard, so powerful that it rocked Yifutian's spiritual will. Yifutian stopped and turned to look at the person who plucked the strings from the view stands, and saw that it was Emoli of Lihan's Sword Palace. Enough. Stop here. Emoli looked at Yifutian, seeming not to have too much emotion. His voice was not loud, but there was a strange magic that could not be resisted. Emoli also understood that Pei Qianying had stripped Yi Wuqian of his life spirit, and now that he had lost, he deserved the punishment. His strength was less, and for that he must pay the price. But Pei Qianying was still his junior brother. If Yifutian wanted to kill Pei Qianying in front of him, he still could not stand by and say nothing. Yifutian's eyes were very cold. When Pei Qianying was stripping Yi Wuqian of his life spirit, no one had admonished him. Pei Qianying did not even care and had asked his 3 senior brothers to come to the 9th layer of heaven to qualify for battle with him for the life spirit. These people who were sitting in the view stands were probably waiting to see the visitors from the 9 states to make a fool of themselves. As for Wuqian, who cared about whether he lived or died? When his life spirit was stripped, who had cared? And now Emoli said to stop because it was enough. If you are willing to exchange your life spirit for his, I will stop. Yifutian looked at Emoli. Emoli slightly raised his eyebrow, and next to him, Fengxiao's eyes flashed coldly. You are much too arrogant. Yifutian gave Fengxiao a sarcastic look, then turned around and continued his walk towards the divine ape. Princess. Zhuiying's sword saint looked extremely upset. He looked to Xia Qingyuan next to him, and there was even pleading in his voice. Now, only if Xia Qingyuan was willing would his child, Pei Qianying, be saved. Watching Yifutian walk step by step until he stopped in front of the divine ape. He lifted the long rod in his hands and a horrible breath rule permeated along the long rod. Xia Qingyuan called out, Yifutian. When Pei Qianying stripped the life spirit of Yi Wuqian, the princess did not intervene and thus silently condoned it. Now I have challenged Pei Qianying according to the agreement, and with the princess as a witness to this. Wasn't it so? Before Xia Qingyuan could say anything, Yifutian had interjected to stop her. Even though he was extremely upset, the position of Xia Qingyuan as the daughter of Emperor Xia was superior and above all. He had not wasted the 3 days and had acquired some important information in the upper worlds. This Xia Qingyuan was Emperor Xia's youngest and most beloved daughter, born to the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm. Incredibly talented, her position in Emperor Xia's realm was unparalleled. And Yifutian was a mere palace lord of holy lands that were within the jurisdiction of the lower worlds ruled by Emperor Xia. Even if he was upset, it was impossible for him to launch any accusation against Xia Qingyuan. When Xia Qingyuan heard those words from Yifutian, she was silent and could not refute. Right? Xia Qingyuan said, looking at Yifutian. In this case, I would like to thank the princess for bearing witness to this. As Yifutian's voice trailed off, The long rod in his hand was lifted, exploding with the terrifying power of the rules this instant in the Jiutian temple. Countless eyes looked above Jiutian, staring at Yi Futian. His body became a beautiful arc, and the long rod in his hands split toward the sword spirit between the two hands of the divine ape. At this moment, countless people were holding their breath and stared at the scene. No! Pei Qianying shouted weakly, his eyes full of despair. Boom! A loud bang was heard, and the long rod exploded with the power of the rules of the sky and blasted on the sword spirit. In an instant, the sword spirit was pulverized in the explosion. Lying there, Pei Qianying made a muted sound and spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was diminishing madly as if all the planes were digressing. But at this moment, it was as if he could not feel the pain. At this moment, he only felt that his soul was tearing and the pain went directly to his heart. He recalled his glorious life until now, born into an extraordinary family, the proud son who was treasured and praised. He was the son of a sword saint, the disciple of Lihan Heaven. He stepped onto the Jiutian ranking with dazzling and incomparable stance. Even in Emperor Xia's realm, there was a place for him, and in the future when he entered the Saint Plane, he would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure in Emperor Xia's realm. But now all of it was like a dream. This dream was now broken. Now everything was gone. He was now a handicap who could not move forward on the road of cultivation, an object of jokes, to be made fun of by the world. Everyone would remember the battle of today, that unparalleled figure of the 9 states, who climbed the sky stairwell and reached the 9th layer of heaven and laid waste of Pei Qianying, who was on the Jiutian ranking. What a brilliant story! And the name of Pei Qianying now became the footnote of this story, to complete the fame of Yi Futian. How ironic! He just couldn't abide. Was it really all just because he had stolen the life spirit of someone from the lower worlds? And he had to pay such a painful price for it? Tears slid down the corners of Pei Qianying's eyes. They seemed to be tears for his own future predicament. In this instant, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife worse than death. The divine ape returned to its place inside Yi Futian's body. In Jiutian, it was silent, and not just in the 9th layer of heaven but even the Jiutian temple. At this moment, it was exceptionally quiet. Yi Futian, a man from the 9 states, not only got through to the 9th layer of heaven but also destroyed the life spirit of Pei Qianying in the 9th layer of heaven, and in front of the disciples of Lihan Heaven and Jiuying Sword Saint. Pei Qianying, who was on the Jiutian ranking, was now a handicap. This battle, although somewhat different from what they had imagined, shocked them to the core. Other than Jiuying Sword Saint, no one cared about the life or death of Pei Qianying. The winner was a king and the loser was a fugitive. He had stripped the life spirit of others, and now that he was defeated, no one would sympathize with him. This is the price he had to pay. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian and said nothing. From Jiuying Sword Saint, there was a terrible sword will permeating the space, and his eyes revealed murderous intent, but ultimately, he kept it inside. Yi Futian, in front of him, had destroyed his favorite child. Mo Li and Feng Xiao also stared at Yi Futian with indifference, but they were also silent. The conversation before between Yi Futian and the little princess before was a silent consent. Gu Mu, the young master of the Jiutian temple, also kept quiet, so that there was a strange silence in the 9th layer of heaven. This battle stops here, Xia Qingyuan said. Gu Mu transmitted the message to the people around the battle platform, and immediately, the matrix was extinguished. The lights disappeared, and the Jiutian Law battle platform sank below. In a flash, Jiuying Sword Saint landed on the battle platform, and almost at the same moment, the village chief descended next to Yi Futian and the others. Although Xia Qingyuan was present, Jiuying Sword Saint would not dare to make a wrong move, but it was a necessary measure that was still needed. What if he had gone crazy? His cold gaze swept over Yi Futian, and Jiuying Sword Saint took off with the body of Pei Qianying. Those eyes that were filled with murder. Mo Li and Feng Xiao also stood up, looked at Yi Futian indifferently, then walked away without continuing to stay there. Xia Qingyuan still sat there looking at Yi Futian, and said, "Will you be willing to follow me to cultivate?" The hearts of the people in the 9th layer of heaven trembled. The little princess had personally invited Yi Futian to cultivate with her. Clearly, the dominant strength as exhibited by Yi Futian had even touched the little princess. Even Gu Mu's eyes flashed sharply. As long as Yi Futian was willing, he could now fly high. Not only was his talent superior, but with the little princess Xia Qingyuan at his side, who would dare touch him? The princess is being too kind, but I am the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state, so naturally my place of cultivation is at the palace, Yi Futian said to Xia Qingyuan, apparently refusing. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian deeply. This was already the second time that Yi Futian had refused her offer. Last time at the birthday banquet of Saint Xia, Yi Futian had already refused to go with her to the trial. She still said nothing, and simply stepped out and landed on the back of the sacred beast, the blue phoenix. With a long cry, the blue phoenix swung upward and left for the void. We go back to the barren state, Yi Futian said. Watching the departing figure of Xia Qingyuan, Yi Futian and the others left with the village chief by riding on the sword. Their silhouettes quickly disappeared from the Jiutian temple. There were countless at the Jiutian temple who remained shocked and their minds still felt restless. All stages except for the ones at the 8th and 9th layer of heaven were closed, just so that everyone present would be able to witness those 3 from the 9 states get to the 9th layer of heaven, and then challenge Pei Qianying. They saw what they came to see. However, instead of a clash between titans as they had imagined it, the fight turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Gu Donglu fought their way up to the 9th layer of heaven and overpowered Pei Qianying and the other 2 mighty ones. They went so far as to destroy Pei Qianying's life spirit. Pei Qianying, who had been an unparalleled genius, ranked on the Jiutian ranking, was thoroughly reduced to a product of a tragedy like none other. It was a harrowing sight to behold. No one had expected the lower worlds to have some mighty ones who were of such caliber. Pei Qianying was the favorite son of the Jiuying sword saint, and he was about to send him to Lihan heaven for training, having high hopes for that son of his, hopes that ended up utterly crushed. The Jiuying sword saint probably harbored intense resentment over the outcome, but then again it was Pei Qianying's fault for robbing others of their life spirits in the first place, and he permitted and attempted to refine the stolen life spirits as well. With Pei Qianying being defeated and destroyed in a fair fight, as well as having Princess Xia Qingyuan as the witness, there was simply nothing he could do. Even if the Jiuying sword saint were to simply go down to the lower worlds and commence a killing spree down there, ignoring the princess stance in this altogether, he would be fighting a holy land and saints, and they, in turn, could simply come up and wage a war against the Jiuying palace. As for Lihan heaven, which was the #1 swordsman training ground in the Emperor Xia's realm, it went without saying that it was an insult like none other for one of the students from the Lihan sword palace to be crushed in such a manner. But then again, it had been a battle that Pei Qianying fixed himself and also one that Princess Xia Qingyuan bore witness to. Countless at the Jiutian temple also witnessed the fair fight, which Pei Qianying ended up losing and gotten crippled. If Lihan heaven were to exact revenge by mobilizing their saints, it would be an insult to their status as the #1 holy land of swordsmanship. Lihan heaven was incapable of bearing such a loss, and while they resented the outcome, the most they could have done was to simply have their own from Yi Futian's generation to fight him in order to regain their lost face. If they were able to cripple Yi Futian in return, no one else would have been able to say anything but to acknowledge the strength of Lihan heaven. As for someone of such a high status as the swordmaster of Lihan, he would not have cared for something like that, as it was little petty squabbles between insects. The truly pathetic one from the incident remained to be Pei Qianying himself. If he had known that Yi Futian from the 9 states was of such prowess, he would not have set up one such battle at the Jiutian temple. The battle became the talk of the Emperor Xia's realm, but it would eventually subside with time, as Emperor Xia's realm was simply too huge, and there were too many legendary figures around. Something major took place every single day. However, Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Gu Donglu would remain names etched in the memories of many. At the very least, those who had been present at the Jiutian temple that day would remember them. Sword qi filled the Holy Ji Palace at the barren state, streaking about like a bolt of lightning above the Holy Land. Countless below looked up at the sword flash and caught sight of many standing on top of the giant sword. Yi Futian, the palace lord, Hua Jieyu, the saint, and the others were all home. Those who went to study outside were there as well. Where did the palace lord go to get all of them back? Many guessed, but no one had expected Yifutian to spend his days in the upper worlds, fighting all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven. A sword flash glimmered above the holy sage pavilion, and many came down. Many elders from the palace came to greet them. Dozhan, the sword demon, Huang Shi, Yunshang, Yuqi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others were all there. Donglu Mingyue, I see that you're home, Zhuge Qingfeng said to his daughter and son-in-law. Father, Zhuge Mingyue nodded. Father-in-law, Gu Donglu nodded as well. So, did you two rascals grow during your days out there? Yuqi said to Shui Yi and Luofan. Shui Yi was his son-in-law, while Luofan was something like a student to him. Of course, Shui Yi smiled and answered. Jioga, Su Quebec, Shuaishing, Huang Shi, Sushang, Yunshang, and the others came up, feeling relieved to see their sons and daughters return. Before that, many who ventured out from the other holy lands of the 9 states returned one after another, with only those from the Holy Ji Palace not home yet. All of the elders of the barren state worried sick about their offspring. As such, they came as soon as they saw Yifutian bring them all home. It seemed that all had been well. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin went up and pulled Hua Jieyu aside. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Hua Jieyu took both of their hands and smiled. Yeah. Nandu Wanin nodded. At that moment, Lu Chenyu came beside Yi Wuchen and held his hand. I'm fine. Yi Wuchen smiled at her. He had come to during the journey. While he still felt rather weak, the undying old man was around to tend to him, and his own regenerative powers would have him restored before long. As for what Yifutian did, Yi Wuchen knew everything. Right? Lu Chenyu nodded lightly and leaned on him. Hey, you just got home, and it's a bad idea to pull a public display of affection. You know, Yifutian teased. Lu Chenyu glared at him, saying, Your Jieyu is here. No need to get jealous of us. Me? Jealous? Yifutian said in a rather disgusted tone. I'm taking him home to rest. Lu Chenyu took Yi Wuchen away, ignoring Yifutian altogether. Yeah, a short period of separation beats being newlyweds and all that. Have fun. Yifutian smiled and said, You two, go get some rest yourselves. You've been apart for more than 3 years. I'm sure you two have a lot to talk about. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and said, Right? Save anything else for some other time. Right now, these fellows need a few days of rest. Everyone departed, leaving for their own residences. The Holy Ji Palace became a far more lively place than it had been before. In the compound of the Holy Sage Pavilion, Yifutian was having a simple but warm dinner with his teacher and the others. They did not talk about what was happening outside, and it seemed as if no one cared. Nobody asked anything about the progress of their training as well. Such simple, heartwarming moments were hard to come by with the sacred war still going on. It was Yifutian's biggest wish to simply have everyone around him safe and sound. Yifutian and Hua Jieyu returned to their bedchambers. They went to the balcony, leaning against the fence and gazing at the scene before them. Yifutian took Hua Jieyu's hand and said gently, Jieyu, I haven't been able to talk to you much these days. I sure hope you won't hold it against me. Hua Jieyu turned around and tidied the hair before Yifutian's forehead and said gently, Right, I'm really mad about that. She naturally knew what was on Yifutian's shoulders at the moment. As the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, it was only natural for him to have little time to attend to her when they were out there. As the wife of the palace lord, she had the duty to share his burden, and there was no way she would have cared little else for anything but their moments alone. Is that so? Well, how should I make it up to you then? Yifutian smiled sheepishly at her. Hua Jieyu knew what he was thinking when she saw that face, so she stepped on his foot hard. Ouch, easy there, honey. Yifutian smiled and said, You must have gone through a lot the past several years. Not at all, actually. Hua Jieyu shook her head lightly and turned her eyes forward. But the world outside is sure a big place. I always thought the 9 states were big enough, but Xia Qingyuan brought us places for the past 3 years or so. Vast lands lie beyond the 9 states, and there are more dynasties and clans and whatever than you could possibly count. There were many more places like Emperor Xia's realm. Renhuang's realm was at the upper worlds, and we even made it to the Renhuang ruins. Do you know that some places like the Emperor Xia's realm and the entire part of its upper worlds were reduced to a wasteland? There was a war that wiped out the entire realm and only ruins remain. We even managed to find mighty ones from other realms there. We always thought that the world that we live in was everything, but the divine prefecture was actually far larger than we imagined it to be. Some were simply born different from all others, like Xia Qingyuan. Her birth designated her vista to be higher than ours. While she is indeed arrogant, but she is truly exceptional, Hua Jieyu said, smiling. You'd be better than her someday in the future. Yi Futian took her hand and said gently, Don't forget that you're my empress. The line from Yi Futian reminded Hua Jieyu of the crackpot called Minister Zhua. She smiled and added, Futian, do you know what came to mind when I saw everything in the outside world? What indeed? Yi Futian shook his head and saw Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes gazing at him fondly. She then added, I was thinking that it was your world out there. You were born to be a supreme emperor, destined to conquer one Renhuang realm after another. One day, you'll truly stand above the 9 heavens and gaze upon all of the worlds below. Hua Jieyu's eyes shimmered as she uttered those words. Her unparalleled looks appeared even more glittering. The vast, boundless world out there was where Yi Futian belonged. Yi Futian's hands caressed Hua Jieyu's face. He looked at her brimming eyes, then said, Well then, guess what I'm thinking at the moment? Their eyes were on each other, and Hua Jieyu blushed when she saw the smile in Yi Futian's eyes. She apparently knew the answer. I'm going to take a bath. Hua Jieyu attempted to escape Yi Futian's devilish grasp. Yi Futian gazed at her alluring figure and patted at the dirt off him, then said, It seems like I need to get washed up myself. Yi Futian then headed for the back of the compound as well. The rear of the bedchambers was sealed off and there was an independent space. There was a bathing pool at the front and an alluring figure was seen walking into it. Splashes were soon heard, and Yi Futian came to the side of the pool. The flawless figure in the water looked like a goddess bathing under the moonlight. Take your eyes elsewhere. Hua Jieyu turned around and looked embarrassed. Her face was all red. It's not like I haven't seen any of this before. Yi Futian sounded nonchalant, but his eyes remained true. He took off his clothes and walked into the water. The silhouette with flawless curves and supple skin before him seemed like something that was made in heaven. So much so that it was enough to make any mortal go crazy. There was little doubt as to why many cultivators found it difficult to see past beauty despite their more adamant minds. Don't come any closer. Hua Jieyu's heart beat wildly when she saw Yi Futian doing the exact opposite. He actually came all the way here. He really has no shame. Darling, let your husband scrub your back for a bit. Yi Futian's voice was heard and she felt his claws on her skin. It rendered her face burning red hot. Everything went in the expected direction afterward, and it was beautiful. The warm embrace of a woman serves as the bane of heroes. Many legendary figures who had been kicking up a storm at the upper worlds just a while ago had all put their training aside. The night was pitch black and Yi Futian held his wife in his arms in the quiet bedchamber, enjoying the peaceful, beautiful moment. The figure in Yi Futian's arms moved and he pulled his arms away. Hua Jieyu sat up quietly and put on some robes, walking outside with light steps. Jieyu, what's the matter? Yi Futian, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes and followed the beautiful silhouette walking away. Moonlight showered onto Hua Jieyu. Her slender body was alluring and the pair of legs looked like sculptures made of white jade. The skirt of the pajamas that she had casually draped over her swayed, looking very enticing. I'll be going to train. Hua Jieyu turned around and smiled at Yi Futian. So you're fine with leaving me alone in the room? Yi Futian added, Jieyu, you've spent more than 3 years out there. Get some rest. It's exactly due to having trained out there and seeing many excellent figures that I need to work even harder. You were the one who said that one day I need to be more exceptional than Xia Qingyuan, no? She trained really hard and there's no way I can just slack off. Hua Jieyu then added, Have a good night's sleep. No need to worry about me. Well, I'll go train with you then. Yi Futian got up, came to Hua Jieyu's side and took her hand. He knew Hua Jieiyu had been feeling stressed. Yeah, but I need to work on my psychic powers at the training platform and I cannot be disturbed. So sorry, but you have to train at the compound instead. Hua Jieiyu said to Yi Futian with a smile. Have it your way. Yi Futian nodded. There was no one to disturb them there. It did not matter which spot he had to train at. Both of them walked outside, and Yi Futian arrived at the compound while Hua Jieiyu went up to the training platform on her own. It was an independent space that looked like a sealed room. Matrices had been laid to ensure absolute silence. Hua Jieiyu sat cross-legged and saw a shadow floating about. It was none other than the saint residing within Hua Jieyu's body. Why didn't you tell him? The woman asked Hua Jieiyu. Teacher, I don't want him to be worried, Hua Jieiyu answered. The saint had been residing in her body for years, and she had been instructing Hua Jieiyu. It was only natural for Hua Jieiyu to address her as teacher. I'm against you continuing to train. Lots of unknown factors at play here, and you need to talk to him about it. The saint added. It'll be fine. Hua Jieiyu smiled and said, the fact that she chose me meant that I was a good fit for the training. Hua Jieiyu finished and closed her eyes. The saint looked at her and sighed deep down before disappearing and returning to Hua Jieyu's body. Spots of light emanated from her body and shot for the skies. She felt as if her powers reached a faraway place, traversing the space between the heavens and the earth. Every sliver of spiritual chi felt crystal clear, so clear that she had never known it to be clearer before. Dazzling light glimmered around her, which gradually enveloped her body, making her look like a fairy. Boundless spots of light gathered behind Hua Jieiyu, and they coalesced into a visceral form. The glittering silhouette looked incredibly sacred, as if it was a sculpture of a goddess. The appearance of the sculpture resulted in more and more spots of light gathered from her surroundings. Hua Jieyu's appearance had always been unparalleled. With her basking under the holy light, she looked like a goddess of the heavens, utterly flawless and peerless. It had been a month since Futian and the others' return. All of the Holy Lands throughout the 9 states caught wind that the ones from the Barren State had returned. They were all rather surprised, but they knew little specifics. News hardly traveled between the upper and lower worlds after all. Xianxia was surprisingly one of the few who caught wind of the news and had their saints visit the upper worlds. When Yi Futian left after paying a visit to the Xia clan back then, he had speculated that Yi Futian would go to try his luck at the Sky Stairwell. With Yi Futian and the others from the Barren State back, he grew rather curious about what happened and wondered if something happened at the upper worlds. It was a given that he held little hopes about getting much from the saints visiting the upper worlds. Even if Yi Futian were to succeed at the Sky Stairwell, he would have been able to do little there, and news regarding Yi Futian would have been limited. Xianxia was not the only one who was concerned about Yi Futian, as the ones who were most keen on anything regarding the Barren State would have been the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It was a given that none at the Sacred Dynasty knew where Yi Futian went. It was just that Yi Futian had been keeping an unusually low profile after Xianxia's birthday banquet 3 years ago. He hardly showed himself outside other than paying a visit to the 9-state college. There had been news every now and then regarding appearances in various places throughout the 9 states, but hardly any of that was verified. As for Yi Futian himself, he had been training quietly at the Holy Ji Palace with the students after returning. After the continuous battles at the upper worlds and the time he spent training after returning, he finally made a breakthrough and stepped into the upper-level Magi plane. He was a step away from the Archmage plane. At one of the training grounds of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian was seen standing somewhere high above. The wind blew and his clothes billowed. He cast his glance below and felt rather relieved to see cultivators training in all corners. The students of the Holy Ji Palace had been hard at work and their powers had grown considerably. It was but a matter of time that the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State became the #1 holy land in all of the 9 states. As such, he was in no hurry with the sacred war. The more time they had, the greater their chances of coming out on top. When both he and Yushang made it into the Archmage plane, he would cease using his imperial will powers. There was simply no one throughout the 9 states below Saint Plane capable of standing in their way by then. What concerned him more was the power struggle at Saint Plane. The 5-year ceasefire agreement between saints was little more than a year away from expiring. A fierce sword will burst somewhere below. Yi Futian then saw a one-armed figure coming up to him. It was none other than Yi Wuqian. "It seems like your sword will has grown considerably, Wuqian." Yi Futian smiled and said, "It's a given. Try asking him about the level he is at now with the 3 types of sword will he had been hard at work to refine." Su Ke and Zue Qianqiu came on their swords and dropped beside Yi Futian. "Are you guys jealous?" Yi Futian smiled and said, "I sure am envious," Zue Qianqiu said as he took a gulp from the gourd in his hand. "Ren Huang's sword will," Yi Wuqian said with a gentle voice. "Some words are better left unspoken, Wuqian," Yi Futian said in a rather serious manner. He was naturally happy for Yi Wuqian, but the Ren Huang sword will had a lot of symbolic importance, so much so that even the sword saint up in the upper worlds wanted to take it for himself. If the news of him possessing the Ren Huang sword will were to spread, many would come to target Yi Wuqian's life spirit. If it had not been for Xia Qingyuan being a descendant of Ren Huang and, as such, having little interest in the Ren Huang sword will, even she would have had thoughts about that particular life spirit. But then again, if Xia Qingyuan had not been of such high status in the first place, she would not have been able to get all of them to train in the Ren Huang ruins. But this particular sword will is just too powerful. While I have succeeded in melding it to become my life spirit, but I'm still unable to fully make it become mine, and I've only been able to comprehend something from it. Even the Jueying sword saint would not have been able to truly assimilate this sword will, Yi Wuqian elaborated. He had little to hide from Yi Futian and the others. "You're one hell of a crazy fellow indeed. When you were about to refine the sword will, I thought that your life spirit would burst trying to do so. It's a good thing that you made it through," Su Ke said. It was apparent that Yi Wuqian had been putting his life on the line to refine the Ren Huang sword will. "What about you two? Didn't any of you get anything out of your ordeals?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. "Of course we do, but they aren't worth mentioning compared to what this guy has." But then again, all who had been able to survive during their pilgrimages would have gotten something one way or another. That heavenly chosen list was filled with people of unparalleled talents with great things ahead of them after all. Xia Qingyuan had probably titled them to be heavenly chosen ones so to have them train in the upper worlds in the future, who would, in turn, come to serve her, Su Ke said. "Are you saying that Emperor Xia intends to pass his throne down to Xia Qingyuan?" Yi Futian mumbled. "Bringing people from both the upper and lower worlds to train, is she trying to nurture her future power base?" However, all from the barren state had relinquished their status as heavenly chosen ones due to the case with Yi Wuqian. According to them, Xia Qingyuan was rather irked by their decision. Yi Futian hardly concerned himself over that, as both upper and lower worlds made little difference to him. Every single one who returned had grown by a considerable margin. Oftentimes, a cultivator's growth was stunted not by their lack of talents, but their lack of exposure to the greater world outside. All cultivators possessed immense potentials. For example, if Yi Wuqian had only been staying behind at the Kangyi Kingdom within the Hundred Lands, there was no way he could have achieved what he had achieved then. The highest plane there was to be seen there was little more than the noble plains. "Uncle Yi." Tiny, childish voice was heard. Yi Futian looked up and saw a little condor gliding about and swooping down. A tiny figure was seen leaping down from the black-winged condor. Yi Futian took her in his arms. "You've grown up and gotten heavier and heavier, little grass. Your Uncle Yi won't be able to hold you soon." Yi Futian looked at the little girl in his arms and smiled. The girl was about 6 or 7 years of age and looked like a porcelain doll. She was very good-looking, as her father, Shui Yi, had been a handsome man, and Yushi had been a renowned beauty at the Alchemy City. "Well, I'll come down then," the little girl said. "No need for that. Your uncle can still carry you now." Yi Futian squeezed her nose. "You've been sneaking out and disturbing your Uncle Yi again, little grass." Shui Yi and Yushi appeared. Yushi glared at the little girl, and she tucked her head away in response. "Little grass is still a kid. Just let her play." Yi Futian knew that his fourth brother and Yushi were strict with little grass and had been exposing her to all sorts of books at a very young age. "Don't spoil the kid." Shui Yi felt rather exasperated. The little girl was more friendly to Yi Futian than to her own father. But then again, He had not been around Little Grass much, having been gone for 3 years. If she gets spoiled, then so be it. I'll teach her in the future. Yi Futian smiled and said, when Yushi was pregnant with Little Grass, Yi Futian had been wreaking havoc at Alchemy City. He then went through dark times for a while, but Yushi did a lot for him and even got Yuchi to help him when she was still pregnant. The little girl had been born during shaky times. The Holy Ji Palace was never stable after that particular storm passed still. It was only natural for Little Grass to follow her parents and move to the Holy Ji Palace. The truth was, if it had not been for Yi Futian, his fourth brother and Yuchi would have been able to live very comfortably at Alchemy City. Little Grass would have grown up being doted by many at the city. The city lord office of the Alchemy City had been moved into the Holy Ji Palace, and the young Little Grass had been running all over the place with her parents since then. Yi Futian saw her as his own daughter, and the little condor often played with her. All right, spoil the brat all you want. She shook her head in exasperation, eliciting a smug look from Little Grass. Of course, she's the first daughter of the cottage after all, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Palace Lord. A silhouette was seen coming from the air. Yi Futian turned around and asked the one who came, "What's the matter?" The messenger handed an invitation to him with both hands. Yi Futian took the invitation and scanned it. His eyes had a peculiar look after that. Where did this thing come from? Suke asked. Xihua Sacred Mountain. Yi Futian closed the invitation and added, Lu Zong is about to marry Zhou Zi. Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty are planning a marriage alliance, and I'm being invited to the event. Lu Zong is one hell of a fake, and he is very ambitious. He is very powerful and gained a lot from the pilgrimage, now titled as a heavenly chosen one. I guess both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty are piling their hopes onto Lu Zong now. Suke then added, with the relations between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace considered, this marriage alliance is apparently one that is made against us. This banquet isn't going to be a good one. With the ways things going between us and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, there is no need for us to attend the event, Yi Wuchen added. Xihua Sacred Mountain might be planning something against the Holy Ji Palace. The news that the third disciple of Xihua Sacred Mountain, Lu Zong, would marry the princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Zhou Zi, led to a great stir in the 9 states. Invitations from Xihua Sacred Mountain were sent out all over. Everyone understood that this marriage alliance was of great significance. Lu Zong was the third disciple and could represent the will of Xihua Sacred Mountain, while Zhou Zi was a princess. This was almost equal to the 2 top holy lands in the eastern state forming an alliance. In the eastern state, the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple was relatively weak, and although Sky Saint was himself quite powerful, he was only one person plus his one disciple. A marriage alliance between these 2 great holy lands would certainly make Glass Saint feel a lot of pressure. After all, the Great Zhou Sacred King had always been interested in Glass Saint. This was no secret. As for Sky Saint, there was nothing he could do by himself, and so he was nothing to worry about. Of course, the people of the 9 states understood that the ones feeling the greatest pressure were not Glass Saint and Sky Saint. Instead, they were the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State and Yi Futian. Taking the Sacred War into account, this marriage alliance would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, it was said that Lu Zong had had great luck in his trials with Xia Qingyuan, and he was a heavenly chosen one. Adding that to his identity as the third disciple of Xihua Sacred Mountain, his name was widespread throughout the 9 states and had been pushed to the top. More than 3 years earlier, Yi Futian had refused to go to the trials with Xia Qingyuan. Now, those who had gone had made great progress and had had great luck. Now, Yi Futian did not know if he could withstand the might of those who had undergone the trials. After Xihua Sacred Mountain had convoked the 9 states forum, the eyes of the 9 states had once again been upon them. Many people set off for Xihua Sacred Mountain, and many holy lands had sent out people as well. And within Holy Sage Pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian summoned everyone together to discuss this matter. With a marriage alliance between these 2 great holy lands, it would be impossible to say that there would be no pressure on the Holy Ji Palace. and due to the sacred war, this involved the life or death of the palace. Sword Demon, Qinzhuang, Yuqi, Huangxi, Yangxiao, and the others of the palace each looked over their invitations and frowned slightly. Although rumors of this had already made its way through the 9 states, when the day finally came, they still felt the pressure. "What do you think of this, seniors?" asked Yifutian. "More than 3 years ago, we reached an agreement at Xianxia's banquet. Those of us at the Saint Plane would not get involved in the sacred war. But those of us below the Saint Plane, other than the fact that we could not get the assistance of battle matrices, were unaffected. Although this is only a wedding banquet, the sacred war concerns the life or death of the people of the Holy Land. The Great Zhou sacred dynasty arranging some grand strategy there is not impossible," Yuqi analyzed. "I suggest that we decline and then wait and see. What we need is time." Everyone naturally understood what Yuqi meant. Yifutian's people were the most talented, and they were all growing quickly. In 5 or 6 years they would all be top sages. So, the Holy Ji Palace had been conservative for the past 3 years and not provoked the Great Zhou sacred dynasty in order to let their powerful figures improve. Moreover, the Great Zhou sacred dynasty might not care about the cost to kill the palace lord, said Sage Daozong. He also recommended not going. "I have entered the upper levels of the Magi plane. If the Great Zhou sacred dynasty wants to kill me, it won't be easy," said Yifutian. Last time he was only on the sage plane, so any sage could threaten him. Other than being able to call upon battle matrices, it was quite burdensome. Now he had the power to protect himself. It would not be like before when every time he went out he was in danger. Moreover, Xihua Sacred Mountain has invited me to the wedding feast. They would not go so far as to shamelessly try to kill me there," he continued. "If they did that, then that holy land would lose a lot of face." "That depends on how determined the Great Zhou Sacred King is to kill you," said Sage Dozong. Yifutian smiled and shook his head. The Great Zhou Sacred King naturally hated him, a sage-level figure, and had several times lost face to him, even though he was a holy king. "I agree with the palace lord. Although the 2 holy lands want him dead, they have invited us to a wedding feast, and have moreover sent invitations all over the 9 states. This is not the time for them to try their schemes. Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King still want to keep face, and the Holy Ji Palace is now famous throughout the 9 states. We have finally been recognized, something that we won for ourselves through the sacred war. We have the initiative. Since they invited us, why not go?" Sword Demon supported the opposing opinion. As a swordsman, he was very direct by nature. "They mostly want to stop our momentum. If we go, they will deliberately provoke and suppress us. If we don't, it will be equivalent to weakening our momentum. If they let other holy lands see this, it will awe those that are friendly to us and at the same time, letting those holy lands that covet the Holy Ji Palace see our power. Don't forget, the Yu State and Jisheng Cliffs have been watching us all along. If they have an opportunity to act against us, they will absolutely not hesitate," said Huangxi. When Jisheng Cliffs and the Yu State had suppressed the Barren State, the top forces of the Barren State had all experienced it personally. That battle had changed the Barren State's future. Because of that battle, Yifutian had become the palace lord. Since everyone has different opinions, why don't we have Uncle Master Wanxiang perform divination? Yifutian looked over at Sage Wanxiang. "I did that before you came. This trip may cause turmoil, but it will present no great obstacles," said Wanxiang. "Uncle Master was well prepared," said Yifutian with a smile. This kind of fortune-telling was relatively simple and would not waste too much of Wanxiang's energy. "However, I also divined the fate of the 9 states during this period. There were signs of turmoil," continued Sage Wanxiang. Yifutian looked at him, then nodded. He had felt that long ago, and now Wanxiang's prophecy confirmed it. It looked like, with the background of the sacred war, there would be a storm in the 9 states sooner or later. He only hoped that this storm would come a little later. It would be best if it could wait until he had entered the Saint Plane. At that time, he would have no need to fear anything. "In that case, I have decided to go." As Yifutian spoke, everyone nodded. Although they all had different opinions, once Yifutian had decided something, no one would gainsay him. At that time, Xianxia said, "My lord, I'd like to accompany you to the banquet." Yifutian looked at Xianxia. Although it had been several years, Xiao's hatred for Lu Zong had not diminished at all. "Don't worry, I have a sense of propriety," said Xianxia. "Fine." Yifutian nodded. "Thank you, my lord." Xianxia bowed and left. Yifutian watched his back. Lu Zong and Chess Saint had ordered his wife and several disciples to be buried alive in Nether Sword Mound. If this was not avenged, he would not be able to die happily. Now, Lu Zong's glory was seemingly limitless. He was a heavenly chosen one and was famous throughout the 9 states. Now his marriage was being celebrated by everyone in the 9 states. It was obvious how Xianxia felt. Afterward, Yifutian selected the rest of his entourage. Everyone wanted to go with him, but Yifutian selected only the strongest companions as well as those who had gone to the trials. Several days later, a group of cultivators set off from the palace. The village chief personally escorted them. In addition to Yifutian, there were Yuanhong, Yuqi, Qinzhuang, Sushang, Yangxiao, Gu Donglu, Sword Saint, Hua Jiu, Yushang, Yiwuchen, Huangjioga, and other cultivators. Moreover, many top-level sages and demonic beasts set out from the Endless Sea. They headed towards the eastern state through the sky in order to avoid presenting too big a target. The demons all moved forward by themselves so that even if they were discovered, people would not raise an alarm. This gathering of demonic beasts was done just to be prepared for all contingencies. This way, even if the Great Zhou sacred dynasty was willing to lose face and kill him, he could use the army of monsters that he had hidden. Huatian City in the eastern state was once again receiving attention from all of the 9 states. Many cultivators from the Holy Lands had arrived. Some of them had settled there in advance. This time, the lineup was far stronger than the last 9-state forum since people on the Saint Plain had come too. The saints of the 9 states had felt that the land was not peaceful, and thus they had personally come to the wedding feast to see the marriage alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and to see how far this alliance would go. Would they really ally together in a war against the Holy Ji Palace? This time, the famous Huatian Tower of Huatian City was not as lively as it had once been, seeming to be quite quiet. But at the top of the tower, a group of figures was eating and chatting. The people sitting here were all saints. Almost all the saints of the 9 states had come here personally. "I've invited you all here to bring up a matter. I assume everyone has heard of the events in the lost ruins in the Endless Sea." The palace lord of the Ocean Palace looked at all the others as he spoke. Everyone nodded. They had indeed heard of this. The halberd of time and space really wasn't taken away by you 3 holy lands? A saint from the Hall of Holy Light's eyes were sharp as he stared at the saints from the Endless Sea. They still had some doubts after the news had gotten out, and still suspected the 3 holy lands. The halberd of time and space is number 3 on the divine implement rankings. But there is only one. How could our 3 holy lands divide it up? The saint from the celestial cliffs said unhappily. But there have been no movements from the Jueying for many days. It's like it disappeared, someone said. The Jueying is a sacred beast. It is treacherous and murderous. If it turned into a human and hid in the 9 states, no one would recognize it on the street. But if it got the halberd of time and space, it would not walk around carelessly but would cultivate vigorously. If we wait until it is strong enough to completely control the halberd of time and space, I'm afraid there will be a bloodbath throughout the 9 states. If there is any news of the Jueying, the Holy Lands must be notified so that we may join together to annihilate it. Everyone looked evasive. They all had their own ideas. If they found a trace of the Jueying, their first thought would be to kill it and seize the halberd of time and space for themselves. But now, no one knew where the Jueying had taken the halberd of time and space. They could only wait for it to reveal itself. The people from the Holy Ji Palace arrived 2 days in advance and settled in the temporary imperial residence. They were very low-key and did not cause any disturbances outside. They remained quietly in the palace. Huatian City was under the control of Xihua Sacred Mountain. And now Xihua Sacred Mountain was entering into a marriage alliance with the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The people from the Holy Ji Palace naturally understood that this was not the time to cause a scene. Even so, The people of the city quickly found out that Yi Futian and his entourage were there. Many people had been discussing him recently. Many of them said that Yi Futian had missed his chance to go to the upper worlds. Many of the top talents of the 9 states had become celestial chosen ones. Could things still be the same for Yi Futian as they had in the past? It was madness to think that one person could suppress all the geniuses of that generation. And now he was seeing the proof of that. After more than 3 years, they did not know what level Yi Futian was at. But Lu Zong had already reached the sage level, so he must be stronger than him. On this day, some people came to visit the temporary imperial residence where Yi Futian was staying. They were from the Yu clan of the Summer State, including 2 cultivators of the sages and saints ranking who had had occasion to meet Yi Futian before, Yu Jianglu and the daughter of Yu clan Yu Lingshuang. Although Yi Futian had not agreed to a marriage alliance with the Yu clan, they still maintained a good friendship, and so he naturally received them personally. They met in the courtyard of the residence. Yi Futian sent someone to bring food and wine as he entertained them. Everyone took their seats. Yu Lingshuang's eyes never left Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu beside him. She smiled lightly and said, "I have not had any news of you in over 3 years, Lord Yi. There have only been rumors that traces of you have been seen all over the 9 states. Are these rumors true?" "Probably." Yi Futian smiled at her and nodded. At the start, he had gone from 9 State College to the Endless Sea and had indeed left his footprints in many places. "Then your experiences these past 3 years must have been very rich indeed." Yu Lingshuang smiled again. "There's not much to say. I have spent most of these past 3 years cultivating. I went through several dangerous situations but managed to get through them unharmed. All in all, I've made a lot of gains," said Yi Futian. Yu Lingshuang's mouth hung open. "Lingshuang, you're so curious. You're not going to let the matter drop until Lord Yi sits down and details all his experiences over the past few years for you, are you?" said Yu Jianglu jokingly. Yu Lingshuang's face went red. She realized that she had said too much, and she apologized to Yi Futian. "I'm being too forward." Before Yi Futian could speak, Hua Jieyu said with a smile, "Not at all. Don't hesitate to ask anything you want. No need to stand on ceremony. After my husband returned, he often praised your beauty and gentle temperament." Yu Jianglu and Yu Lingshuang were obviously shocked, and they looked at Hua Jieyu in astonishment. Yu Jianglu was the more mature of the 2 of them, and obviously thought much more of this than Yu Lingshuang. Sitting next to Yi Futian with her noble bearing and exquisite features, Hua Jieyu was truly the kind of beauty that came once in a generation. She now had the attitude of a wife of a palace lord. The intent behind Hua Jieyu's words afforded food for thought. "No need to praise me, madam. Before you, I can only feel unworthy. It is only because I admire Lord Ye's heroic manner that I am so curious about him and ask these questions. Please don't blame me." Yu Lingshuang lowered her head as she spoke. Although she was also a rare beauty in front of Hua Jieyu, she was indeed inferior. "Why would I blame you, Miss Yu? From now on, if there's anything you want to know, sister, you may ask me directly. I will tell you anything that I know. My husband is honored indeed to be worthy of your admiration." Hua Jieyu smiled lightly. She had already gone from calling her miss to calling her sister. Hua Jieyu calling her this made Yu Lingshuang's heart beat heavily. She did not dare look Hua Jieyu in the eyes. How could she not understand Hua Jieyu's meaning? No wonder she was able to become Yi Futian's wife, she thought. She's an extraordinary woman. Then if I have a chance I will certainly call upon you, madam, Yu Lingshuang said quietly. Yi Futian had listened quietly to the 2 women talking. He flushed a little bit. It was like he wasn't even there. What was Hua Jieyu thinking? "How do you feel about the marriage alliance that is taking place, Lord Yi?" asked Yu Jianglu, leading the conversation away from Yu Lingshuang's awkwardness. "I have no opinion." Yi Futian lifted his cup and took a drink. "I obviously have no say in whether or not the marriage alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty goes ahead. However, I am a little curious if Lu Zong will go to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, or if Zhou Zi will go to Xihua Sacred Mountain. You're quite calm about this. People from the Saint Plain from every holy land have come here for the wedding. Lu Zong and Zhou Zi themselves are not important enough to merit this. What's important is their backgrounds. Everyone thinks that this is no ordinary marriage alliance, especially for the barren state. You should take care, Lord Yi. I will keep that in mind, Senior. Yi Futian nodded. One more thing. I heard that the people from Jisheng Cliffs came here to Huatian City many days early. Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs is frequently in contact with Xihua Sacred Mountain. You should pay close attention to this, said Yu Zhonglu. A touch of coldness flashed in the depths of Yi Futian's eyes. Of course, Jisheng Cliffs could not stand to be alone. Over the years, Jisheng Cliffs had always kept an eye on him and the Holy Ji Palace rising to prominence. There had been no actions taken, but the enmity between the two sides was clear for all to see, especially that of Kong Yao. Thus, if there was a chance to destroy the barren state, Jisheng Cliffs would certainly jump at it. Yi Futian had no doubts about this. However, now Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were providing them with a perfect opportunity. Thank you, said Yi Futian to Yu Zhonglu. There was so much pressure on the barren state. Now that he was at the Magi level, the Holy Ji Palace was not weaker than the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. And as time went by, the palace would only get stronger and stronger. But if they also had to face Xihua Sacred Mountain and Jisheng Cliffs, it would be a disaster. Moreover, there was still the saint level that he had not thought too much about. If he could reach it in 5 years, what should he do? There was still no one who could contend with the Great Zhou Sacred King. Although the master had cultivated for more than 3 years, he was afraid that it was still not enough. At that level, it was not something that could be achieved within a few years. Yu Zhonglu chatted for a while and then said farewell. Although he had not said it, it was clear that if Yi Futian was willing to form a marriage alliance with the Yu clan, they would still agree to it. But they had been refused last time, and Yi Futian had not brought it up, so the Yu clan would naturally not bring it up either. Even though they maintained a good relationship, the Yu clan was an ancient holy land, and they had their own pride. Ling Shuang is an intelligent, beautiful, and kind person, and she admires you so much. If she was by your side, she would certainly be obedient, Hua Jieyu said into Yi Futian's ear. Let's go. Yi Futian pulled Hua Jieyu away. Where? Hua Jieyu fluttered her eyelashes. Your husband needs to discipline you. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and in these 2 days, Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty did not harass them. On the 3rd day, Huatian City was completely shaken. In the early morning, countless people rushed to the foot of Xihua Sacred Mountain and looked up at it. Today, the most outstanding disciple of Xihua Sacred Mountain, Lu Zong, was going to marry the princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It was rumored that all the holy lands of the 9 states had come to congratulate him, and even many of the saints from these holy lands had come. How could such news not cause a stir? This was why so many people had come here so early. Beautiful maids stood on both sides of the steps up the mountain in an impressive battle array. At that moment, a line of figures descended from the sky. Anyone who could directly descend from the sky on a day like today must be people from the Holy Lands. Out of respect, even the saints did not directly descend on the mountain, but instead descended towards the steps outside the mountain gates and then walked up the stairs. Today, all the people of the 9 states were guests. Those are the cultivators from the 3 holy lands of the Endless Sea. The people from the Holy Land of Qi State are here too. Look, that's Saint Ji, number 5 on the sages and saints ranking, said someone, looking at Saint Ji, the owner of the Hall of Holy Light. But as he looked at him, Saint Ji looked back and suddenly, everyone who was talking about him felt his extremely sharp eyes on them, as if they had crossed through space towards them. Their hearts suddenly beat faster. He was number 5 on the sages and saints ranking. So strong. The cultivators from the Holy Temple of 10 Corners in the Vajra region have arrived as well. A group of huge men descended from the sky. The people of Huatian City had never seen such a grand occasion. And Glass Saint from the Eastern State. At that moment there seemed to be a burst of color in the sky. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the graceful figure that descended. It was the foremost beauty of the Eastern State, Glass Saint. Senior Glass Saint. A voice came from a distance, and a line of figures riding on a sword came over. On the giant sword, there was a carefree, handsome man calling out to Glass Saint. Glass Saint turned and saw Yi Futian and the others coming. She smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Lord Yi. I haven't seen you for years. You have become even more radiant. I feel quite inferior standing next to you," said Yi Futian as he looked at her with a smile. "You were not so modest at the 9-state platform, Lord Yi," said Glass Saint with a smile. The noble and holy Glass Saint was so beautiful as to make one lose their breath. Even now, talking and laughing, she was far beyond the realm of mortals. Everyone looked at Yi Futian in shock. This guy was confident enough to stop and chat with Glass Saint. There were so many Holy Land cultivators here, and he had sought out the most beautiful of them. Moreover, Glass Saint was willing to chat with a junior. On the 9-state platform, I was facing the great Zhou Sacred King, who is only good at bullying others and forming marriage alliances. How can he be mentioned in the same breath as the most beautiful woman in the 9 states? Said Yi Futian loudly and clearly. People froze when they heard his words. It was no secret that the great Zhou Sacred King had an interest for Glass Saint, and now Yi Futian was mocking him in front of Glass Saint's face, saying that he was not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as her, let alone pursuing her. This guy was too much. Glass Saint smiled and said nothing. With Yi Futian openly antagonizing great Zhou Sacred King, there was not much she could have said. On the side, Goddess Qingni took a deep look at Yi Futian. When she first saw Yi Futian at the Chess Saint Villa, it was the first time that the feeble Holy Ji Palace had gone anywhere outside the Barren State. Even if Yi Futian held the title of the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, no one cared about him. At the time, Lu Zong was obviously more important in the eyes of everyone than Yi Futian, and Chess Saint had also chosen Lu Zong. Now that time had passed. Yi Futian's name was known throughout the world, and now he was even audacious enough to joke with her master. One could see just how confident Yi Futian was. I heard Qingni said that the people from Barren State who went to the trial had encountered some trouble. Is everything all right now? Glass Saint asked those around Yi Futian. There was some trouble, but everything was resolved, Yi Futian replied. That's good to hear. Glass Saint nodded gently. Many thanks to all the senior sisters at the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple for watching out for us along the way. Next to Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu said to Glass Saint. During the trial, they had enjoyed a good relationship with those from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. This was why Yi Futian had told them that if there was to be trouble, they could join forces. I had heard them mention it. At any rate, while we were out there during the trial, it was good that we supported each other. Glass Saint looked at Hua Jieyu and said with a smile. But Palace Lord Yi could have allowed such exceptional beauty to go on trial by herself. I dare say he was far too trusting. My husband has his own affairs to settle, and as for the word exceptional, in front of the Glass Saint, no one is qualified to be described by it, Hua Jieyu said gently. Naturally you are a good match. Glass Saint looked at Hua Jieyu and said, laughing. Yi Futian watched the two women chatting and seemed to have forgotten the position of the Glass Saint at the moment. He just felt what he was seeing was pleasing to the eyes. Eastern State's premier beauty, Glass Saint, had been in that position since her youth, so it was not hard to imagine her amazing beauty. With the pure and holy temperament of being a saint, it was enough for lesser people to look upon her and feel their own unworthiness. No wonder even the likes of great Zhou Sacred King and other holy and kingly figures found her hard to forget. The group chatted mindlessly, and soon, they were already entering Xihua Sacred Mountain. All the characters of the Holy Lands had come, and the banquet area of Xihua Sacred Mountain was had a very luxurious feast. When Yi Futian and Glass Saint arrived, the eyes of many cultivators from the Holy Lands were looking at them. Although Yi Futian was not yet sanctified, his reputation in the 9 states was no less prominent than that of the saints. Especially in recent years, no one could have compared to him in fame. And a woman like the Glass Saint, among all the saints of the 9 states, was rare, not to mention one with such beauty. At the moment, as they came together, it was inevitable that they attracted the attention of most people. Many people revealed an expression of intrigue. Yi Futian had really come to attend the banquet. Everyone knew that the marriage between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou sacred dynasty was aimed at the Holy Ji Palace. Not only had he come, but he came with the glass saint laughing and talking. Was this deliberately done to make great Zhou sacred king angry? Yifutian and glass saint sat next to each other. Not far away, the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light looked straight at them, their eyes sharp and focused. GMO in particular, with a faint smile in his eyes, took a sip of the wine, then put down the glass and said, "You came back alive." The fact that Yi Wuqian and the others had some conflicts with the people from the upper worlds was known by everyone who went to the trial previously. Gu Donglu and the others looked at the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light sharply. During the trial, they were allies with the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, which meant that they were on extremely unfriendly terms with the Hall of Holy Light and even had conflicts with them on many occasions. If it was not because the trial process itself was fraught with danger and they were worried about mishaps, there would probably already have been great battles between them. But even so, in some of the conflicts that had occurred between them, the side of the Holy Ji Palace from Barren State still seemed to have suffered from some sneaky sabotage. In this trial, there were not many who were from the Hall of Holy Light, but they were all elites. Jimo's talent was unprecedented with great strength, but the real terrifying character from the Hall of Holy Light was not GMO, but rather Jiya, also known as Saint Ye, whose level was second only to those of Saint Plain. Jiya, on the Sage and Saint ranking of the 9 states, was ranked second on the Sage list. It was not hard to imagine what a terrible existence he was. Jiya was relatively young, and his talent was extremely remarkable. His name was also on the list of heavenly chosen ones. "You guys are not dead, of course we are fine," Suke said lazily. As he finished speaking, the eyes of those from the Hall of Holy Light became even more frosty. The corners of Ji Mo's mouth raised slightly, and the cold sneer was sharp like a knife. "To implore the princess?" GMO said with a sneer. It was a surprise that Yi Wuqian could make it back alive, but it must have been on account of the little Princess Xia Qingyuan that the people of the upper worlds made a concession. By now, naturally, the people in the 9 states knew of the true identity of Xia Qingyuan. When the incident involving Wuqian happened, the people of the Hall of Holy Light poured oil into the fire and stopped us, Hua Jieyu said softly to Yifutian. Yifutian's gaze drifted in the direction of the Hall of Holy Light, and his eyes were very cold. Except that, there were no other grievances with Hall of Holy Light. But the cultivators of the Hall of Holy Light were all show-offs. Even the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light was the same, and they had issues with him. If it was merely that, he could let it go. But it appeared that the Hall of Holy Light had already made a move on those at the Holy Ji Palace. Glass Saint. The Glass Saint turned her eyes and looked to the direction of the Hall of Holy Light. The person speaking was the Lord of the Hall of Holy Light, Saint Ji, ranking 5th on the Saint ranking. "What is Saint Ji's advice?" asked Glass Saint. Among all the well-known figures among the 9 states, the Glass Saint is not only unparalleled in looks, but the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple under the command of the Glass Saint occupies a place amongst the holy lands of 9 states. However, be mindful not to be used by those who have ulterior motives, Saint Ji said. Yifutian and the others looked at him, and it was obvious who Saint Ji was referring to. Moreover, he spoke openly and did not leave any room for the people of the barren state. Even more, the tone Ji Saint used was meant to embarrass Glass Saint. But in reality, Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light was indeed senior to the Glass Saint, so no one could really say anything about his attitude. "I act on my own accord, so how could I be used by others?" Glass Saint still appeared calm and without emotion. "That is good to hear. Glass Saint has a reputation for beauty and gentle temperament, but on the matter of disciplined disciples, it is still better to be strict lest they cross the boundaries," Saint Ji again said. "I will be disciplining the disciple of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple." Although the Glass Saint was still smiling, she was quite displeased at the moment. Saint Ji had already crossed the line, accusing her of being unable to control her disciples. It was most likely because of conflicts between the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and the Hall of Holy Light. Saint Ji nodded lightly and said no more, merely suggesting and not preaching. He did not care about what Glass Saint really thought. It was just to remind her, nothing more. In the land of 9 states, there were only a handful of people who could make him care. Moreover, the current power structure of the 9 states had not changed for many years. In attempts to upset the balance with a singular strength, endurance was key. Only by quietly cultivating until certain strength had been accumulated could one qualify to command a corner of the kingdom. It was certainly not showing off, describing oneself as unparalleled. A person who did not understand the protocol and wanted to take the advantage to elevate one's own position, no matter how incredibly talented he was, would eventually get to taste the indifference and cruelty of the world of cultivation. Today, the marriage between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was proof, and time would make him understand. Saint Ji quieted down the banquet quite a bit. As 5th on the saint list, his words still weighed a lot, and everyone knew who he was talking about. Many people looked at Yi Futian. Xihua Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty formed an alliance in marriage, with Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State still on the side. And now there was also Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light, who regarded him with great disdain. Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State could be described as in a state of crisis. The wedding banquet today was most likely to be a turning point for the situation in 9 states. In the land of 9 states, there may be major events happening. The people of the Jisheng Cliffs were in attendance as well. Kong Yao looked at Yi Futian. This young man was extraordinarily talented, hard to find in all of 9 states, but talent was talent after all. But if Yi Futian intended to rule 9 states out of nowhere, he still had a ways to go. Many people would not wait for him to rise. "Yu Shang!" a voice called out, and everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. At a time such as this, was there still someone looking for those from the barren state? However, when they saw the person who spoke, they were relieved. "How has your cultivation been since you returned?" A dignified monk clad in a cassock, with great big ears, sitting on a seat, smiled at Yu Shang and asked, "Region Lord." Yu Shang got up and put his hands together in greeting, showing a tremendous sign of respect to the monk, and answered, "The teachings of Buddhism are broad and profound. I've continued to cultivate." That monk was precisely the one who ranked number 6th on the saint list, the Vajra Region Lord, the premier cultivator of War State. Well, even though you cultivate in demonic magic, your talent is not limited only to that path. Cultivating with Buddhism would minimize some of the drawbacks of the cultivation in demonic magic. Do not forego it later, Vajra Region Lord continued. Yu Shang understands. Yu Shang nodded. Yi Futian also stood up and said to Vajra Region Lord, "Much gratitude to the master who taught Yu Shang for the past few years. I will make sure that he continues his cultivation in the future. I am reassured now that I have the word of Palace Lord Yi." Vajra Region Lord smiled and nodded. Many who witnessed this scene revealed a look of surprise. At the birthday banquet of Xianxia, the Vajra Region Lord had asked Yi Futian to allow Yu Shang to cultivate in the Vajra region. Now it seemed that the Vajra Region Lord held Yu Shang in great importance and their relationship was quite deep. Although Yu Shang was a disciple from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, now that he had forged a relationship with the Vajra Region Lord, he considered Yu Shang to be half a disciple of his. Especially under this circumstance, with the Vajra Region Lord boundary openly calling out for Yu Shang, was there some other meaning behind it? Every sentence from these major players was worthy of close scrutiny, such as Saint Ji's reminder to the glass saint. It was a kind of test. Now, these words from the Vajra Region Lord, were they also meant to remind some people don't touch Yu Shang? The mood at the banquet was slightly charged. Neither Saint Xihua nor the Great Zhou Sacred King appeared. Instead, it was Rain Saint of Xihua Sacred Mountain who welcomed all the saints. Presumably, the hosts of the 2 holy lands were preparing for the upcoming ceremony. The guest list of those who arrived today was extremely impressive, much more so than the 9-state forum that was held at Xihua Sacred Mountain. Many commanding figures had personally arrived to show their respect. Lu Zong and Zhou Zi were only of the younger generations, and should not have had such influence. At this time, there was another group of cultivators coming from the void. They did not walk into the sacred mountain but instead went straight into the air. However, after seeing who these people were, no one said much. Those ranked before Saint Xihua on the saint ranking could enter Xihua Sacred Mountain via air, and no one could comment. Strength signified status. Moreover, the person arriving at the moment was Xianxia. Many regarded Xianxia as the leader of today's 9 states' holy lands, someone who was highly respected. Xianxia came in person. Many were a little surprised. The people from 9-state college arrived earlier, but Saint Li did not appear. No one had said anything because Saint Li's status was undisputable. But now Xianxia had personally arrived. Could it be that Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were held in such importance? Everyone got up. Even the saints stood up, and suddenly, there were a whole lot of people standing up at the banquet and greeting Xianxia, who came from the void. Xianxia, Reign Saint of Xihua Sacred Mountain, took a step forward and bowed slightly. Xianxia coming in person is a great honor for Xihua Sacred Mountain. No need to be like this. I just came to partake in a cup of wine at the wedding feast. Please, sit yourselves down. Xianxia waved to the people. As he landed, everyone finally returned to their seats. Xianxia, please. Reign Saint welcomed him personally and led Xianxia to the most respected position in the front. Xianxia and everyone from the family settled down gladly. Go about your business. Don't worry about me, Xianxia said to Reign Saint. Very well. If Xianxia has any needs, please do not hesitate to let me know. Reign Saint put his hands together in obeisance and stepped back. At this time, Yi Futian was a little surprised. He had felt Xianxia's status in the 9 states in the past at the birthday banquet, that he seemed to be the premier figure in the 9 states and even had some relationships with the upper worlds. Even when Xian Qingyuan came to the 9 states, she was there to find Xianxia. Rumor in the 9 states had it that Xianxia was from the bloodline of Emperor Xia. Perhaps such a possibility really existed. Not far away, the beautiful eyes of Glass Saint also flashed a look of surprise. The fact remained that the marriage between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, even for her as the owner of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, had exerted pressure. 9 states had been quiet for many years, but the events that happened in these recent years all indicated that a time of upheaval might come to the 9 states. Yi Futian was likely to be a catalyst. After Xianxia sat down, his eyes surveyed the crowd. Soon, his attention was fixed in one direction. Yi Futian, who sat slightly back, was stunned momentarily, and as he looked up and followed the eyes of Xianxia, it seemed that Xianxia was looking in his direction. Glass Saint, who was next to him, also noticed this, and could not help but look at Yi Futian. Could it be that Xianxia still held a grudge about what happened at the birthday banquet? But with Xianxia's position, he should not have minded. After all, in the eyes of saints, it was only regarded as a small matter. In an instant, Xianxia turned his gaze away, but at the same time, Yi Futian heard a voice in his head. Yi Futian. MMM? Yi Futian looked surprised. Xianxia was secretly transmitting his voice to him. Sir, Yi Futian responded with a secret voice transmission. You were really out of line. The voice from Xianxia seemed to be somewhat displeased. Yi Futian furrowed his brows and responded, I do not understand. Did you know who the supervising inspector was? Xianxia asked. Yi Futian glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia mentioned the supervising inspector at the moment indicated that he must have known what happened in the upper worlds. I know, Yi Futian admitted freely. They had overcome the 9th layer of heaven in Juqian Temple in the upper worlds, so how could he have not known who Xia Qingyuan was? What was more, even Jieyu and the others had known what happened when they came back. Then do you know that the little princess is the most talented among all of Xia Emperor's descendants, and that she was most favored and spoiled by Emperor Xia? Xianxia seemed a little angry. I heard some of it. I also heard that Xia Qingyuan was born by the first beauty of Emperor Xia's realm with Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia even said that her talent surpasses his own, Yi Futian said. You knew and yet you dared to refuse the little princess the second time. Xianxia spoke with great displeasure. Princess Qingyuan may even become the next generation Renhuang in Emperor Xia's realm. At Juqian Temple, in front of everyone, she personally invited you. Do you know what that means? All you had to do was nod your head, and maybe you could be next to the little princess, following her in cultivation. You might have gotten to see Emperor Xia often and would have the chance to receive instruction from Emperor Xia, and you actually refused such an opportunity. Saint Xia was really angry. Even the saints did not have such an opportunity, and Yi Futian refused without hesitation when such an opportunity was within reach. When Saint Xia learned of the news, he had wanted to beat him violently. It had not been easy for the 9 states to produce such a remarkable character. The stronger the 9 states, the more likely it was for Emperor Xia to hold the 9 states in higher regard. For Yi Futian it had been easy. It was said that he had refused without any hesitation. Yi Futian was speechless, but he was not angry. Though Saint Xia's tone seemed upset, the truth was that he felt sorry for him, but he did not respond. Could it be that he was very unhappy with Xia Qingyuan because of Yi Wuqian? Or did he think that Xia Qingyuan was not qualified for him to follow? Xia Qingyuan, after all, was only his peer. Naturally, this he could not have said to Saint Xia. However, Saint Xia seemed to know his thoughts and continued, I know that you think highly of yourself. You were able to overcome the 9th layer of heaven. Of course, you have the right to be proud. Looking at it today, your refusal to go to the trial now seems not to matter too much. But even if you are proud, don't forget where you are cultivating now. 9 states is under the rule of Emperor Xia. If you had agreed to follow the little princess in cultivation, even the marriage of Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would not have meant much. One word from the little princess within the lands of 9 states, and who would dare to touch you? But now? If they knew that you had climbed the sky stairwell, entered the 9th layer of heaven, yet refused the little princess, their thoughts would still be that of eradicating you as soon as possible in order to eliminate any future concerns. When Yi Futian heard what Saint Xia had to say, he was embarrassed, and he understood why Saint Xia chose to communicate with him secretly. These words were not appropriate to communicate publicly. If it was not for him having climbed the sky stairwells and getting into the 9th layer of heaven, even Saint Xia would probably not tell him this much. After all, Saint Xia's position was there to be respected. He also knew that Saint Xia was right. Even if he held himself in high esteem, in the land ruled by Emperor Xia, following Xia Qingyuan was the most favorable choice. However, those who cultivated had their own personalities to contend with, and it wasn't just the considerations of the pros and cons. With his character, asking him to follow Xia Qingyuan to cultivate and asking Xia Qingyuan to protect him was something he could never have done, and wouldn't even think about doing it. Perhaps it could also be said that this was a disadvantage. As for some of the saints in the 9 states who knew of this news, they would indeed want to kill him as soon as possible, especially the Great Zhou Sacred King. The greater his talent, the greater the threat he posed. Therefore, it was natural to want to eliminate him early. Therefore, if Saint Xia had publicly revealed the news from the upper worlds, it would only be disadvantageous to him. It was obvious that Saint Xia was still being considerate. Sir, now none of this will make any difference. Yi Futian's voice was tinged with a bit of bitterness. He could not refute Saint Xia's reprimand, and after all, Saint Xia was not being malicious. If you are willing to change your mind and lower your stance, I can assist you in contacting the little princess, and there is still the opportunity, Saint Xia said again. Yi Futian was speechless. Asking him to beg Xia Qingyuan now just to follow her in cultivation? If it would give the barren state an advantage, it might be worth it to consider putting himself in this servile position. Whenever he thought about that person dressed in men's attire but who had a prettier face than women, looking cold and proud, Yi Futian wondered how he could have such evil thoughts. Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but I think it's better to forget it. Yi Futian responded with a helpless smile. You are stubborn, Saint Xia said hatefully. Watch yourself. And there was no more voice transmission to Yi Futian. In fact, Saint Xia had already suspected that Yi Futian would not agree. After all, a person who could penetrate the 9th layer of heaven in the Juqian Temple naturally had his own pride. What truly shocked Saint Xia was that Yushang and Gu Donglu were able to get through the 9th layer of heaven along with Yi Futian. It appeared that the future potential of the barren state was indeed a bit intimidating. In the future, he might be able to become someone like the Sword Saint of the Void or the Great Shaman. Next to Yi Futian, the Glass Saint had felt that Saint Xia was looking to this side, specifically at Yi Futian. Afterward, Yi Futian's eyes were full of interesting expressions. Could it be that he was in a secret exchange with Xianxia? Because she was attentive on the matter, she had observed Yi Futian's expression very closely. Xianxia was looking for you? Glass Saint transmitted her voice to Yi Futian in whispers. Curious. Supposing that Xianxia really was secretly exchanging messages with Yi Futian, could Yi Futian figure into the reason for his trip? Yi Futian looked at the Glass Saint and nodded gently. The Glass Saint smiled lightly with a beauty that was dazzling. She continued to transmit her voice and asked, "What business does Xianxia have with you?" Xianxia deliberately communicated with Yi Futian. It must not have been anything ordinary, otherwise, there was no need to do so. Seeing the stunning beauty of Glass Saint, Yi Futian thought that no wonder she was the first beauty in Eastern State. When she smiled, there seemed to be a strange magical power coming out of her, which made it impossible to refuse her question. Because of the matters involving the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace during the trial, I went to the upper worlds and made some trouble. Because of it, Xianxia wanted to ask me something regarding it. Yi Futian said to the Glass Saint, "But I'm hoping you will keep it secret for me." Clearly, it was not because he was seduced by the beauty of the Glass Saint. It was only that he and the Glass Saint had always maintained a friendly relationship. Under the circumstances, even if his talent was outstanding, there would be no malice from her, and she may even aid him. So, for him, there was no downside. When she heard what Yi Futian had to say, astonishment that flashed through the beautiful eyes of the Glass Saint. Those casual and easy words of Yi Futian actually contained too much information. He did not participate in the trial but went to the upper worlds anyways, which meant that he went by the sky stairwell. Moreover, he must have made a lot of ruckus in the upper worlds, thereby attracting Xianxia's attention. Thinking of the previous comment from GMO, the Glass Saint was thinking, what exactly did Yi Futian do in the upper world? Glass Saint was growing more and more curious. She smiled at Yi Futian and said, "I don't want to go the upper worlds, so why don't you tell me what you did?" Yi Futian looked at Glass Saint. Although she had cultivated for many years, she looked to be not even 30 years old. She was young, beautiful, and had a dignified bearing that made it so that people were on their best behavior in her presence. But her smiles and frowns right now seemed to make him forget that she was on the saint plane. Of course, her temperament was still engraved in her bones. Even if it was not revealed in the form of her smile, it still carried with it an invisible nobility. Yi Futian rubbed his forehead and said, "It was nothing. I just fought my way to the 9th layer of heaven in Juqian Temple and refused Xia Qingyuan's invitation. It's not even worth mentioning to you." Glass Saint was stunned. She had naturally heard of Juqian Temple. A strange look came into her beautiful eyes, and she smiled at Yi Futian. No wonder Xianxia came personally. She shifted her gaze. She already knew what had happened, so there was no need to pursue this line of questioning. The goddess Qingni saw the strange look on her master's face. She had just seen Glass Saint smile at Yi Futian, and moreover, it was not just a polite smile like she had seen before. What was wrong with her master? Had she just been flirting with Yi Futian? Since the goddess Qingni had noticed, Hua Jieyu naturally noticed it as well. She leaned on Yi Futian's shoulder and said with a smile, "You must be making preparations for your plan to take a concubine." Yi Futian shuddered and took her hand. "What are you talking about? I was just talking to Glass Saint." "Don't worry about it. I will support my husband," Hua Jieyu said with an ambiguous smile. Yi Futian's tone did not change. "I think there is a misunderstanding, Jieyu. I've already agreed to it and you still don't dare. You have the heart of a thief but not his courage," Hua Jieyu said with disdain. "But..." Yi Futian was speechless. He couldn't bear this. "Don't regret this." He was getting angry. "Humph!" Hua Jieyu snorted. If the saints present knew what the couple was talking about, who knew what they would think? They were talking about taking Glass Saint, whom the great Zhou sacred king dreamed of pursuing, the foremost beauty in the Eastern State, the lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, as a concubine. At that moment there was a splendid brilliance in the sky and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard, followed by a phoenix's cry. The dragon and phoenix cried together, and the holy mountain was shaken. Everyone there looked up and saw a beautiful golden dragon gliding through the clouds. It danced up through the sky, tracing a magnificent arc. On the other side, a golden phoenix descended. The sky was incomparably radiant. After the dragon and phoenix came hundreds of beautiful birds. Even the people of Xihua Sacred Mountain's hearts were swayed when they saw this beautiful scene. This was truly worthy of the wedding between Lu Zong of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the palace lord of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The dragon and phoenix descended, and Lu Zong's figure appeared atop its head, looking magnificent. Zhou Zi was atop the golden phoenix. She wore a phoenix crown and an embroidered tasseled cape. She had been dressed exceedingly carefully and looked holy and pure, and 3 times more beautiful than normal. Zhou Zi's bright eyes were full of smiles, making her even more beautiful. She had always admired Lu Zong, and now she was finally realizing her heart's desire of marrying someone that she liked. Moreover, Lu Zong was a disciple of a saint, a heavenly chosen one, and a genius talent. She was naturally quite happy with such a desirable groom. After today, she would be Lu Zong's wife. Many of the top figures of the 9 states had personally come. It would be quite difficult for another wedding in the 9 states to top today's. She was most satisfied. As Yifutian watched this scene and saw Zhou Zi's happy face, he didn't know if he should feel the same as her. As a princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Zhou Zi was usually arrogant and rude. How could Lu Zong like her? She was nothing more than a tool to him. She thought she had found her perfect match, but she wouldn't know what kind of man the person sharing her pillow really was. Considering that Lu Zong had used the cultivators of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Xihua Sacred Mountain, and Chess Saint Villa in a sacrificial matrix to try and free Chess Saint, it could be said that Lu Zong would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. But in any case, this would be the most glorious moment of Zhou Zi's life. Jiu, our wedding was a little bit shabby compared to this. If we have a chance in the future, we should do it again. Yifutian took her hand in his and rubbed it. Ever since this great beauty of Qingzhou Academy had taken his hand at 15, they had passed through many trials together. Now, seeing that Lu Zong and Zhou Zi's wedding was more lavish than theirs, Yifutian felt a little bit embarrassed before Jiu. Hua Jiu felt the heat of Yifutian's hand, and her heart warmed. She smiled beautifully and said, "At that time you were on the noble plane, and the top figures of the barren state still came to witness our wedding. You call that shabby? That was the most satisfying moment of my life. But you deserve more. At least more than them." Yifutian still smiled. But Zhou Zi is a princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Hua Jiu looked at Yifutian. He also deserved more than them. "What are you thinking?" Yifutian rubbed her hand. "I'm thinking that when you take a concubine, she can be no worse than her. That way I can save some face," she said with a smile. Yifutian shook his head, speechless. The dragon and phoenix made their appearance on top of the ceremonial platform. Lu Zong and Zhou Zi stood facing each other and then walked towards each other. The dragon and the phoenix touched heads, and the 2 people took each other's hand. Zhou Zi looked at Lu Zong, her eyes beaming. "My wife," said Lu Zong with a smile. Zhou Zi blushed at his voice. She nodded slightly and whispered, "My husband." As the 2 of them spoke, the dragon and phoenix rose into the sky. The 2 people stepped down and walked to the front of the platform and bowed slightly to the audience. "Congratulations," said Xianxia with a grin. Suddenly everyone from the Holy Lands began congratulating them. Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King appeared on the ceremonial platform. They walked to the couple's side. Saint Xihua looked out over the crowd and said, "It is my honor that all the saints and members of Holy Lands have come to witness this wedding. So polite. On such a joyous day we should only be speaking of the wine," said someone with a laugh. "Then none of you may leave until you are thoroughly drunk," said Saint Xihua with a smile. "Of course. I would also like to take this chance to make an announcement. Lu Zong's talents are extraordinary. I have been teaching him all along with the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Now he is already at the sage level. The princess chose him as a celestial chosen one, and so we at Xihua Sacred Mountain have decided to make him a son of Xihua. From now on he will be able to inherit my position, continued Saint Xihua. Everyone was visibly moved by this speech. Although Lu Zong had always been known as the most outstanding disciple of Xihua Sacred Mountain, and he had always been regarded as the future leader, there were always variables. This would lead to the other powerful figures of Xihua Sacred Mountain considering their own positions. And now, Saint Xihua had announced to everyone that Lu Zong had been confirmed as his heir. It seemed that he had great faith in his talent. Congratulations, everyone said once again. Their eyes all fell upon Lu Zong, including those who had gone to the trials with him. His performance in the trials had indeed been amazing, and he had had great luck. Xihua Sacred Mountain would find no one else in this generation who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Crack! Behind Yifutian, Xianxia clenched his fists. He stared at the ceremonial platform, and there was an unmistakable desire to kill in his eyes. But he controlled his emotions and did not give in to them. But this patience was extremely unbearable. The man who had buried his wife and several of his fellow disciples alive was now being watched by everyone as he was enshrined as the heir to Xihua Sacred Mountain. Moreover, Lu Zong had reached the sage level. Given Lu Zong's talent, it would be more and more difficult to kill him as time went on. Yifutian heard the sound and looked back at Xianxia. Senior Yang, the reason we came here today was to see what Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty will do and to observe the situation. I, of course, understand your desire for revenge, but we should not act rashly here. I understand, answered Xianxia. He naturally knew the meaning of patience. If he acted now, who knew who would die? Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had invited the barren state to attend, and so they would not take action in order to maintain face. If they acted first, they would give their opponents an excuse to make trouble. In addition, I have one more thing to say, continued Saint Xihua. He looked towards Yifutian and smiled. Lord Yi has also come today. Since you invited me, of course I came. Yifutian smiled and nodded. He was very polite, just like they were old friends. I'm so happy that you came. And there is something I want to discuss with you, Saint Xihua said with a smile. What is it? Asked Yifutian. He had finally come to the main subject. Everyone's eyes also turned to Saint Xihua, waiting for him to begin. A holy war broke out between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace, leading to much loss of life. Now that Lu Zong from Xihua Sacred Mountain has married a princess of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, he is now like a son to them. In order to avoid conflict, Xihua Sacred Mountain will act as a peacemaker, he said to Yifutian. A strange look came over everyone's face. A peacemaker? Could it be that Saint Xihua would mediate between the two of them? They couldn't believe it. Neither could Yifutian. What do you propose? Asked Yifutian. Since the Great Zhou Sacred King is the elder, why don't you make a concession and turn over the sword matrix of the void to him, and then apologize for your mistake in public? I think that way the Great Zhou Sacred King will stop pursuing the matter. What do you think of this, Lord Yi? Asked Saint Xihua with a smile. Yifutian looked up at Saint Xihua and narrowed his eyes a bit. He was still smiling, but inside, he was cold. Were they finally ready to make a move? Ever since the events at Nether Sword Mound, Yifutian had suspected that the specter of Saint Xihua had been looming behind Lu Zong. Without Saint Xihua's support, Lu Zong would not have been so bold as to even bury alive people from Xihua Sacred Mountain in his sacrifice. Now, Saint Xihua was asking him to surrender the sword matrix of the void and admit his mistakes. He clearly knew this was impossible. If he really had the sword matrix of the void and gave it to his opponent, he would be under his control. Would the barren state survive that? But Saint Xihua had still proposed this. It was really just an excuse to get things started. Behind this marriage alliance must be the fact that these two great holy lands of the eastern state had already allocated the benefits. As for the specifics, he did not know. If I had the sword matrix of the void, do you think that there would be a wedding today? Said Yifutian with a smile. All eyes fell on him. They naturally knew what he meant. If he really controlled the sword matrix of the void, then the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty might no longer exist. Perhaps your level is not high enough to wield the sword matrix of the void, and you can only control its techniques, said Saint Xihua with a smile. Of course, if you say you don't have it, I'm willing to believe you. But as long as you are sincere about this, it is no problem. For example, you could give that sword spirit girl. Or, I have heard that Yi Wuchen, the disciple of the Barren State, has obtained a few sword wills. Moreover, they were obtained in Renhuang's ruins, so they may have been his sword wills. These can take the place of the sword matrix of the void. As Saint Xihua spoke, everyone's eyes fell on the one-armed figure behind Yi Futian. Had Yi Wuchen obtained Renhuang's sword wills? Although this was only a conjecture, if these were really Renhuang's sword wills, they would be enough to interest the saints of the Barren State. Yi Futian's heart grew colder as he heard Saint Xihua's words. These light and airy words were pushing Yi Wuchen into a vortex. You must be joking. If Wuchen had really obtained Renhuang's sword wills, how could he have returned to the Barren State? I heard that Lu Zong also obtained some of Renhuang's treasures in the ruins, which made him stronger. No wonder you have made him your heir. It looks like the great Zhou sacred king married him to the princess in order to prepare for him inheriting both great holy lands, said Yi Futian. He had heard that Lu Zong had had great luck, but he didn't know what he had specifically found. But since Saint Xihua had mentioned the Renhuang sword wills, he could naturally use this topic to retaliate against his opponent. As for surrendering treasures and apologizing, I think that perhaps you have not figured out who started this sacred war. The Barren State has taken a thrashing all along, and our casualties have been heavy. The one who should apologize is the great Zhou sacred king, continued Yi Futian. I think that with your high status, you should be able to make a clear distinction between right and wrong, and will not show partiality due to a marriage alliance by bullying my weak Barren State. When everyone heard Yi Futian's words, they could not help but blush with shame. The Barren State had taken a thrashing all along? In the largest battles, had it not been the great Zhou sacred dynasty who had come to grief? Bully the weak Barren State? At the moment the Barren State could not be said to be weak. Yi Futian was quite eloquent. He had said that he believed that Saint Xihua could distinguish between right and wrong. This would block him from doing anything underhanded. The Barren State seems to have not lost much in the sacred war between the Holy Ji Palace and the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Instead, the three top forces of the great Zhou sacred dynasty were torn up by the roots. For you to say that the Barren State is weak and is being bullied is too modest, said Saint Xihua calmly. Our marriage alliance was not done deliberately to bully the Holy Ji Palace. After all, I still have a lot of appreciation for you, which is why I deliberately invited you here for a mediation. I hope there will not be any unhappiness in the future. You say it's mediation, but all that will happen is that we will apologize, said Yi Futian. You said that the Barren State is weak. If it had not been for the supervising inspector saying that saint-level figures could not get involved in the war, who knows what would have happened to the Holy Ji Palace. Now, the great Zhou sacred king has given the princess in marriage to Xihua Sacred Mountain. If Lu Zong, the son of Xihua Sacred Mountain, sees that Zhou Zi is in peril, can he just stand by and watch? What a dilemma for Xihua Sacred Mountain. Saint Xihua's manner grew colder, and he said with a little bit of severity, Is it so hard for you to admit a mistake, Lord Yi? As he said this, a bit of saintly presence suffused him, making the banquet extraordinarily silent. Everyone ate and drank quietly. No one intervened. Saint Xihua was obviously looking for an excuse to participate in the sacred war. This was a disaster for the Barren State. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had put the Holy Ji Palace in a terrible fix. Yi Futian stared at Saint Xihua and said, You are trying to force me to do something I am unwilling to do. The great Zhou sacred king should be the one making a concession. By saying this, are you determined to persist in your selfishness? Saint Xihua said coldly. Everyone from the Barren State's face was cold as they looked up at Saint Xihua. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He smiled and raised his glass, then drained it. He put it down and then once again looked at Saint Xihua. He asked, This is my second time coming to Xihua Sacred Mountain. Do you remember the circumstances of the first time? Saint Xihua frowned. Everyone thought back several years to the 9-state forum. That must be what Yi Futian was talking about. At that time, the barren state was weak and was written off by all the holy lands of the 9 states. Even when we attended the 9-state forum, it was only in the servant seats. Yusheng did not accept this, and so he walked onto the platform to question this. At that time, you disdained him. Before the war, no one cared about the barren state's feelings, said Yifutian slowly. At that time, it must be that all the holy lands thought that the disciples of the barren state must be unbridled to dare to ask such questions. At the next 9-state forum, most of the power of the holy lands were targeted at us. But how did it end that time? Yifutian's eyes burned as he stared at Saint Xihua. Saint Xihua's face sank, and his eyes went cold. The result of that 9-state forum was that he had personally apologized and forfeited a divine implement. The barren state had taken first place and on the whole was the most dazzling. At that time, although he had apologized, Yifutian was still very polite and respectful, so no one had said anything. But now he had brought it up again. This situation was similar to the one all those years ago. This sacred war was caused by the great Zhou sacred king being too overbearing, but now you want me to apologize? Weakness was the original sin, continued Yifutian. Lu Zong buried many cultivators alive at Nether Sword Mound, even sages from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, as well as many of Chess Saint's disciples. Is Lu Zong guilty? Has he ever apologized? Everyone looked up at Lu Zong. He had not only never apologized, he had even been made the son of Xihua Sacred Mountain and its future inheritor. Now he was marrying the princess of the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and had invited all the holy lands of the 9 states to his wedding. You are too arrogant. At that moment, Rain Saint stepped forward from below the platform, and the pressure of the divine path swept out. His face was extremely cold. Today was meant to be Lu Zong's day of joy, and Yifutian had accused him of a crime. Yifutian glanced at Rain Saint. He had understood what Saint Xihua had meant. He clearly intended to enter the sacred war. In that case, he would be a little bit arrogant. All those years ago, he had let Saint Xihua keep face at the 9-state forum, but now he was preparing to harm the barren state. He had no more reason to let him keep face. After this marriage, what do you plan to do next, Saint Xihua? Asked Yifutian. He was too lazy to ask in a roundabout way, so he was direct. I have already said all I need to say, Yifutian. Do you insist on this path? Saint Xihua's voice was low. You've already said it? Are you saying that if the great Zhou sacred dynasty has problems you can't just stand by with folded arms? Asked Yifutian with a smile. You and the great Zhou sacred king must have discussed this before the marriage. Saint Xihua looked at him coldly. This Yifutian was really a thorn in his side. He was not letting him keep any face. If this is why you invited me here today, I am here now. Whatever Xihua Sacred Mountain is planning to do, please do it, said Yifutian. As for the feast, I'm afraid I can no longer participate, so I will leave. Upon saying this, he stood to leave. Behind and beside him, the others from the barren state got up and followed him. Such arrogance, came a cold voice. Yifutian turned around and saw a man put his glass down and look up at him. It was the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs in Yu State, who had been given the title of Saint Ji. If the palace had not invited Emperor Xia to get involved all those years ago, the Holy Ji Palace would no longer exist, and we would not have this arrogant man at our feast, said Saint Ji coldly. He looked at Yifutian. I want to remind you of something, Yifutian. When the Holy Ji Palace invited Emperor Xia, he said that after the next battle of proving holiness, if there were no saints in the barren state, the palace would be outlawed. Jisheng Cliffs must not do anything against you, but since a saint has come to the barren state, you can no longer say that you are being bullied. Everyone's hearts trembled as they heard Saint Ji's words. Another holy land had declared themselves against the barren state. Xihua Sacred Mountain, the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and the Jisheng Cliffs. If the 3 holy lands joined hands, it would be enough to wipe out the Holy Ji Palace. The Holy Ji Palace was possibly about to face its doom. Yifutian looked at Saint Ji. Previously, Yu Zhonglu had reminded him that Kong Yao had arrived at Xihua Sacred Mountain a few days in advance. Jisheng Cliffs and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had possibly also reached some sort of agreement. By targeting the barren state, they each distributed their advantages. He thought that with Jisheng Cliff's strength being behind that of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Xihua Sacred Mountain, the benefit that they would get was probably the chance to occupy the barren state's holy land and take the Sage Hall for their own. As for Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, what would they get? At this moment, Yi Futian had Little Condor given order at the palace. Saint Ji's words had instantly put the barren state into an extremely dangerous situation. Because of this, the Holy Ji Palace would be facing 3 great holy lands. 3 holy lands had allied in order to send the barren state to their deaths, not giving them any chance of survival. After the wedding banquet, they would probably be thrown into turmoil. Jisheng Cliffs are really kicking us while we're down, said Yi Futian sarcastically. Since Xihua Sacred Mountain invited me to come for this, I will not even finish my wine before leaving. On saying this, he rose into the air, preparing to leave. He did not plan to walk down Xihua Sacred Mountain. The others from the barren state rose into the air behind him and started down the mountain. Hold on, Lord Yi, came a voice. Yi Futian stopped and turned around to see a figure walking forward on the ceremonial platform. The person walking forward wore ceremonial robes and was the main figure of the banquet, Lu Zong. What is it? Asked Yi Futian coldly. I have already explained the events at Nether Sword Mound. Chess Saint is the saint of the Eastern State. In order to save him, some sacrifices were inevitable. If I were to face the same situation again, I would make the same choice. Lu Zong stepped into the air, full of righteousness, as if he were in the right. Those who did not know Lu Zong would probably be deceived by him. When he talked like this, his face did not betray him at all. However, you have repeatedly tried to humiliate me. Even though you are a guest today, and your talent is the crown of the 9 states, I still wish to teach you a thing or two. Lu Zong continued forward, and suddenly, his power coalesced in the air. The rule power of heaven and earth surged. The weather shifted and the great path resonated. All of this happened with Lu Zong at the center as he released an amazing amount of power towards Yi Futian. I'm not interested, said Yi Futian quietly as he continued to move away. Then you may do as you please. Lu Zong continued forward, and many afterimages appeared. Sound came from all of the images of him, as if he were everywhere at once, occupying every space. A strange look came over everyone's faces. Even the saints felt the incredible power there and were slightly surprised. This disciple, who had been taught by the 3 saints of Xihua Sacred Mountain, was indeed worthy of his reputation. Go ahead, Yi Futian, came an endless chorus of voices. The heavens and the earth trembled as the great path resonated. Lu Zong's endless figures reformed into one, forming a terrible storm. He descended in front of Yi Futian like a gigantic god. Golden light bloomed and pressed down from the sky. The godlike figure struck out with his fist and pressed it towards Yi Futian. With his strength, he seemed to crack the very air. Yi Futian turned around and faced the godlike figure. He seemed extraordinarily small, and it seemed as if this falling fist could crush him into nothing. An invisible airflow shot out around Yi Futian, and he raised his fist. The starry laws crushed everything as they collided with Lu Zong's falling fist. His violent airflow swept out with a great roar, and many of the saints below waved their hands to relieve the pressure and block the aftershock of that attack. The airflow swept down from the sky, creating a hurricane. Yi Futian had been thrown back quite a ways, and Lu Zong was still standing in his original position. He did not move as his gorgeous robe fluttered in the wind. He truly looked like a hero. Has Yi Futian been forced back? Everyone below's hearts trembled as they watched this scene. Yi Futian was so strong that he was said to be peerless in the 9 states. This seemed to be the first time that he had been beaten back by someone of the same generation in a face-to-face confrontation. Of course, Lu Zong was on a higher plane than him, so being able to push someone back was quite normal. But this was Yi Futian. In many people's minds, this proud son of heaven should not be able to be defeated. Zhou Zi gazed at her husband Lu Zong, and her eyes were full of pride. This was her man. He could even defeat Yi Futian. In all the 9 states, No one can dominate an entire generation. I will witness all of this, said GMO of the Hall of Holy Light with a hint of irony in his eyes. Witness? He himself had been dominated. So this is the hospitality of Xihua Sacred Mountain. Yifutian seemed very angry. We will meet again. On saying this, he walked away. All the people of the barren state cast a cold glance at Lu Zong, and then followed him. Soon they had all disappeared into the distance. Everyone at the banquet watched Yifutian as he left. Their eyes revealed their thoughts. It seems that this man who went to undergo trials with the princess has improved greatly, said someone. Yifutian considers himself so extraordinary that he refused the princess's invitation, and yet still thought he could be peerless in the 9 states. Saint Ji and Kong Yao both smiled coldly. Although this was only a casual confrontation, Lu Zong had still pushed Yifutian back. This was extremely significant. Because of this, those forces that Yifutian had pulled into a closer relationship would stop and reconsider. For example, the Yu clan of the Summer State. But at that moment, Xianxia raised his glass and swirled it. His eyes revealed his thoughts. Just now, he had felt Yifutian's aura. He was an upper-level magi. According to the Xia clan's news, when he had fought his way to the 9th layer of heaven, he was a mid-level magi. Those he had defeated were all upper-level magi. Could those at Juqian Temple really be so weak? Even if the people below were weaker, what about those on the 9th layer of heaven? Pei Qianying, the son of a sword saint and a cultivator of the Lihan heaven, had also gone to the trials with the princess, just like Lu Zong. But it was said that Yifutian had crushed him in a humiliating way, crippling his life spirit. With that in mind, Yifutian should not have been defeated by Lu Zong. There was only one possibility: Yifutian was deliberately pretending to be weak. But why would he do that? Could it be that he was feeling the pressure of the alliance between the 3 great holy lands, and thus was pretending to not be very outstanding in order to prevent the 3 holy lands from going all out against him? He feigned weakness to paralyze his opponents. In addition to Saint Xia, Glass Saint also felt that Yifutian was doing this. Yifutian had personally told her that Saint Xia had come for him when he was in Juqian Temple. In addition, he had told her something before he left. Emperor Xia's will was present in all the holy lands of the 9 states. She wondered what he meant by this. Lu Zong seemed calm after repelling Yifutian. He returned to the ceremonial platform and bowed to everyone. I apologize for disturbing you. My wife and I will raise a toast to you all. As he said this, 2 people stepped down onto the platform from the sides. Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King had come personally. After all the saints and important figures of the 9 states were here today. Since he had been respectful, they naturally had to return the compliment. After the banquet, the Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Ji should return to their homes to prevent Yifutian from mobilizing his army when he returns to the barren state and making a sneak attack on the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Jisheng Cliffs. Given the current situation, it is possible that he now sees this as a case of either the fish dies or the net gets torn, said Saint Xihua. When he gets back to the barren state, we will already be back in the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. And even if I'm not there, we have a battle matrix there that the people from the barren state cannot break through, said the Great Zhou Sacred King confidently. Saint Ji sat there calmly drinking his wine. He was not worried either. What could Yifutian do? Would he dare to attack Jisheng Cliffs? After today, the 3 of them were on the same side. In their discussion about how to destroy the Holy Ji Palace and swallow up the barren state, the Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Xihua had already agreed with him. After taking the barren state, Jisheng Cliffs could occupy the Holy Ji Palace, and the Sage Hall would be brought back to his home. They would also get half the divine implements. This was enough to convince him. Moreover, there was bad blood between Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace. They could not bear to see the Holy Ji Palace rise. After Yifutian left Xihua Sacred Mountain, he traveled upon the sword. The sword pierced through the sky at high speeds. Yifutian and the others stood upon it. Huang Jioga asked, "Why did you let him do it?" He naturally knew how strong Yifutian was. How could Lu Zong have possibly struck him back with one blow? This is Xihua Sacred Mountain. They wanted to see me lose, so why not let them? Yifutian answered casually. He had no interest in fighting Lu Zong. If he defeated him, would he have been able to kill him? Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had invited him, so they naturally would not move against him. But if he killed Lu Zong, murdering the son of Xihua Sacred Mountain while at Xihua Sacred Mountain, this would give them an excuse to act. Go that way, village chief. Yifutian pointed to the northwest. A strange look came over the village chief's face. That is not the way to the barren state. The barren state was directly to the north of the eastern state. Go to Yu State, said Yifutian. Yu State. Everyone's eyes became sharp as they looked at Yifutian. Jisheng Cliffs, continued Yifutian. Everyone's hearts trembled. The sword pointed towards Jisheng Cliffs in Yu State. Fine. The village chief did not ask why. He just changed direction towards Yu State. After a while he frowned and said, There is a large demon nearby. Don't worry, it's mine. All the demons that I have on the road are going with us, said Yifutian. A demon descended from the sky. The sword flashed over to the demon, meeting it, and the demon landed on it. As they moved forward, demons kept appearing, making everyone's hearts tremble. They would never have thought that Yifutian would arrange this to guard against the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's attack. You are probably faster than St. Ji, village chief. The barren state is closer to Yu State, and you are already taking people there, said Yifutian. No problem. The village chief nodded and increased the sword's speed as they crossed the sky. It looked like Yifutian had let Lu Zong defeat him to give others the impression that he was retreating. As they calmly retreated, it was likely that the three Holy Lands were still smug and self-satisfied. Behind Yifutian, Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, and the others all looked forward with sharp eyes. They would get revenge for what had happened in the past. What about Emperor Xia? Zhuge Qingfeng was still a little worried. When Jisheng Cliffs acted against us, they did not notify Emperor Xia. He already knows of the enmity between Jisheng Cliffs and us. Moreover, the three Holy Lands have formed an alliance against us, but I still have to follow the rules set between us. Yifutian's voice was cold. Was he looking for death? And we're not going to destroy Jisheng Cliffs. We are just getting payback for what they did to us. We're just requesting instructions from Emperor Xia. We're asking that he personally set the rules for this sacred war. Yifutian looked off into the distance. Yu State had 2 great holy lands and 3 great saints. Jisheng Cliffs had 2 of the saints, Saint Ji and Flame Saint. Jisheng Cliff fully deserved the title as the top holy land of Yu State. Despite this, Yu State, the Barren State, and Ocean State, located in the Endless Sea, were the 3 weakest states in the 9 states. The Summer State, Qi State, War State, and Cloud State were the strongest. Thus, Jisheng Cliffs had always been concerned about a place with no saints, like the Barren State. If they could occupy it, take the Sage Hall of the Holy Ji Palace along with its divine implements, and select the most outstanding people from the Barren State to come to their holy land for training. In time, they would grow stronger. That was the context behind the battle that had taken place outside the Holy Ji Palace. Although it was caused by the enmity between Zhan Xiao and Gu Donglu, Saint Ji's true desire had been revealed in the battle. It could be seen that Saint Ji had inspired the conflict. It was only because the palace lord and vice headmaster Lu Chan had not hesitated to sacrifice themselves that had attracted Emperor Xia's will and made it so that Saint Ji could not take the Holy Ji Palace. Jisheng Cliffs was built on a series of cliffs. It was a place where countless people from Yu State came for pilgrimage. At this moment all was quiet there. Behind the mountain, a figure sat there cultivating by a steep precipice. This was Gufeng, the head of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. He was a cultivator of the sage and saint ranking. He had been shut up here cultivating for a while, trying to make himself stronger to prepare for the next orthodoxy battle. There was not long left before the next battle of the saints. At that time, all the top sages of the 9 states would be going wild. Even though he was a sage, there was still a lot of pressure. Every battle of saints, there were very few who could prove themselves worthy of becoming a saint, few enough to count on one hand. Also, Jisheng Cliffs had decided to go to war with the Holy Ji Palace. He could use the cultivators of the barren state to temper himself. The battle outside the Holy Ji Palace several years ago had not gone well for him. The wind blew upon the cliffside, and Gu Feng opened his eyes. There was a brilliant lightning flash, and he could feel his heartbeat in his eyelids. He could not calm himself down. Something was making him uneasy. He did not know where this feeling came from. Gu Feng stopped his cultivation and he left the place with a flash. Those who were cultivating could feel the path of heaven and earth, and in the midst of it, could seize onto some unknown things. Even with his level of cultivation, what he had felt made him uneasy. He did not know why, but he felt that something was going to happen. Soon, Gu Feng came to a great hall and found another sage, Niayen. There were 3 cultivators in Jisheng Cliffs on the sage ranking: Kong Yao, Niayen, and Gu Feng. All of them had participated in the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace. "Senior brother," shouted Gu Feng. Niayen looked at him and asked, "Shouldn't you be shut away cultivating?" "I don't know why, but I feel uneasy. The master has gone to Shihua Sacred Mountain." "Could something have happened to him?" asked Gu Feng. "The head saint's level is so high, and he has never offended the cultivators there. How could something have happened?" "You shouldn't worry about it," said Niayen. "I'm still a little uneasy." "Why don't you go see Uncle Master?" said Gu Feng. Flame Saint was Niayen's master. "The master is concentrating on cultivation right now, so I shouldn't disturb him. Even if something does happen, the head saint and Jisheng Cliffs can handle it," said Niayen. Gu Feng nodded faintly as he stared off into the distance. Maybe he was just worrying too much. He didn't know what would happen. At that moment, a line of figures was moving through the air from the barren state towards Yu State. The person at the head was huge and as brilliant as a god. His body was full of the light of the divine path, and it covered the cultivators around him as well. He opened up an acupoint and light burst from his foot. He stepped across the sky. Though he was now a saint, Dozhan's speed was still astonishing. Yi Futian had ordered him to bring people to Jisheng Cliffs. It went without saying that he had waited for this day for a long time. When Jisheng Cliffs had suppressed the barren state, Crouching Dragon Mountain had been in imminent danger. After the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace, the 2 great palace lords had been killed. Although he did not agree with their ideas, everything they had done had been for the palace. If Jisheng Cliffs had not shown up, things would not have gotten to that point. This matter would finally be brought to an end. Black Wind Condor was also following him. When he was there, you could always get news from Yi Futian. Yu State was much closer to the barren state than the eastern state. But even so, the village chief had still gotten there first. He was waiting in a place far away from Jisheng Cliffs. In the end, Dozhan led the cultivators from the palace. There weren't many of them, but they were all the top fighters of the Holy Ji Palace, and they could form a battle matrix. Battle matrices could not be used in battles between the Holy Ji Palace and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, but a surprise attack like this didn't count. "Master," called Yi Futian as he saw Dozhan coming. Dozhan looked at Yi Futian, then at Sword Demon, Zhuge Qingfeng, Yu Qi, and the others. A cold desire to kill flashed in all their eyes. They had thought their conflict with Jisheng Cliffs would be in an orthodoxy battle. They had not thought it would come this early. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. Everyone set out towards Jisheng Cliffs. Jisheng Cliffs was the foremost holy land in Yu State. It had been unchallenged in Yu State for many years and thus had been at peace for too long. Other than their attack on the Holy Ji Palace, they had not fought in a very long time, so they would naturally not have a strong sense of crisis. Therefore, Jisheng Cliffs had absolutely no defenses at this time. In a palace hall in Jisheng Cliffs, a stalwart old man with a fiery aura suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly felt alert as he sensed a strong threat. An invisible airflow permeated the room. His spiritual will stretched out and covered all of Jisheng Cliffs. He could now see what everyone was doing. Continued to spread out. A terrible power filled the sky, and suddenly his spiritual rushed in that direction. He sensed a mighty army descending. In an instant, Flame Saint was filled with shock. "Who goes there?" Flame Saint's spiritual will turned into a huge fiery dragon that roared and rushed out. It contained the power of the divine path. The village chief glanced at it, and his terrible swordsman's will turned into a huge sword that sliced down, piercing through the dragon and destroying his opponent's will. The fiery dragon burst apart and disappeared. Flame Saint's figure suddenly appeared outside the great hall of Jisheng Cliffs. He looked up into the sky and screamed, "Everyone in Jisheng Cliffs, hear my command. An enemy is invading. Prepare for battle." His voice rang throughout Jisheng Cliffs, and everyone's hearts trembled fiercely at it. Jisheng Cliffs, which had been peaceful for so long, was now being invaded. What had happened? In an instant, countless auras bloomed and a line of figures rose into the sky. They appeared outside the cliffs and looked up. They all felt an amazingly powerful aura coming towards them. Gufeng also appeared in the sky. He flickered towards Flame Saint, looking embarrassed. Had his uneasy feeling not been because his master had gone to Xihua Sacred Mountain, but because Jisheng Cliffs was in danger? A strong space rule power came from high in the sky. An incomparably terrible space storm descended, followed by a group of figures that appeared in the air above Jisheng Cliffs. Of the first three, the one on the left was an old man with the Lingtian sword Will, and the one on the right was a burly man who stood there like a god. The one in the middle was an extremely handsome young man. His robes were as white as snow. He swept his cold eyes over them. The Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. Flame Saint's face grew ugly. Both the saints of the barren state were here, and Saint Ji was not. He was the only one guarding Jisheng Cliffs. Moreover, Saint Ji had taken Kong Yao and many of the cultivators of the Jisheng Cliffs with him. What is the meaning of this? Flames burned in Flame Saint's eyes. Everything around him was extremely hot. When Jisheng Cliffs attacked the barren state, they first attacked Crouching Dragon Mountain and then Taihang Mountain. Our casualties were great. After that, you attacked the Holy Ji Palace, killing 2 of our palace lords. Now that we have saints, we have naturally come to pay you a visit, yelled Yi Futian. I am attacking you in accordance with the rules of the sacred war. Those on the Saint Plain will do battle with saints, sages with sages, and the nobles will not fight. But if you break the rules, don't blame us if we completely level Jisheng Cliffs. The rules of a sacred war? Flame Saint said coldly. There is no sacred war between us. You dare to surprise attack us, and don't fear Emperor Xia's reproach. He couldn't handle both of the barren state saints, especially not the village chief. He was someone who could fight the great Zhou Sacred King, and Flame Saint was at the bottom of the saint ranking. How could he compete with him? When you attacked the Holy Ji Palace, I notified Emperor Xia. He knows of the enmity between us. He will not reproach us. Moreover, your head saint, Saint Xia, announced at Xihua Sacred Mountain that he would launch a sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia will find out about that. The people of Jisheng Cliffs' faces fell. Saint Xia had personally declared a sacred war against the Holy Ji Palace? But how could the barren state have mobilized their army so quickly? Attack! Called Yi Futian in a harsh voice. He did not have a great desire for revenge for the deaths of the 2 palace lords. But he could not forget everything that happened at Taihang Mountain. On that day, a group of demon apes had lain in a pool of blood, staining the mountain. Yushang and Jieyu had almost been killed. Those were the 2 most important people in his life. Even if it had not been for the 2 of them, the blood debt of Taihang Mountain could only be repaid by blood. Today, blood would stain Jisheng Cliffs. Boom! A loud noise rang out as Yi Futian shot forward. Divine radiance burst from Dozhan's sturdy figure. His life spirit and that of the Dozhan body were one, and he grew dozens of meters. He descended like a god, trampling towards Flame Saint. Flame Saint looked up, and his flames leapt up to the sky, rushing fiercely towards Dozhan. However, his godlike body was fearless. He let the flames burn upon him, bathing in the holy fire. The fire reached across the sky, turning into a fiery qilin. It devoured the heavens and the earth as it rushed towards Dozhan. Dozhan continued downward. He descended in a flash and he opened the 7-star acupoints. Divine light poured out from within him, and he smashed his fists down toward the earth. There was a loud noise as Dozhan pierced through that all-devouring qilin. His terrible attack made Jisheng cliffs shake, and many cracks appeared. Many buildings collapsed and shattered. Do you want to fight up above or directly on Jisheng cliffs? Dozhan's godlike body stepped where Flame Saint had just been standing. Flame Saint soared far away, looking coldly at the violent Dozhan. The body of the Flame Saint moved all of a sudden and retreated backward. Dozhan caught up to him and the village chief followed suit. With the village chief holding the fort, there was no way the Flame Saint of Jisheng Cliffs would have been able to run. At that moment, terrifying dark red will burst from the Flame Saint's body, heading towards the tablet at the highest point of the Jisheng Cliffs. When the dark red will fell below, the entire place seemed to have been stained in red. Frightening aura exuded from within the tablet, staining the sky. At that moment, immense pressure descended from the sky, shrouding Jisheng Cliffs. I call upon Emperor Xia. The Flame Saint's voice resounded throughout the sky. With the barren states people assaulting Jisheng Cliffs, the two saints knew well that they would not have been able to deal with the intruders. As such, they made a snap decision and called upon Emperor Xia. Dozhan and the village chief halted and Yi Futian went up. It was something that he had never expected, however, it was also what he came for. With 3 holy lands declaring that they would work together to fight against the Holy Ji Palace, if the saints from those enemies were to simply invade the barren state, there would have been no doubt that the Holy Ji Palace would have been wiped out. If he was able to cheat, it would have been the same for the other side. As such, he needed Emperor Xia to be present personally and set the rules of the sacred war, in order to decide what would have been the course of action to take from then on out. It was the very reason why he had attended Lu Zong's wedding, to be clear of the situation that the barren state was facing, in order to lay out plans for breakthrough. Immense pressure came from above. Ren Huang needed only a sliver of will to subjugate all living beings. Emperor Xia's silhouette appeared once again. The solemn and imposing face appeared in the sky and said, Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu State. What would be the matter? Emperor Xia, Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace led an ambush against Jisheng Cliffs without gaining permission first, in order to wipe out Jisheng Cliffs, a holy land of the Orthodox. The Flame Saint reported as he bowed to Emperor Xia, presenting himself to be immensely respectful. Emperor Xia looked up and turned his eyes at Yi Futian. It's you. It was in the barren state during the last time his will manifested. The previous palace lord of the barren state passed down his position to Yi Futian. The little guy who was still in noble plane back then was of formidable training at the moment. Furthermore, said guy seemed to have refused Xia Qingyuan. Someone had actually reported that incident to Emperor Xia, which he found to be rather amusing. Greetings, Emperor Xia. I'm Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Yi Futian bowed solemnly and continued. The Flame Saint is deceiving you, Emperor Xia, and I would like to implore you to punish him accordingly. Bullshit. The Flame Saint turned his eyes at Yi Futian. The flaring red eyes seemed to almost want to burn Yi Futian down right there and then. Emperor Xia was the master of the 9 states, and no one was able to answer to a crime as severe as to deceive Emperor Xia. A word from the Emperor Xia back all those years ago had raised the Holy Land led by Ji Yuan, a figure ranked second on the saint ranking who was known as the Reaper. Ji Yuan disappeared without a trace. Emperor Xia was the absolute overlord of the 9 states, and the shared master of both the upper and lower worlds. Elaborate. Emperor Xia looked at Yi Futian and said, Emperor Xia, you were present to judge the matter regarding the Holy Ji Palace back then, and it was only natural that you knew what happened. Jisheng Cliffs had killed their way into the barren state all those years ago, and they had not bothered to ask for your permission to do that. I'm now simply here to settle the score. Is it so that while the Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu State is allowed to bully the Holy Ji Palace, we're not allowed to retaliate? Yi Futian continued. Furthermore, not long before the marriage alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was sealed and all from the 9 states were invited to the wedding, Saint Xihua had declared, with Saint Ji, that they were to join the sacred war in an effort to eliminate the Holy Ji Palace. We of the Holy Ji Palace just began to show signs of rising when 3 holy lands came to attack us, in an effort to suppress our rising by eliminating us outright. That infuriated me and thus, I brought my people to attack Jisheng Cliffs. Emperor Xia, if the three Holy Lands were ally themselves and bully us like that, the Holy Ji Palace will be wiped out without a doubt. Saint Ji of Jisheng Cliffs declared that he would join the sacred war personally in order to raise the Holy Ji Palace. Is the Holy Ji Palace not allowed to retaliate then? Are we of the barren state to simply roll over and die? This is not an ambush, and if it were to be ambush, it would have sufficed for the two of our saints to massacre Jisheng Cliffs. However, we know Jisheng Cliffs to be a holy land of your orthodoxy, and as such we dared not overstep our border, resorting to fighting in accordance to the rules of the sacred war laid out previously. Yi Futian's voice was filled with sorrow and rage, heard throughout the entire place, so much so that he seemed he would soon break down in tears. The way he put it, the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state was in an extremely miserable predicament, as if they were at the brink of total extermination. The three Holy Lands were shameless bullies, and Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu state had gone out of its way to wipe the Holy Ji Palace out. They of the Holy Ji Palace were only out to set things right, and they had been right to retaliate. Even the ones from Jisheng Cliffs were rendered speechless by his words. The flame saint glared with wide-opened, angry eyes. It had been Yi Futian who had led two saints, bringing a whole army to bear upon Jisheng Cliffs, and now it was the Holy Ji Palace that was wronged instead. That moment marked death for Jisheng Cliffs. Emperor Xia, he is distorting the truth. The flame saint retaliated furiously. If any of my words prove to be a lie, please sentence me to death, Emperor Xia. Yi Futian's voice drowned the flame saint's angry shout, putting his life on the line to set the matter right. Emperor Xia did not doubt Yi Futian at all. No one throughout the 9 states dared to deceive Emperor Xia. Furthermore, what Yi Futian had said was something that could have been verified with just a bit of digging. Emperor Xia then turned his eyes to the flame saint and asked, "Which part of his words is a lie?" The flame saint looked deplorable. None of Yi Futian's words had been refutable. If the master saint of Jisheng Cliffs had declared that they would join the sacred war against the barren state, Emperor Xia would not have stopped them. In truth, Saint Ji never said that they were to join the sacred war, but the meaning was close enough and Yi Futian had interpreted it that way. If Emperor Xia were to actually investigate the matter, it would have easily gone in Yi Futian's favor, as everyone knew from what was said very clearly. Jisheng Cliffs would act against the Holy Ji Palace. Emperor Xia knew what was going from the flame saint's expression. He looked at everyone beneath him and said coldly, "The odds were stacked against the barren state and 3 holy lands joined hands to bully them. If that was so, on what grounds do you see yourself fit to call upon me?" Emperor Xia flared in anger and brought his might down on everyone below. Countless from Jisheng Cliffs were so terrified that they dared not look up. "I'm only doing it for the sake of Jisheng Cliffs." The flame saint's face was ashen. None throughout the 9 states would be capable of standing against Emperor Xia's wrath. It was clear that Emperor Xia was convinced by Yi Futian's words and would not interfere in what happened that day. "You have disturbed me twice within just a few years. If you're so eager to fight each other, then from this day on, if anyone throughout the 9 states' holy lands intends to wage a sacred war, there will be no more need to ask for my permission. However, given the holy lands throughout the 9 states are of my orthodoxy, you're forbidden to kill indiscriminately. Per the rules of the divine path stated prior, saints are not allowed to move against anyone below the saint plane. The same goes with sages. You can inform the 9 state guards when you're done fighting each other." Emperor Xia scoffed coldly and seemed very displeased. Countless were shivering beneath. Someone of Emperor Xia's status would not have been bothered much even if the 9 states were to be overturned. Emperor Xia's true base and roots were at the upper worlds, but given that the orthodoxies of the 9 states were capable of supplying him continuously with saints, battle of proving holiness was set in place, providing the people of the 9 states with opportunities to attain sainthood and become truly exceptional figures. Only such people would have been noticed by Emperor Xia, such as the Sword Saint of the Void and the Great Shaman. Given how the 9 states kept getting into trouble with each other and waging sacred wars, he saw it fit to just let them duke it out, letting only the truly worthy ones remain. How far Yi Futian would be able to grow was entirely dependent on his luck and ability. As you wish, Emperor Xia. Yifutian bowed and said. It was his plan to invoke Emperor Xia's appearance. The Flame Saint had been but a chess piece in this round of his game. He would have had no way to call upon Emperor Xia to set the rules down otherwise. If Emperor Xia did not show himself, and if the ones at Xihua Sacred Mountain decided to not play by the rules, he would have died without knowing how he died. As such, before he left Xihua Sacred Mountain, he asked the Glass Saint if the Holy Lands of the Nine States had the will of Emperor Xia remaining in place. Relay my orders to all of the 9 states. Emperor Xia was heard saying before the heavenly pressure dissipated gradually until the Emperor's silhouette was no longer seen. It was clear that he sanctioned what was going on in Jisheng Cliffs. The Flame Saint's face was ashen. With Dozhan and the village chief being present, there was simply no way he could win. The rule laid out by Emperor Xia was clear. Only saints were allowed to fight saints. The Flame Saint waved his hands and brought a terrifying firestorm seemingly out to burn everything to ashes, going straight for Dozhan and the village chief. His body turned around, intending to leave as he said, "The saints can't lift a finger against you all. Get into fighting formation and give it your all. You want to run?" The village chief snickered. His body turned into a sword and punched straight through the flames, flying straight for the Flame Saint. Dozhan stepped out with gigantic steps, making craters on the ground explosively as his stout body chased after the Flame Saint like some heavenly god. With Saint Ji not being around, they would not let the Flame Saint live. The score of the past had to be settled. Yifutian scanned the mighty ones of the Jisheng Cliffs with cold eyes, before seeing a dazzling beam of light heading straight for him. It was Gufeng, a mighty one ranked on the Sage and Saint rankings. He held a trident in his hand, which was a holy item used in the battles outside the Holy Ji place back then. The sky turned and a devastating storm brewed as if the apocalypse was near, raining down straight from above and bombarding the ones from the Holy Ji palace. As a student of Saint Ji and a figure ranked in the Sage and Saint ranking, there was no way he would have shirked from a true crisis. His mind had been wavering before, but presently, he had steeled his mind and wanted nothing more than to kill Yifutian right there and then. The celestial thunder coming from the heavens was a large-scale rule spell which was of terrifying magnitude. Zhuge Qingfeng moved and the 8 trigrams matrix appeared around him. The holy item was activated and the 8 trigrams image appeared in the air, blocking the celestial thunder. Gufeng himself had gotten near his target, and the holy item in his hand pointed at Yifutian. A terrifying lightning storm burst with powers out to tear everything apart. Streaking cloud. The trident lashed out before him. The apocalyptic thunder turned into a blinding beam of devastating light. 9 figures appeared before Yifutian. Qin Zhuang, the sword demon, Su Shang, and the other 6 major swordsmen formed a sword matrix. Even though the holy sword was not there to boost the matrix, the power of the resulting matrix was still able to emanate boundless sword might and coalesced into a sword under the joint effort of the 9. The sword clashed with the lightning coming at them. Devastating light flashed about in the air, so blinding that many were unable to open their eyes. Countless mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs took to the air high in the sky and burst with their life spirits, bringing raging auras of rules. Yet another figure stepped forward, Nyayen, a mighty one ranked on the Sage and Saint ranking. His pupils were crimson, as if he would have only taken one look to kill anyone. He extended his hand forward, bringing the will of ashes and seemingly about to turn everything around him to dust. Another brilliant figure flew towards him. It was none other than Yun Shang, who held a holy item in the form of a scepter. She sealed the air around her with ice, blocking the will of ashes. Roar! A frightening, angry roar was heard. The heavenly battle matrix was seen being formed in another corner. The one who took the lead in the matrix was no longer Dozhan, but Yuan Hong instead. He brought the power of the battle matrix and launched himself downward in a wild, unruly manner. Golden sheen shone brightly in the air. He held a ritual implement in his hand, a holy item instead of the pole arm of divine destruction. The holy item used was none other than the infinite ruler, borrowed from sage Wuliang. When Zhan Shao killed his way into Taihang Mountain, the place became practically soaked in the blood of Yuan Hong's people. As such, no one else hated Jisheng Cliffs more than Yuan Hong. The wild, unruly figure descended from above, and the infinite ruler in his hand burst with holy might. The shadow of the ruler appeared and slapped hard downward. It worked like a staff despite being a holy ruler, blocking out the sky with its might. "Evade!" a voice shouted. Yuan Hong took the might of the heavenly battle matrix in his own hands, and one could have imagined how terrifying that would have been. Ruler shadows filled the air and shrouded the space they were in. One instant was all it took to evoke the pain shrieks of his enemies. Those who were hit by the ruler were killed immediately. At the side of the Holy Ji Palace, Yuan Hong was seen leading the heavenly battle matrix while wielding the holy item, the infinite ruler. His offensive capacity at the moment was the strongest under the Saint Plane. Worse still, Yuan Hong was backed with intense anger to avenge all those of his own who fell at Taihang Mountain, meaning that he had no mercy whatsoever for his opponents. Many mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs were squished in an instant right there and then. "Get into formation!" Go Feng did not forget to shout when doing battle with the 9 at Qin Zhuang's side. When Qin Zhuang and the other 8 brought the holy sword with him, no one was able to stand in their way. Despite not having the holy sword at the moment, he was still capable enough to deal with Ge Feng, who was wielding a holy item. The sages of the Jisheng Cliffs joined the fray without falling into a mess and began to take their formations. Roar! Yuan Hong's roar resounded throughout the sky. His golden ape body became even larger. One step shook the air around them. He held the incredibly huge infinite ruler high, which continued to extend, then turned into a seemingly endless weapon. While Yuan Hong was not versed in Wuliang rules, the ruler itself held the power of the great path of Wuliang, which enabled the resulting attack to manifest as Wuliang itself, rendering it practically limitless in power. The mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs felt as if the sky was blocked out. The infinite ruler was brought down hard from above, making it seem like an apocalypse for everything below. Even top-notch sages wielding holy items would not have been able to withstand the force of such an attack. A thundering boom was heard as yet another group of mighty ones was reduced to dust by the ruler, killed right there and then. A group of mighty ones gathered at another spot of the peaks of Jisheng Cliffs far away, getting a matrix prepped and charged. The one taking the lead was an elder with silver hair and beard, who was apparently a member of the elder generation who had been training hard for many years at Jisheng Cliffs. He gave up after challenging the divine path and failing, giving up entirely and resorting to simply isolate himself in Jisheng Cliffs and training. While he was not ranked in the Sage and Saint ranking, his actual powers were not all that far behind the ones who ranked near the end of the ranking. Light gathered at the center of his brow, infinite spiritual power emanating from within. Spiritual-type holy items were imbued at the spot, and it was the most treasured of holy items in Jisheng Cliff's inventory. Many mighty ones stood behind him and siphoned their spiritual powers at the silver-haired elder's brow. Frightening Sura soon gathered in the space around him, its might encompassing Jisheng Cliffs. The ley lines shifted, and the boulders at the crust of the earth moved, extending countless boulders, blocking all the buildings and palaces at the lower side of the Jisheng Cliffs, sealing them below ground. The sages were fighting hard while the nobles were unable to do anything. He isolated the entire lower side of Jisheng Cliffs from the battlefield, protecting all of them within. Earthly Guardian. A line was heard uttered by the elder. The aura was incredibly frightening. Yuan Hong took a look in their direction before heading towards them. One terrifying massive monster after another appeared in the air. The black dragon howled, a massive python spitting black mist, the black turtle emitting icy powers, with many other top-class monsters bringing their might to the battlefield. Yi Fuqian brought more than just the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace in that assault that time. He brought a powerful army of demonic beasts as well. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had someone who was adept in taming beasts. Humanoid guardians, the elder shouted once again, and one massive golem clad in rocky armor after another emerged, guarding Jisheng Cliffs. Boom! The earth shook as Yuan Hong took one step after another, crushing everything beneath his feet. Seeing that Yuan Hong was bringing the heavenly battle matrix and closing in, the silver-haired elder cranked his spiritual willpower to the limit. Terrifying storms whipped up in the sky and divine light shone. One gigantic figure after another emerged from the storm as if they were being summoned from the heavens, descending like gods. Heavenly Guardian. The elder's voice shook, sounding as if the move had taken a severe toll on him. The figure summoned glimmered in dazzling light as if it was shining with true holy light. The elder's eyes turned extremely demonic. The Heavenly Guardian had opened its eyes, looking just as demonic. The elder extended his hand behind him. Dazzling light shone from within Jisheng Cliffs, raining down onto the Heavenly Guardian. A holy hammer appeared in his hand, bursting with terrifying holy light. Some aura indeed. Yi Futian took a look at the massive, majestic Heavenly Guardian and the holy hammer. Jisheng Cliffs was the #1 land of lineage in the Yu state, which meant that they were anything but weak. While they might have paled in comparison to the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Yi Futian did not underestimate them. As such, not only did he had his teacher, Dozhan, led the figures from the barren state to meet up with him, but he had also mobilized his demonic beast army. It would have been very difficult to take down Jisheng Cliffs otherwise. Things at the saint level were easy in comparison, but Yi Futian had not planned that the village chief would join in the fray. If he were to do so, Emperor Xia might have declared that there were to be no rules in the fights in the 9 states, and the saints would have been free to act against anyone as they wished. It would have easily turned into a disaster for the barren state if that were to happen. While Jisheng Cliffs was by no means weak, the Holy Ji Palace was not what it used to be either. After the Sacred War broke out, many who were ranked on the barren sky ranking joined the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace and trained there, furthering their training at the Sage Hall. Jisheng Cliffs, on the other hand, had yet to be able to gather the top forces in all of Yu State to join in the fight. As such, the barren state would certainly come out on top in this battle. At that moment, the summoned Heavenly Guardian wielding a holy item descended upon Yuan Hong. Thunder flashed in the heavens as it happened, and the might of the Great Path descended along with the holy hammer, seemingly about to crush everything beneath it. Yuan Hong did not dodge. The golden great ape continued to stand tall like a mountain, while the power of the matrix continued to course all over his body in a frenzy. His stout body drew an arc in the space as he streaked by, bringing the infinite ruler onto the holy hammer. The two holy items clashed in midair. Devastating light rained down from above like beams foretelling the advent of an apocalypse. Jisheng Cliffs was caught in the calamity. The earth within a several hundred miles radius shook. Outside Jisheng Cliffs, there were who came on pilgrimages saw the fight above Jisheng Cliffs, feeling shivers running through their spines as their minds rattled. They had never seen battles of such a frightening scale and had never thought that there were actually people who would have assaulted Jisheng Cliffs. Those were the mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. It was said that Jisheng Cliffs had invaded the barren state years ago, and now the Holy Ji Palace was retaliating with extreme prejudice. Jisheng Cliffs of the Yu state was, at the moment, dealing with a life-and-death crisis. The sword saint at Yi Futian's side stepped out, and the demonic blade appeared in his hand. Terrifying demonic aura coursed about the air in an instant, manifesting as boundless demonic blade will, sweeping the place about while gushing into the sword saint's body. The sword saint seemed to have metamorphosed right there and then. His calm and collected silhouette turned incredibly imposing, while his eyes shone with a dark, demonic light. It was as if his entire being had demonized. His body had merged completely with the blade as well as demonic powers around him. He had wielded the demonic blade in a fight against Kong Yao back in the Battle of the Holy Ji Palace all those years ago. He had broken into Archmage plane in the present day. The power unleashed by the blade was more powerful than it had been all those years ago. The blade howled as murderous intent gushed from within. The space around him seemed to have turned into a dark world, devoid of life, with him at the center. Even though he had broken into Archmage plane, he still felt that he was not the one who was wielding the demonic blade when it was activated. Rather, it felt more like it was the blade that was wielding him instead. The sword saint looked like a devil as he entered such a state. The light of darkness coursed above Jisheng Cliffs and a dark beam of the blade fell from the sky, like a blade wielded by a devil. One strike and it already seemed as if the space before the sword saint was cleaved open. One mighty one after another from Jisheng Cliffs was killed on the spot. Many mighty ones were shocked by what was happening before their eyes. Their minds shuddered at the terrifying blade technique. One humanoid guardian after another soon came, intending to stop the sword saint, who continued to move forward like a devil with unparalleled blade will around him. No tricks were played. Yet another wave of the blade and the space was cleaved again. The frighteningly imposing humanoid guardian was bisected right there and then before turning into nothingness. The sight frightened countless mighty ones from Jisheng Cliffs, as they came to feel the fear of death. True battles were never about numbers. In the world of cultivators, truly powerful beings were able to take on armies of thousands alone. Emperor Xia would not have forbidden saints from acting against those below them in the rules of the sacred war otherwise. When a saint made a move, everyone below Saint Plane would have been wiped clean without any chance of survival. It became apparent that the sword saint became a being at the pinnacle of the sage plane. No army could stand for long before him. Other than battle matrices, Gufeng and Nye Yen, who were wielding holy items, were the only ones who were capable of standing in their way. However, at the moment, both of them had their hands full and were unable to turn their attention elsewhere. Furthermore, the number one figure below the saints at the Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Yao, was not in Jisheng Cliffs. Big Brother sure has become more powerful than before. Yifutian turned to look at the sword saint. He first saw the sword saint use the demonic blade during the battle of the Holy Ji Palace. Yifutian's big brother felt as if he was consumed by the blade as he struggled to control it. Several years later, said big brother had grown more powerful and had trained outside as well. While he was still incapable of controlling the blade, he was able to use it in a more fitting manner. It was practically a free-for-all at Jisheng Cliffs. The heavenly guardian summoned by the elder was extremely powerful. It clashed with Yuan Hong in a frenzy, with every strike seemingly able to bring down the sky. Gufeng was stopped by Qin Zhuang and the other 8. The battle between both sides looked terribly dangerous, so much so that one mistake could have been fatal. Nye Yen, yet another mighty one ranked on the sage and saint ranking, was taken on by both Yun Shang, the lord of the ice temple, and Huang Shi, preventing them from being overwhelmed. Other than that, Yu Qi, Zhuge Qingfeng, and other mighty ones joined the fray alongside many of the enormous monsters. All of Jisheng Cliffs was embroiled in a bloody battle at the moment. There was yet another group of mighty ones outside the battlefield who did not make a move. They were all of the elder generations of Jisheng Cliffs, staying hidden while their eyes followed Yifutian. Yifutian naturally took notice and noted that those people were formidable. Their goal was apparent from the fact that they did not join the fight. They were finding openings to target him. As soon as the palace lord was taken down, the fight would be over. They were entirely unfettered by the fact that the odds were overwhelmingly stacked against Jisheng Cliffs, and many continued to perish. They had no intentions of intervening, and that said a lot about their temperament. However, Yifutian behaved as if he had not noticed. He sat cross-legged in midair and the Guqin spirit manifested before him. He lowered his land and began to play the instrument. A tune was soon heard throughout the battlefield. It was a tune that was full of rage yet was lined with a tinge of sorrow. Many were able to feel the vague underlying sorrow and brutality, with the place being washed by a bloodbath. The illustration seemed to have merged with the battlefield, becoming a part of the battle. Yifutian continued to pluck at the strings as he recalled what had taken place in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Taihang Mountain, and the Holy Ji Palace. All of his thoughts translated to his fingers as he played, making the attacks of Yuan Hong, the Sword Demon, and many others become increasingly pointed and overwhelming. Their minds were reminded of what took place all those years ago. That day, Jisheng Cliffs was made to settle the blood debt they created all those years. With the 3 Holy Lands joining hands to eliminate the Holy Ji Palace, then they would pay for such a course of action with blood. 18 elders of the Jisheng Cliffs hovered within the chaotic battlefield. They did not emanate any aura and their bodies were light and their actions silent. They did not pay any heed to the battlefield and had instead hovered to where Yifutian and the others were. An enormous demonic beast, an Orochi, headed straight for that group of elders, and black mists blasted from its 9 heads. The terrifying dark mist possessed corrosion rule power, so much so that even the air turned into mucus material. However, none of the elders stopped at all, and they continued forward. They had even shut their eyes, and a formless spiritual power surrounded the space they occupied. The black mist seemed to have been put under lockdown all of a sudden. Worse still, even the Orochi sensed an incredibly dangerous aura and let out a low-pitched roar in a frenzy. Formless spiritual will powers invaded, and the Orochi turned around, intending to escape, feeling that its soul had been tangled by countless threads. At that moment, the elders, who had been shutting their eyes, chanted with obscure voices, bringing a formless spiritual storm in their surroundings. The elder who took the lead opened his eyes all of a sudden, and the obscure voices swept out like a formless force. The black mist that had been shrouding the area was all cleared out in an instant without making any noises. The Orochi growled painfully. All 9 of its heads howled, and then its enormous body quickly dropped below in a limp manner. The 18 elders continued hovering forward, their white garb totally unscathed, without so much even a speck of dust found on them. The leading elder closed his eyes again, yet the formless spiritual will power continued to permeate their surroundings. Spirit elementalists are here. Be on your guard, Sage Daozong said. He and many mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace stood guard at Yi Futian's side. Hua Jieyu focused her eyes at her incoming enemies, and from the methods they employed, she was able to tell that they wielded powers similar to hers, and that they were indeed spirit elementalist-type rule powers. All 18 of them shared their spiritual powers and formed a spirit elementalist matrix, with the strongest individual leading the attack. All 18 of them were veterans of many years in Jisheng Cliffs, and they were adept at wielding secret methods of the spirit elementalist, capable of killing without leaving a trace and making them frighteningly formidable. If it had not been for the Jisheng Cliffs being at the brink of total annihilation, they would not have appeared at all. At that moment, a formless spiritual will power descended upon the ones from the Holy Ji Palace. Here they come, Sage Daozong said. Yi Futian, who had been playing his music, felt a formless spiritual will power invading him, and it was very overpowering. His tune turned in an instant, coalescing the spiritual powers of the mighty ones around him and turned it into a formless spiritual storm, resisting the invading spiritual powers. Spiritual power attacks were formless and traceless. Spiritual-type power of rules were exceptionally terrifying, as they were capable of killing without leaving a trace, forcing any who were on the receiving end to be on high alert. I'll take them on. Hua Jieyu stepped up, and powerful psychic powers emanated from her. Her dress and her hair billowed. She looked very dashing when she was doing battle, making her alluring in a different sense. All right, Yi Futian nodded. Sliver of Guqin music reverberated in Hua Jieyu's mind. The musical matrix's spiritual powers were all imbued within her spiritual will, giving her total control. A force of spiritual power of even greater magnitude burst from Hua Jieyu. A sliver of saintly pressure emanated from her, and a shadow began to manifest itself. Hua Jieyu was currently a mid-level magi, enabling her to borrow power of saints easier. Furthermore, she had the musical matrix to amplify her powers. The god-beating whip appeared in her hand, and she whipped at the air without hesitation. A crisp crack was heard, and the invading spiritual power seemed to have retreated in an instant, as if it had taken a hit. The elders at the other end continued to chant with obscure voices. A force of spiritual will rule powers of even greater magnitude burst forth. An incredibly huge demonic shadow appeared in the air. A Bayan. It opened its mouth and let out a gust of sound wave of earth-shattering force. Many mighty ones who were doing battle around them felt their souls were on the verge of being ripped apart. Hua Jieyu's royal crown life spirit burst with dazzling light. Specks of light hovered about her, and a gust of mystical power manifested around her. An impressively holy and regal shadow appeared behind Hua Jieyu. The shadow was blurred while emanating holy light. Terrifying roars were heard, and the formless sound wave continued to strike Hua Jieyu's spiritual power, yet she remained unfazed. At that moment, Hua Jieyu's body hovered forward and she lifted her head slightly. In that very instant, her beautiful, bright eyes turned into frightening spiritual storm of incredible beauty. The boundless spiritual storm struck, and in that very moment, the spiritual will power of the elders were completely exposed. The expression of the elders changed as they realized a force of irresistible power was felt. They were unable to even recall their spiritual will. Hua Jieyu's demonic eyes lashed out with spiritual-type lightning storm in an instant, bringing incredible might to bear on her opponents. The attack hit the spiritual powers of the elders, and the humongous Bayan in the air trembled violently. The eyes of the 18 elders changed drastically. They all looked at Hua Jieyu as if they have all been captivated by her incredibly demonic and beautiful eyes, incapable of looking away. Those eyes seemed to have contained irresistible willpower. At the very next moment, they felt as if their spiritual will have been invaded. The pair of eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the middle of their brow and bore straight into their minds. The purple lightning spiritual storm seeped in directly, making them feel like lotuses with their roots severed, laid bare before their opponent. Kill! A cold voice was heard from Hua Jieyu, and devastating beams emanated from her eyes at the very next moment, striking at the minds of the 18 elders directly. All of them suffered devastating attacks in their spiritual will in just an instant. Their souls felt as if they were being cut to pieces. All of them fell limply below right afterwards. Hua Jieyu's eyes returned to normal. Both her life spirit and the shadow behind her disappeared. Yi Futian's tune was lifted from her as well. An interesting light was seen in Yi Futian's eyes. Jieyu had been extraordinarily hard-working ever since she returned from her pilgrimage. She insisted to even train while he was taking breaks. The battle at that moment was a testament that her powers have grown considerably compared to what they had been. Furthermore, when she conjured her powers, Yi Futian had been able to sense an incredibly powerful will pressure. And it did not seem to be something of Hua Jieyu herself. It seemed that Jieyu was like Wuxia, and she had her own encounters. It was something to be happy about, and he did not feel the need to inquire further. Could have been a surprise that Jieyu wanted to give him. It would suffice to have Jieyu and Uncle Daozong staying at my side. All of you shall go fight elsewhere, Yi Futian said to the others around him. His third brother and all the others have grown incredibly powerful after coming back from their pilgrimages. It qualified them to participate in battles of even such scales. The Battle of Jisheng Cliffs could have been used as a means to temper their powers. As for Yi Futian himself, he had no intentions fighting. He had deliberately gone easy and lost to Lu Zong back in Xihua Sacred Mountain, just so that they would have let their guard down and head straight for Jisheng Cliffs. At that day, he continued to not show his true combat capacity. It was a better move to have both the Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty continue to have a wrong idea about his powers. Even if they were to suspect something afoul, they would not have been able to determine what his true level of combat capacity would have been like. Doing so enabled him to retain an element of surprise in the future battles of the Sacred War. The other reason that he did not intend to make any moves was because the Holy Ji Palace apparently had a decisive edge over the Jisheng Cliffs in that battle. Every single battlefield had guarantees of important figures on their sides remain unscathed, while they set out to overpower and kill their opponents. The fall of the 18 elders dealt an extremely overwhelming blow to the ones from the Jisheng Cliffs. All 18 of them were hidden cultivators of the Jisheng Cliffs, and they were adept at a single type of power, spirit elementalist powers, and they were extremely terrifying when they joined hands. However, the fact remained that they were all killed by the tremendously beautiful young woman, who appeared to be the wife of Yi Futian. At the same time, there was no one who had been capable of stopping the Sword Saint dead in his tracks as he went on his killing spree. Every single battle he fought ended up with his opponents being overpowered. If things were to go on as such, Jisheng Cliffs could have truly been annihilated. Gofeng roared in another battlefield, sending Qin Zhuang and the other 8 around him retreating. The divine instrument in his hand, a silver trident, was seen pointed to the heavens, and boundless lightning rules fell from above. Ring-like storms lashed out before the divine instrument with forces capable of wiping everything out, as if the storms were out to devour everything in their path. He was the head of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs and one who was ranked on the sage ranking. There were only 81 names on the sage ranking, and there were little more than 60 names who were ranked before him. At the moment, he was overpowered by the 9 swordsmen despite wielding a divine instrument. It was an insult like no other to him. A terrifying cracking sound was heard and lightning descended from the heavens in an apocalyptic manner. The lightning power swept through the entire battlefield, yet only the 9 before him suffered the greatest amount of pressure. Qin Zhuang and the other 8 stood in a ring formation. Countless swords materialized before them, and every single blade was a solid one, turning into spinning sword diagram and pulsing with dazzling flash of the sword. Qin Zhuang stood at the center of the sword matrix. He was the strongest of the 9 swordsmen. As such, it was only a given that he was taking the helm of the matrix. His expression was a solemn one. Go Feng seemed to have gone berserk and had intended to strike with his strongest attack. A sliver of saintly might was sensed from the devastating lightning storm before them, which originated from the divine instrument. The amplification afforded to top-notch sages were incredibly frightening, especially one that resonated with one's powers. Zhuge Qingfeng had been able to stand against Kong Yao, who ranked 9th on the sage ranking, by wielding a divine instrument, enabling him to protect crouching Dragon Mountain. Go Feng had been one who was ranked on sage ranking himself, and that divine instrument was one that was more powerful than the one belonging to the Zhuge family. One could have only imagined how powerful that instrument would have been. Sword combination, Qin Zhuang said. The sword will all around them coalesced into a single entity and merged within the sword matrix. The sword will of the other 8 swordsmen were all infused within his body. At that moment, the sword diagram before Qin Zhuang seemed to be capable of cleaving the skies apart. Destroy! Go Feng roared as he stepped out, thrusting the trident in his hand forward. He seemed to have given up entirely on defense at that moment, gathering all of his power in that one single attack, capable of destroying everything in its path. That devastating storm devoured the surroundings around him. Apocalyptic lightning calamity struck, yet at that very moment Go Feng attacked, Qin Zhuang made a move. His body seemed to have been merged with the sword diagram, lashing out with a flash of the sword. The sparkling flash pierced through the space before them, drawing a dazzling line in the air. The dazzling straight line charged straight into the storm and disappeared just as soon as it appeared. Go Feng's expression was a ferocious, unforgiving one. His eyes emanated a will to kill everything before him. Yet he saw a flash of light came and went in an instant. Go Feng's pupils dilated at the very next moment. His ferocious eyes came to be tainted with extreme fear. Go Feng lowered his head and saw a dazzling flash of the sword pulsing with terrifying sword will at his chest, tearing away at his body bit by bit. The light on him grew increasingly bright and Go Feng's pupils expanded as he shouted, "New!" His body dissipated in beams of dazzling flash of the sword together with that voice of extreme fear, blooming away at his surroundings before dissipating altogether. A silhouette was seen behind Go Feng, and it was none other than Qin Zhuang. He had merged with the sword matrix in that very instant, bringing a killing move of extreme speed and lethality. Devastating flashes of lightning coursed about Qin Zhuang's body. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth and his entire body darkened. It was a harrowing experience charging through a lightning storm out to tear everything apart. However, it ended up with Go Feng, a mighty one of the Jisheng cliffs ranked on the sage ranking, perishing. Qin Zhuang appeared before the spot where Go Feng perished with a flash, catching the trident that was dropping below. The battles fought that day was not only one where the Holy Ji Palace were to strip Jisheng cliffs entirely of their combat capacity, but they were also taking every single piece of divine instruments to be found there as well. It had been a while since Yifutian left the Xihua sacred mountain, and yet, things remained lively there. It was a rare occasion with so many of the 9 states saints gathering in one place, so it was only natural that they had a lot to talk about. Be it about the younger generations of the various holy lands or something about training and whatnot, at their level as saints, only people of the same plane as they would have been able to verify and discuss each other's way of training. Other than that, they still had to let the genius among the younger generations of the 9 states to spar with each other, which without doubt, were only strictly for learning and no harm were to be done. Time flew and things at the banquet remained harmonious and lively. There was without doubt that they were also those who left. For example, Xianxia did not stay for long before returning to the summer state. The Moon Saint had brought his people and left the place early as well. Saint Ji had of course remained. He had allied with the Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, which meant that he had to stay behind and chat for a bit. However, the hour was late and he had to leave. Yet, just when he was about to leave, a drastic change was seen in his expression. He extended his palm and a jade scroll materialized in his hand, which had a name carved on it, Gufeng. Gufeng, who was personal student and the leader of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs of that generation. His spirit jade scroll was shattered, which meant that he perished. Invaders at Jisheng Cliffs. Saint Ji's expression ashen and saintly might emanated from his body. It was terrifying. There was no way Gufeng would have been harmed in any way training in the Jisheng Cliffs. Furthermore, he was tremendously powerful and was armed with a divine instrument. If he had ended up dead, that could have only meant one thing. Extremely powerful beings had invaded Jisheng Cliffs. He recalled the people of the Holy Ji Palace, who had left the place early, immediately and uttered a line coldly. The Holy Ji Palace. I've been set up. Yi Futian had left the place angry, seemingly due to the insult he suffered. From the looks of things currently, however, it seemed that he had been doing so on purpose. But why did the ones from the Holy Ji Palace dare to invade the Jisheng Cliffs? He was unable to fathom, as Yi Futian's power was entirely inadequate, unless it was the village chief of the Tombkeeper village going on a killing spree there. But then again, wouldn't they fear that I'd just head straight to the Holy Ji Palace and kill everyone there? Saint Ji, Saint Xihua called at the moment. The eyes of every saint who stayed turned to look at Saint Ji. They were able to tell from the aura emanated from him that something happened. Furthermore, it definitely had to be something dire to get Saint Ji being so aghast. The glass saint had yet to leave. She sat there quietly and turned her bright eyes at Saint Ji. Yi Futian's telepathic words to her made her curious as to what the young sage would have been up to. At the moment, she was able to somehow guess the answer to that from Saint Ji's reaction alone. The Jisheng Cliffs was invaded. Saint Ji looked up and cold aura burst from him. Yet another broken piece of jade scroll appeared on his palm, which was that of the 3rd warrior of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. He too was Saint Ji's personal student and a very exceptional genius. The expressions of Kong Yao and many who were around Saint Ji turned pale. They all stood up as their hearts beat violently. How could this have happened? Qin Zhong's heart ached when he heard Saint Ji's words. Did he bring his people to go on a killing spree at Jisheng Cliffs? Excuse me, I'd be off. Saint Ji took to the air in an instant, heading straight in one direction like a gust of wind. He left without taking Kong Yao and other mighty ones from the Jisheng Cliffs. If the village chief of the Tombkeeper village had indeed went on a killing spree, then it would have been a burden for Saint Ji taking the others with him. His mind was ice-cold at the moment. He was determined to raise the Holy Ji Palace. Other than strong murderous intent, Saint Ji also felt a faint tinge of fear. He was wondering if the number 1 holy land of the Yu state would have been rendered on the brink of total annihilation, and he dared not speculate further. How did Yi Futian dare to do such a thing? Did he have no concern for the lives of the people of the Holy Ji Palace then? Letting the village go on a killing spree without any warning signs. How dare he? Not even Emperor Xia would have forgiven him. The 9 states were all under the rule of Emperor Xia's orthodoxy. Emperor Xia would have found nothing more repugnant than saints going on killing sprees without a care. Saint Xihua told the Rain Saint and the others back in the Xihua Sacred Mountain. Take care of Xihua Sacred Mountain. I'd be off for a while. I'd come with you. The Sacred King went up as well. Their minds were incredibly cold at the moment and they speculated the same thing as Saint Ji. There were no other possibilities to be had. Other than the village chief going on a killing spree, there was no way Yi Futian and his people would have been capable of such feats at the Jisheng Cliffs. The Jisheng Cliffs was a holy land and the most powerful force to be had in the Yu state after all. Everyone, I fear that I would be unable to be the host of this banquet any longer. If any of you wish to stay, Lu Zong and the others would attend to you. Please excuse me, Saint Xihua said to address the crowd before leaving with the sacred king. We'd go with you. One silhouette after another took to the air at the moment. The saints all headed towards the Jisheng cliffs. They were all wondering that, with the three holy lands declaring that they were to be allies, would Yi Futian would have done something so illogical and unthinkable? If the village chief had indeed went on a killing spree, then the saints of the three holy lands would have been permitted to head straight for the holy Ji palace and kill everyone there. It was an action akin to digging one's grave, as not even Emperor Xia would have saved them. That would have probably been the way things the sacred king wanted to see turn out. The glass was thinking as well if Yi Futian would have acted so impulsively. Her alluring figure was seen taking to the air, and she flew away like a fairy. The sky at a corner of the Yu state several hundred miles away from the Jisheng cliffs were tainted fiery red, as if a firestorm had lit the sky. Countless at the vast lands below looked up and shuddered violently within. It was the heavens' might. A battle between saints were taking place high in the sky. It was terrifying, for those below were actually witnessing a battle between saints taking place. The elder who was manipulating fires of his surroundings and was capable of burning the sky with just his thoughts would have probably been the flame saint of Jisheng cliffs. The one who stands before the flame saint, the silhouette looking like a stout, sky-scraping god. Who would that saint be? It was said that Dozhan of the Holy Ji Palace had attained sainthood due to his exceptional physical might. Furthermore, Jisheng cliffs of the Yu state and the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren state were sworn enemies. Would it be him? At that moment, the stout godlike figure was bathed in fire. His body had been burned flaming red, and yet he seemed as if he felt nothing. He stood where he was with the might of the great path coursing all over him. His achieved sainthood through physical feats, and his body itself was a rule of the great path. Other than both of them, there was yet another elder clad in unparalleled might of the sword taking care of things in another corner. It was none other than the village chief. He did not participate in the battle between saints. Dozhan had fought the sacred king as soon as he became a saint, which naturally meant that he was overpowered. That battle at the moment served well to allow Dozhan to get used to battles fought at Saint Plain. The village chief would have only acted when things turned dire. There was no way the flame saint would have been able to run with the village chief around. Be it attack or speed, he was way above the flame saint. Is the Holy Ji Palace really going to kill everyone then? The flame saint's voice was heard saying coldly in the sky. You people came trampling when Saint Ji was absent. Do you think the Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and Saint Ji would have let you off easy after this? Are you saying if we spare you and the Jisheng cliffs, Saint Xihua, the sacred king and Saint Ji would just stand by and do nothing then? The village chief said sarcastically. The lords of the three holy lands were now allies as declared at Xihua Sacred Mountain, and that could have only been meant for one thing, the annihilation of the Holy Ji Palace. There was no way they could have gone easy, so much so that the three holy lands would have came for the Holy Ji Palace right away, as soon as Yi Futian and his people returned to the Holy Ji Palace. It was entirely fine for Yi Futian to make such a decision at the moment, to shave off certain powers of his enemies. They were to cut down any they would have been able to at the moment, and it would have made their enemies much easier to deal with in the future. Dozhan, let's join hands and get rid of him. We don't have much time, the village chief said. They were definitely there sooner than Saint Ji, but that did not mean that they have a lot of time to spare. When Saint Ji was alerted and he were to return to Jisheng cliffs not long after they left, they would have had little time to do what needed to be done. Saint Ji's powers would have probably been stronger after all. All right, Dozhan nodded. He stepped forward as soon as he finished saying that. The might of the great path descended upon him and a powerful pressure descended upon his opponent. He stepped forward and threw a frightening punch of the saint in an instant, tearing the air before the punch apart. The flame saint's eyes remained burning. Giants of magma manifested around him all of a sudden, throwing themselves at the incoming flash of the punch. A firestorm burst before him at the same time. Ashfire with the power to burn everything down was brought to bear in an instant. At that moment, the flame saint sensed looming crisis. The The sword of the great path descended from above, shrouding his surroundings in it. The village chief made his move as well. The flame saint pulsed with boundless fires and his expression completely ashen. The village chief was considerably more powerful than he was. There was simply no way he would have been able to take the village chief on, especially now that the village chief attacked together with Dojan. While the flame saint indeed possessed a divine instrument, but the level of the thing in his hand was not high and the amplification effect was limited. It was as if top-notch sage ritual implements would have been of limited use to top-notch archmage-level sages. Common divine instruments operated in the same manner with saints, unless it was some high-level divine instrument that surpassed their own levels. In the case of Dojan, who had achieved sainthood through physical feats, his body itself was comparable to common divine instruments. Seeing the boundless sword aura descending from above, the flame saint looked up and the great path of boundless rules was transformed into a special fiery image. He burst with sky-burning flames in an instant, shrouding the sky, and the flames even headed straight for the village chief's body. When the sword reached him, it disappeared entirely within the image. Boom! 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 The air shook violently and Dojan stepped forward in great leaps. His 7-star acupoints were all opened and his arm was thrown straight at the flame saint, who was gathering his powers to resist the village chief's attacks. He turned rather despair sensing Dojan's incoming attack. He intended to retreat, but quickly saw a beam of powerful light shot forth. A beam of holy light appeared in the air. Sword matrix diagrams showered down, heading straight for the flame saint. The flame saint's body seemed to have been burned. Screens of terrifying flames appeared with his body at the center. When the sword will reached him and immersed in the fires, it would have dissipated bit by bit. However, Dojan did not seem to even be aware of the power of the flames. His arm bashed right through the screen of flames and headed straight for the flame saint's body. Boom! A loud boom was heard. Dojan felt the arm of his saintly body scalded and seemingly felt like it was about to be reduced to ashes. However, the terrifying shock also sent the flame saint flying. The flame saint intended to just turn around and escape using the force from the shock. He had no intentions of fighting any longer. The sword diagrams continued to press on him. The looming sense of crisis grew increasingly strong, and at the very next moment, a flash of the sword came and went like a bolt of lightning. The space seemed to have been torn and the flame saint was stopped dead in his tracks. Extreme fear was seen in his eyes. At that moment, the village chief and the flame saint had their backs facing each other, as if both of them just happened to brush past each other. At the very next moment, despair was written all over the flame saint's face. His body split apart in the middle right away. The village chief's body disappeared right away. Streaks of lightning flashes of the sword boomed in the air. The flame saint completely dissipated from the space he occupied soon. It was difficult for saints to die. As such, he had to end the flame saint completely, leaving his opponent with no chance of emerging alive. A saint of the Jisheng Cliffs perished. I, Saint Ji, swears to cut down every single person from the holy Ji Palace of the barren state. A voice voicing out a murderous intent like no other reverberated in the air during the journey between the Shihua sacred mountain to the Jisheng Cliffs, causing all from the Holy Lands to tremble. Jisheng Cliffs. Now, the outcome of the battle became even clearer. No one could block Sword Saint's demonic blade, and after Qin Zhuang and his party killed Gufeng, they moved in on Nie Yen for the kill. This was war, and there was no fairness in it. Qin Zhuang and his group of 9 were able to kill Gufeng, and in addition to Yunshang and Huang Shi, who were armed with divine implements, Nie Yen had no chance to block it and was soon exhausted, his body sealed by ice. When the sword arrived, his body was pulverized instantly, and his divine implement was taken away. Out of the 3 great sages of Jisheng Cliffs, 2 were killed with the 18 elders who had perished before. Their battle power had been diminished again and again. Jisheng Cliffs was washed in blood. On the other hand, on the side of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State, there was no such catastrophe, so the situation of the battle was clearly one-sided. It's finished. Those from Jisheng Cliffs, who were still battling, felt hopeless inside. They clearly understood that there was no hope in the Battle of Jisheng Cliffs. Since when could these people of the holy Ji palace from the barren state, who had no saints and were greatly despised, now slaughter Jisheng cliffs, destroying them all? Those who had participated in the battle of the holy Ji palace in the barren state were feeling particularly bitter. Back in the day, Xianxia of the younger generation of the 9 warriors of Jisheng cliffs had descended to the holy Ji palace in the barren state. He had been enough to stir up a storm of blood and guts, making the holy Ji palace agree to everything they had asked for, on account that they did not dare to offend Jisheng cliffs. However, once a weakling of a character from the noble plane became the palace lord of the holy Ji palace, an army was now at Jisheng cliffs for the kill. How ironic! If this was known before, they would have killed Yi Futian, no matter the cost, and would not have allowed him to go to the palace to participate in the battle, so that he had the opportunity to become the lord of the palace before Emperor Xia. However, there was no such thing as if. Above the firmament, violent bursting sounds of explosions could be heard. Yuan Hong and the Heavenly Guardian collided once again, and this time, Yuan Hong's attack was so shocking and powerful that everyone could see that although he was using the infinite ruler, it was clearly the staff method in disguise. The power of each strike was stronger than the previous one. It gathered the power of the heavens and attacked with the might of the matrix. Along with this terrible bursting sound, many people's eardrums shook. The godlike body of the Heavenly Guardian was now fraught with cracks. The elder who was controlling it made a muted sound, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Go now, leave Jisheng cliffs. On the cliff, the white-haired elder shouted. Obviously, he knew that there was no more hope, so he was allowing the sages of Jisheng cliffs to retreat and give up. Otherwise, they would all die here. Boom! Another shockingly loud noise was heard. Yuan Hong's staff techniques directly split open the body of the Heavenly Guardian. The elder spat out blood, and the people behind him also had their breath diminished, and the divine implement of a hammer dropped straight into the hands of Yuan Hong. The white elder was also defeated. Let's go. Another loud scream came from Jisheng cliffs, and suddenly, all the sages fled, abandoning the battle. Bang! Yuan Hong's infinite ruler slammed down, sweeping endless areas, killing many cultivators instantly. Sword Saint's blade was also madly cutting down the enemies. Once upon a time, Jisheng cliffs nearly killed his 3rd junior brother, Gu Donglu, and their younger brother. Today, this debt would be repaid. Moreover, those who escaped today would come back again with Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in alliance to fight the Holy Ji Palace, so it went without saying that they could not allow these people a second chance. The body of Qin Zhuang also moved, but this time he did not gather the sword matrix. Instead, he crossed the void by himself, continuing the slaughter. The same was true of Su Shang. His body was like a wind, killing those who tried to escape. The demonic beast let out a roar, tearing at all the cultivators who were guarding different areas of the Jisheng cliffs and trying to escape. In this battle, Jisheng cliffs completely gave up and the massacre was a one-sided affair. The immense body of the golden demon ape came to a cliff, and Yuan Hong lowered his head to stare coldly at a group of elders of the Jisheng cliffs. The white elder looked up at that incomparably violent golden body and said coldly, "Evil beast, your massacre today will one day be the demise of your clan." Yuan Hong put away the infinite ruler but picked up the hammer of divine implement that the other party had just used. His arm lifted high, and a knowing pressure cascaded down. The white elder and the others looked extremely pale. The heavenly and earthly guardians were all eliminated, which caused great injuries to their spiritual will, and it was now impossible to resist Yuan Hong. It was the end for them. That day when the people of Jisheng cliffs went to Taihang Mountain for the massacre, not only did you not stop them, but instead sent people to help. Have you ever thought that this day of retribution would come for you? The golden eyes of Yuan Hong were full of murderous intent. Without waiting for a response, the huge hammer of the divine implement smashed down. With a great loud boom, the mountains burst and shattered, and those cultivators disappeared right where they stood. Next, of course, was to clean up the mess. Yi Futian was still playing the guqin. A sunset was now at the edge of the sky, red like blood, eerily similar to the scene that happened on Taihang Mountain in the past. as if this was the retribution that had been a long time coming. The sound of the guqin stopped. The village chief and Dozhan had also returned. They stood beside Yifutian. The earthly guardian had disappeared, and the countless people at Jisheng Cliffs below shuddered in fear. "Let's go." Yifutian glanced at the place below indifferently, then turned to leave. The army withdrew and the demonic beasts levitated, and soon they had all left Jisheng Cliff and headed for the distance. "Village chief, master, now that Emperor Xia has permitted the 9 states sacred war with no requirement to warn the others, the concern here is that Saint Xihua and Saint Ji will join forces. What are your thoughts?" Yifutian asked the village chief and Dozhan. "Futian, what are your thoughts?" Dozhan asked. In this context, he automatically understood what he was facing. He could not return to the Holy Ji Palace. Otherwise, it was as if he was waiting for the opponent to come and kill him. Having cultivated to the Saint Plane, naturally, he would not sacrifice himself lightly. The endless ocean is vast and without end, with countless islands that no one has any knowledge of, which will be great for concentrating on cultivation. Of course, Master could also go to the upper worlds and bring a demonic beast, so I can always contact Master, Yifutian said. He had gone to the Jisheng Cliffs to force Flame Saint to summon Emperor Xia and formulate the rules of the Sacred War, so that no one dared to disobey them in the land of 9 states. Naturally, he would use those rules to his own advantage and avoid what would not benefit him. Fine. Dozhan nodded. What are the plans for the village chief? I don't care. Let's send Futian and the others back to the palace first. Only I won't confront them head-on, they can't catch up with me. The village chief replied, apparently very confident with his speed. That's great. Master can go now, lest the other party go directly to the palace to end us, Yifutian said. Very well. Dozhan nodded. Be careful. Don't start the fight. I understand. Yifutian nodded, and he had a plan in his heart. Dozhan stepped onto a demon beast and left. When a saint chose to intentionally remain hidden, he would not be easy to find. The village chief summoned the giant sword and took Yifutian and the others, heading toward the barren state. When Saint Ji rushed back to Jisheng Cliffs, the battle was already over and Yifutian and his people had been gone for a while. Those below the Sage Plain level at Jisheng Cliffs were cleaning up the mess. The vast and endless Jisheng Cliffs of the Holy Land of Yu State was now in total ruin. Mountain ridges had collapsed and been destroyed, and there were cracks on the ground. Numerous bodies were laid out on the field, bright red blood-colored Jisheng Cliffs. From Saint Ji, an immeasurable murderous aura coursed out of him and permeated the air. This pressure was so heavy that the people below could hardly breathe. When they looked up, they saw Saint Ji, and yet no one greeted him. There was only a sense of sorrow. In the space, there was nothing but silence. What happened to Jisheng Cliffs today was the demise of their elders. As the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs, could Saint Ji shirk the responsibilities of any of it? He did not guard the Jisheng Cliffs well, and as Yifutian had said at the banquet in Xihua Sacred Mountain, Saint Ji announced his decision to participate in the Sacred War, thus bringing on the annihilation of Jisheng Cliffs. When Yifutian led his people here, what was Saint Ji doing? Perhaps still enjoying the feast. The vendetta between Jisheng Cliffs and the Holy Ji Palace started because of the order issued by Saint Ji. He even used his will on the Holy Ji Palace and suppressed the barren state by force. Now he had announced his intention to participate in the Sacred War. A mixture of new hatred and old debt had resulted in the ending before his eyes. At this moment, there was resentment in the hearts of many. The Jisheng Cliffs of the present had been completely finished, and the first Holy Land in Yu State was no more. Shadows of figures descended one after another. They were saints rushing over from Xihua Sacred Mountain. When they saw the scene in front of them, all were silent. Yifutian had really destroyed Jisheng Cliffs. What exactly happened? Saint Ji was still immersed in deep hatred when Saint Xihua inquired coldly. Great Zhou Sacred King's eyes were sharp and indifferent. The intent to kill was extremely strong. But in reality, none of what happened was a disadvantage to him. Now, Saint Ji was probably going to kill Yifutian no matter the cost. Yifutian led the army of the Holy Ji Palace from the barren state and annihilated us. a man said and looked up at the void. An army from the Holy Ji Palace? All the saints who were present had an indifferent look. How could that even be possible? Unless, before attending the birthday banquet, Yi Futian had already ordered the army to ambush Jisheng Cliffs? Emperor Xia appeared? Saint Ji glanced at the stone monument at Jisheng Peak. He could already sense something. Yes, the army of the Holy Ji Palace came with the saints of the other two holy lands. Flame Saint summoned the will of Emperor Xia. The people from below continued. However, Yi Futian claimed that the head saint announced their participation in the sacred war at Shihua Sacred Mountain, and with 3 major holy lands joining forces to bully the barren state, he had no choice but to strike back. Emperor Xia did not stop it, but issued an order saying that any holy lands within the 9 states desiring to battle no longer need to ask him for permission again, but just need to obey the rules governing the sacred war, saints to saints and sages to sages, so that those below the sage plane will live. Catching. Saint Ji clenched both fists, blue veins bulging, and the thought of killing gathered around him and turned into a hurricane, extremely frightening. Yi Futian. His eyes were directed at the void and murderous thoughts swept up toward it. He understood now that Jisheng Cliffs was set up by Yi Futian, who had laid out the plan in advance to annihilate them. Nowadays, there was the edict of Emperor Xia, and he could not even go straight to the Holy Ji Palace to take his revenge and could only target the 2 saints from the Holy Ji Palace. But how could it be that the other party was not prepared to wait for them? Jisheng Cliffs was destroyed, but he could not avenge it by bringing slaughter to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian was exploiting the rules of Emperor Xia. He could disregard Emperor Xia's command and go over there to massacre them, but then he would be daring to exchange his own life. If he violated Emperor Xia's order, then the question was whether or not Emperor Xia would kill him as the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs. In the 9 states, no one could disobey the command of Ren Huang. The words of the Xia Emperor were the words of heaven. Glass Saint was quite shocked when she witnessed this scene in her heart, and she finally understood the meaning of Yi Futian's question to her before he left. Even before any of this, he had already planned to use Xia Emperor to give orders for the sacred war. Although it seemed that Holy Ji Palace of Barren State was still in a position of absolute disadvantage, this was already the best possible outcome. To upend the power of Jisheng Cliffs, as long as the 2 saints temporarily evaded the attention at the moment, the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State would only face the army of sages from 2 major holy lands. Leveraging the advantage of their location, they still had a chance to win the battle. All the saints looked on quietly, and they thought that Yi Futian was truly a tough character. Saint Ji was fooled by a youngster and in the land of the 9 states, which had been calm for many years. The first holy land to be wiped out was actually not the Holy Ji Palace but Jisheng Cliffs. Jisheng Cliffs, under the cover of the night's darkness, was desolate, and as the cold wind blew, it chilled Saint Ji, who was just stepping into Jisheng Cliffs. Those who had perished had completely disappeared, including their divine implements which had been taken away. He had wild thoughts about capturing the sacred hall of the Holy Ji Palace and their divine implements to fortify Jisheng Cliffs, but Yi Futian had acted first and exterminated Jisheng Cliffs. How many years would it take for them to recover? 50 years? 100 years? Or even longer? And after this battle, who dared to enter Jisheng Cliffs to cultivate? He, Saint Ji, as the head saint, had allowed Jisheng Cliffs to suffer such catastrophe. Who would be willing to submit to him? Of course, he could feel that even those in the noble plane did not regard him quite with as much fear as before, but he had no one to blame. He was the master of Jisheng Cliffs, and this was a responsibility that he could not shirk. As he had enjoyed the supreme power and the status that came with it, the responsibility was also his. But he had pushed Jisheng Cliffs to the abyss. Saint Shihua, Great Zhou Sacred King, could you immediately mobilize the army to the barren state? Saint Ji looked up to the 2 men in the void and said, since Emperor Xia has re-established the rules for the 9 states sacred war, participants in the sacred war in the 9 states no longer need to report for permission. Therefore, the agreement between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace is no longer valid, and Great Zhou Sacred King can strike back. Saint Ji Yi Futian left Xihua Sacred Mountain but led the army to massacre Jisheng Cliffs. It must have been premeditated. If so, he is extremely cunning and would never allow the two saints from Holy Ji Palace to return for us to slaughter. Most likely, the saints have already escaped. As for those below Saint Plain yet dealing such a blow to Jisheng Cliffs, their people must not be weaklings and we need to give the whole matter more consideration. Saint Xihua replied. Yi Futian was certainly not stupid. How could he not know to use the rules to his advantage? Would the saints of the Holy Ji Palace wait for them to come for the kill? As for the Sage Plain, seeing the outcome at Jisheng Cliffs, it was most likely that both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty would have to pour in all of their best to destroy the Holy Ji Palace for good. It was said that Xianxia had arranged many matrices in the Holy Ji Palace. It had geographical advantages, and even if they were able to annihilate the Holy Ji Palace, it would probably be at the great expense of their own people, so rushing into action would do them no good at all. Previously, they had planned to pressure the Holy Ji Palace with the forces of all three Holy Lands and let some cultivators leave on their own out of fear, thus lessening its resistance. But now, the sages of the Jisheng Cliffs were swept away. In reality, Jisheng Cliffs no longer held much value, and the remaining combative powers would probably come from Saint Ji himself and Kong Yao. When Saint Ji heard what Saint Xihua had to say, he felt an extremely coldness, but he said nothing. The space seemed even more oppressed, and the saints all around looked on quietly. Who would have thought? They were even wondering if Yi Futian had planned to use Flame Saint to call out Emperor Xia to mandate the rules so that the Holy Ji Palace would avoid being hunted by all the saints. As for the rules set by Emperor Xia, they were not surprised. Although Emperor Xia was not so concerned about the 9 states, it was ultimately under his jurisdiction. Each generation would yield some powerful figures. He had already opened up the sacred war in the 9 states. If the saints were not prohibited from taking revenge on the people of lower plains, once the 9 states was mired in a state of chaos, the real end of days would come when people would slaughter each other without any fear or restrictions. Under the rules, all the Holy Lands would inevitably be somewhat restrained. In fact, even without the rules from Emperor Xia, in the past, most saints would not attack people of lower plains from other Holy Lands, so it could be said to be an unwritten rule followed by all. The reason why there was such a special case with the Barren State was that they had no saints in the past, so Jisheng Cliffs thought that it could be bullied. Great Zhou Sacred King had thought so before as well. Understood, Saint Ji replied coolly. Saint Ji, Saint Xihua continued. I can understand your anger at the moment. The cruelty and bloodthirst demonstrated by the Holy Ji Palace gives everyone in the 9 states a right to judge them. However, under the rules, we still have to act according to the Emperor's will. The 9 states is far too large, and there are also endless territories outside of it. If saints deliberately evade us, who can find them? Not only couldn't we, but even those in the Runhuang Plain would find it difficult. Those beautiful eyes of glass saint suddenly flashed a look of surprise. Her eyes were directed at Xihua Sacred Mountain. This sentence seemed simple enough, but behind it, there was deep meaning. Saint Xihua had thought deep and hard. Outside of the 9 states, there were endless territories. The saints could avoid them, and even those in the Runhuang Plain would deem them hard to find. What did this mean? Saint Ji needed to avoid it, so would it also be difficult for Emperor Xia to find it? The other saints also raised their eyebrows. They were all crafty old souls who had been cultivating for many years. Naturally, they understood that this seemingly random sentence had a hidden meaning behind it, though on the surface nothing seemed to be amiss. Now that Jisheng Cliffs had been bathed in blood, if Saint Ji was tough enough, however, this was equivalent to gambling with his own life. They did not really know just how much power Emperor Xia had, but in reality, there was a great possibility that Saint Ji would never be able to walk out of the 9 states. Such determination was not easy. Please, everyone, go back. Saint Ji did not respond to Saint Xihua, but instead had asked everyone to leave. Everyone around said nothing more and started to move away, but there was turmoil in their hearts. After all, Jisheng Cliff was a holy land in Yu State. That handsome young man from the Barren State, who had seemed so harmless in the birthday banquet, was, in the end, quite ruthless. Saint Xihua and Great Zhou Sacred King left as well, and they returned to Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty respectively. They were reminded by today's event that Yi Futian, ruthless and tough, should never be underestimated. If they were not careful, they would be swallowed whole by this formidable opponent. The Battle of Jisheng Cliffs quickly spread throughout the territories of the 9 states and shocked countless people. Just as everyone was still thinking about the marriage between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, another great event happened on the same day. Jisheng Cliffs had suffered a bloodbath. Many people had forgotten about the focus of that day, Lu Zong and Zhou Zi, to whom the day should have belonged. After all, Yi Futian was still Yi Futian within the land of the 9 states. No one seemed to be able to deprive him of the spotlight. It was rumored that on the day of the wedding banquet, Lu Zong and Yi Futian had a sparring session that had made Yi Futian retreat, and afterwards, there was the Battle of Jisheng Cliff. Could this mean that Lu Zong was now stronger than Yi Futian within the same generation? Of course, there were also many who wondered if Yi Futian had withdrawn deliberately and had not exerted his full power. At the Battle of Jisheng Cliffs, it was said that Yi Futian did not participate in the fight. Only the people from the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State were fighting. Was Yi Futian still unable to participate in this level of battle? There was also an army of demonic beasts in that battle. There was a powerful beastmaster at the Holy Ji Palace. Various rumors now spread throughout the 9 states, and the news had also entered into the Barren State and stirred up a storm there. When Jisheng Cliffs was wreaking havoc in the Barren State, people in the Barren State knew. But in just a few years' time, no one could have thought that the young man who was in the noble plain would now lead an army from Holy Ji Palace to annihilate Jisheng Cliffs. It was truly shocking. Many people felt their blood boiling and wanted to join the Holy Ji Palace, even if the palace was now in the midst of a sacred war. If they could survive this sacred war, the land of the 9 states and the rise of the Holy Ji Palace would be unstoppable. At this time, at the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, Yi Futian had ordered everyone to be fully prepared, ready to fight. At the same time, he had dispatched the demonic beasts to monitor the movements of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. In the present situation, there was always the possibility that the opponent would send troops to the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian wanted to delay for as much time as possible. When he and Yushang were both in the Sage Plain, the sacred war would be a lot easier. There was also the third senior brother, Jiu, Wuchen, and Zhouge, who all needed more time to become stronger. Although in the battle with Jisheng Cliffs he had destroyed them, Yi Futian was not proud and still had a very strong sense of crisis. Though Emperor Xia had declared the rules, there was no guarantee that the other party would abide by the agreement. If they were desperate, there was a definite possibility that the other party would violate Emperor Xia's order. Therefore, the Holy Ji Palace was constantly facing a crisis. At this time, in the Holy Sage Pavilion, Yi Futian was cultivating, but someone came with a word. "What is it?" Yi Futian asked the person. "Palace Lord, someone from the Yu clan of Summer State came to visit," the person replied. Yi Futian's eyes flashed a strange color, and he said, "Who is the visitor?" "A lady of the Yu clan. Her name is Yu Lingshuang." Yi Futian looked surprised, and then walked out and said, "Let's go see." In a moment, Yi Futian saw that it was indeed Yu Lingshuang, along with some cultivators of the Yu clan. "Palace Lord Yi." Everyone bowed in greeting. "No need." Yi Futian nodded in return, then looked at Yu Lingshuang and smiled. "To what do I owe Miss Lingshuang this visit? Didn't you invite me to visit the palace? Didn't you mean it?" Yu Lingshuang smiled jokingly. "Of course you are welcome to visit. It's just that we are in the middle of a mess. I didn't expect any visitors." Yi Futian smiled and continued, "Let me order a feast for you." "No need. But could Palace Lord Yi take me to see the rest of the Holy Ji Palace?" Yu Lingshuang smiled. Yi Futian looked at her and saw that her beautiful eyes stared back at him. He nodded gently. "Very well, I will give you a tour." As he was speaking, he walked forward, Yu Lingshuang following behind, not letting anyone else follow them. The two levitated and came to the place above the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian said to Yu Lingshuang, "This is the Holy Sage Pavilion, the place where Palace Lord resides. The Holy Ji Palace is the holy land of cultivation in the barren state. There used to be 6 palaces, but I added some more. I know. And I heard that when Palace Lord Yi first entered the Holy Ji Palace, he was not favored. The Holy Sage Pavilion chose by Zhe, the son of the Lord of White Cloud City, and Sage Dojan of the Battle Sage Palace chose you as a disciple. And now, Sage Dojan is already Saint Dojan, Yu Lingshuang said with a smile. It was so. Yi Futian laughed. Apparently, Yu Lingshuang had learned some of his past and even knew things that happened when he entered the palace. You had also been exiled from the palace because of that thing with Jisheng Cliffs. The previous palace lord saw your talent and sacrificed himself to pass on the position to you, even though you were only at the Nobel plane at the time. Yu Lingshuang continued. And now that you have brought an army into Jisheng Cliffs, could be considered revenge for the 2 previous palace lords. Payback for all the wrongs that happened before. If the 2 palace lords knew now, they would be proud of their decision, same as your master. Even so, the Holy Ji Palace is also facing a crisis of survival, Yi Futian replied. You could resolve it, Yu Lingshuang said. Just as your master and the 2 palace lords valued you, now my clan feels the same way. I believe we are not wrong to believe this, so why did you not consider the proposal last time? Yi Futian looked at Yu Lingshuang and saw that this bright and attractive woman did not appear bashful. Her clear and beautiful eyes stared back at him. From her eyes, Yi Futian instinctively understood certain feelings, and could not help but give a forlorn smile. I don't want to mess with people's emotions, and besides, it would not be fair to you. Yi Futian sighed. But I don't mind, Yu Lingshuang said, still looking at him. She smiled and continued. Since I met Palace Lord Yi for the first time, I inquired a lot about him. The situation that currently faces the Holy Ji Palace you should know better than me. If Palace Lord Yi really does not want to accept me, I don't mind acting in a play. Our family values the talent and potential of Palace Lord Yi, but in the end we need a reason for our liaison, otherwise it is impossible to take the risk, and I can give the family that reason to intervene, but also ease the crisis facing the Holy Ji Palace. So why not do it? Wait until the Holy Ji Palace gets through the crisis, and after everything has ended you can declare that it was all just false. No one will care by then. Yi Futian looked at Yu Lingshuang in surprise. How had he not seen the faint emotion in this beautiful woman's eyes? And she understood his past. She was obviously an attentive woman. But the 2 of them had only met a few times, and the first time was at the suggestion of Yu Jianglu. Yi Futian naturally could not have any feelings towards her. This was not the way that he wanted to obtain the Yu clan's power. And if he just pretended in order to gain their favor, and then abandoned her once he had gotten what he needed, that would seem rather mean. Even though she said she didn't mind, this wasn't fair to her at all. He was already married. If he said it was all just a game, who would believe him? He couldn't stand it if Yu Lingshuang was kicked out due to rumors and suspicion. So, once a marriage had taken place, it was too hypocritical to say it was all a game. He could only officially take her as a concubine. It was only in the interest of the palace, but it was still a little unfair to Yu Lingshuang. But it would be a lie if he said he was not tempted. He understood what the palace faced now more than anyone. Could be said to be a stormy situation. A little carelessness could bring about a catastrophe. With Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and Saint Ji, there were 6 Saint Plain cultivators in total. How could the village chief and the master withstand them all? They could only run. And he did not know how many years it would be before he reached the Saint Plain. Therefore, this marriage would not be about himself. It was about the palace's benefit and the life and death of many people. He could not be indifferent to their plight. Having the Yu clan join them would give Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty pause, and they would not dare do anything rash. When she saw Yi Futian's expression, Lingshuang bowed her head slightly, and a touch of gloominess flashed in her eyes. She knew that Yi Futian didn't have any romantic feelings for her, and so she restrained her own emotions. Her beauty was outstanding, but she was not beautiful enough to cause the fall of a city or a nation. She was much less beautiful than Yi Futian's wife. How could a peerless figure like Yi Futian have feelings for her? After all, she was not some sort of goddess. She was not even the most outstanding in the Yu clan. And she knew of Yi Futian's legendary past. He was indeed a god. It was as if he was destined for greatness from birth. Even among the endless heroic figures of the 9 states he still stood out. She raised her head and looked at Yi Futian. She smiled and said, "I already know what's on your mind, Lord Yi. I'm just passing through. Can I stay here and visit for a while?" "Of course." Yi Futian saw that Ling Shuang had changed the subject. He smiled and nodded. "Then I'll ask my family to go back without me." The two of them went to the Sage Hall, where Yu Lingshuang asked the cultivators of the Yu clan to leave. A strange light flashed in their eyes. Miss Yu was staying at the palace. What did that mean? They would go back and report to the family first. Yi Futian made arrangements for Yu Lingshuang to stay in the Sage Hall. Many seniors came to visit Yi Futian for the real purpose of seeing Yu Lingshuang. This guy had a beautiful woman willing to throw herself into his arms, and he was indifferent to her. However, his restraint also had a certain charm to it. When they thought about it carefully, they realized that he had never lacked for beautiful women beside him, like Yun Shuixing, the daughter of Ice Temple, Phoenix, the undying old man's heir, Mu Jiqiu of Zhaixing House, and even his maid was beautiful, the slim and graceful, yet coquettish, Long Linger. The last time he had gone out to train, he had also taken 2 beautiful women with him. He truly could be called a playboy. Atop Holy Sage Pavilion sat a beautiful woman gazing at the distant scenery. When she heard footsteps, Hua Jieyu turned and smiled at Yi Futian, saying, "Have you disappointed the beauty again?" Yi Futian shrugged and walked to Hua Jieyu's side. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and rested his head on her shoulder. "I've disappointed a few along the way." He knew that when he was in Divine Sky City, Gu Yunqi had been interested in him as well as Lulan Shui. He knew how difficult it was to suffer their favor. Hua Jieyu turned her face, and Yi Futian could feel her breath. Her face that was beautiful enough to bring about the fall of a city was so close it was intoxicating. "You weren't like this at Qingzhou Academy," said Hua Jieyu softly. "Didn't you really like to flirt with Miss Qin then? You still remember that after all these years?" Yi Futian's face darkened. When they were cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, they were only 15. At that time, he didn't know anything about feelings. Many people in the academy dreamed of Qin Yi, and he had been young, so naturally, he would have been attracted to someone as beautiful, sexy, and kind as her. "Humph. I remember it well," said Hua Jieyu smilingly. Unfortunately later I was enchanted by a witch. My one false step has brought me everlasting grief," said Yi Futian with a sigh. Hua Jieyu stamped on his foot. She turned around, her eyes revealing her intoxicating beauty. She whispered, "Is that witch really so charming?" "She is. So charming that I just want to eat her up." Yi Futian bowed his head and kissed her intoxicating red lips. The witch was charming, but he had her in the palm of his hand. Holding onto her intoxicating body, he led her into the bedroom. It was a wonderful spring night. With Yu Lingshuang staying in the Holy Sage Pavilion, many people thought that the lady of the palace would be unhappy. They never would have imagined that Hua Jieyu could often be seen with her all around the palace, chatting and laughing. They seemed to be as close as sisters. This made the disciples worship Yi Futian even more. He was truly the model of a man. He had a wife who was like a goddess, and she did not mind the presence of another woman. And she could even fight side by side with him. She was perfect. However, on that day a group of cultivators came to the Holy Ji Palace. They were actually from the Yu clan in the Summer State, so Yi Futian went out to greet them along with Yu Lingshuang. Yu Jianglu was among them. "Lord Yi Lingshuang," Yu Jianglu called to the two of them. "How is it that you have the time to come visit us?" asked Yi Futian. He felt that something was slightly off. Yu Jianglu and the others looked solemn. "Lingshuang, where did your uncle and the guards go?" asked Yu Jianglu. "After I arrived at the palace, I asked them to return home." "What's wrong?" asked Lingshuang. She also felt that something was going on. "Your uncle and the others, every one of them was killed," said Yu Jianglu. Yu Lingshuang's face changed in an instant, as did Yi Futian's. The people from the Yu clan had all been killed after they left the palace? Who had done this? How could that be? Yu Lingshuang's face went pale. She felt guilty. Had she killed them by coming here? And if she had gone back with them, would she have ended up the same way? Do you have any leads? Asked Yi Futian. Yu Jianglu shook his head and then asked Yu Lingshuang some questions. He speculated they had died on the day that they left the palace, and not too far away from the palace either. In fact, they had still been in the barren state in Zhongzhou City. The Holy Ji Palace was in the barren state, but it had obviously not been them who had killed the people from the Yu clan. They had a good relationship, and so Yi Futian had no reason to do it. Otherwise, Yu Jianglu would not have been so polite when he came to the palace. He knew that this affair was not their doing. Lord Yi, are there any forces in the barren state that bear enmity towards the palace? Asked Yu Jianglu. That can't be it. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to do this. Yi Futian shook his head. Given the current situation, we're being watched by everyone, and Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty probably have many informers in Zhongzhou City. But even they don't seem to have had a good reason to do it. Perhaps they ordered someone to kill them when they saw that we had a desire to form a marriage alliance with you, in the hopes of killing Yu Lingshuang? And since she wasn't there, they killed the others? Guessed Yu Jianglu. We can't rule out that possibility. Yi Futian looked thoughtful. But if Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had really done this, once they were found out, it would push the Yu clan and the palace into an alliance, and they would be offending a powerful enemy. Therefore, he wasn't sure it was them. The death of the Yu clan cultivators was quite fishy. What about Saint Ji? Said Yu Jianglu. Saint Ji probably now hated the Holy Ji Palace for the battle at Jisheng Cliffs, and since Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were not willing to act, he was probably quite dissatisfied, and so had caused this to happen the Yu clan cultivators. I'm not sure. Yi Futian shook his head. This was all very confusing. Could it be that this sacred war and Emperor Xia's command had drawn out a secret holy land? If it wasn't Xihua Sacred Mountain, the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, or Saint Ji, then this affair was not a simple one. Another holy land must be involved. So what was their goal? May we stay in the palace while we investigate this matter? Yu Jianglu asked Yi Futian. Of course, and I will put all the power of the palace to work helping you in your investigation, said Yi Futian. The people from the Yu clan had been killed after leaving the Holy Ji Palace, and it had happened in Zhongzhou City, which was their land. He was partially responsible for what had happened. Thank you, Lord Yi. Yu Jianglu bowed slightly, then said to Yu Lingshuang, how are you getting on here at the palace? Lord Yi and his wife have been most considerate, said Yu Lingshuang. Excellent. Yu Jianglu finally smiled. Yu Lingshuang looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. Lingshuang's decision to stay in the palace had helped him and had created an illusion for the people of the 9 states. The Yu clan mobilized people from their families to come to the palace and start investigating the deaths of their cultivators. This case quickly attracted the attention of many people from around the 9 states. People from the Yu clan had been assassinated. This was extremely unusual. In addition to the clear sacred war, there were apparently undercurrents in the 9 states. Everyone in the 9 states paid close attention to the Holy Ji Palace and the Yu clan working together to investigate the murders of the Yu clan cultivators. Who had dared to do this? What was their goal? Several days later, the 2 Holy Lands discovered the site of the Yu clan cultivators' final battle. It was indeed in Zhongzhou City, but it was in a part of the city with no people. At this moment, Yi Futian and Yu Jianglu had just arrived there. There were traces of the destruction of battle there, and even some bloodstains. The last place that people had seen the cultivators was not far from here, and the investigators had followed the road to here. There was still some sealing rule power left over, which was probably a trace left by the Yu clan cultivators. The people from the 2 Holy Lands blocked off the area. Even Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty were tactful enough to not use this opportunity to move against Yi Futian. Many people suspected they were responsible for the deaths of the Yu clan cultivators. If they attacked now, it would completely force the Yu clan to run into the arms of the Holy Ji Palace. It would be disadvantageous for them to do this. There were traces of the battle, and a rule power aura was left behind, but other than the fact that they knew this was the place where the Yu clan cultivators had come to grief, there were no other clues. Yifutian ran through his freedom meditation, looking all around the area, trying to find clues. At this time his perception was extremely sharp, and as he landed in the battle area, he felt that there was a faint aura besides the leftover ceiling rule power will. "It's so cold," he whispered, and then walked over to a different trace of the battle. After a while, he looked up at Yu Jianglu and said, "The aura from the battle has nearly disappeared, but there is still a bit of one left over from the battle between top-level sages. My perception is extraordinary, so I can still sense it. It seems that one person did this, and they seem to be skilled at ice rule power. There are many top-level sages in the 9 states who are good at that. Every holy land has one," said Yu Jianglu. This meant that Yifutian's discovery did not mean too much, and it wouldn't help them find the killer. Perhaps the Yu clan cultivators had been too careless and had fallen afoul of a plot against them. They had probably never thought that someone would assassinate them. After searching for a while, Yu Jianglu said, "It looks like we won't find any more clues. Let's go back to the palace." "All right," said Yifutian, and the group of them returned to the Holy Ji Palace. They had not found the killer, leaving the situation very clouded. However, the fact that there were Yu clan cultivators staying in the Holy Ji Palace, added to the fact that the Yu clan was working together with them, made it so that Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty did not act rashly. There had been a slaughter at Jisheng Cliffs by Yifutian's army, and now the Yu clan had come in, upsetting their schemes. They were very unhappy about all this. But even though they were unhappy, all they could do was restrain themselves and continue to wait for a good opportunity. Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King even felt in their hearts that Saint Ji was a gutless coward. He was lucky he was a saint, otherwise, he would have been slaughtered along with the rest of his disciples. Everyone mocked him now. He would not recover his former position in 100 years, and he now did not even have the imposing manner of a dead fish in a broken net. With Saint Ji's power, he could have slaughtered everyone in the Holy Ji Palace, and not even the 2 saints there could have stopped him. After destroying the Holy Ji Palace, he would have had to avoid Emperor Xia's wrath. But that wasn't so bad compared to the alternative. Now it looked like there were 2 more potential saints among the ranks of the juniors of the Holy Ji Palace. One of them was the crown jewel of the 9 states, Yifutian, and the other was number 1 in the 9 states forum, Yusheng. Of course, they thought that way, but if Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King had done that themselves, they would be not worthy of the dignity of saints. It was not easy to cultivate up to their level. There was nothing in the world more important than cultivation. If you had that, then it must be fate. If it wasn't fated, then what use was it to pursue the great path? Yifutian returned to the Holy Ji Palace, and then took out the file pertaining to the sages and saints, ranking to thumb through it. He did not look at the 72 saints but at the 81 sages. Of course, a lot of the sages in the list no longer existed thanks to him and the Holy Ji Palace. But he still attentively looked through the rest of them. There were many people in the 9 states who were good at ice rule power, but someone who was confident enough to kill all those Yu clan cultivators by themselves must be quite powerful. And they had not given their opponents any chance to escape. Therefore, it was worth taking a look at the sages' ranking. But Yifutian did not gain much from looking at it. Just as Yifutian was investigating the deaths of the Yu clan cultivators, a group of uninvited guests came quietly to Zhongzhou City. Zhongzhou City was the largest city in the Barren State, and the Holy Ji Palace was located on the edge of it. At that moment, a group of cultivators moved confidently through the ancient city. They all wore a detached attitude. One of them had white hair and a ruddy complexion, and a celestial wind blew across his body. His aura poured out from him carelessly, shocking everyone who felt it. The other cultivators were incredible as well. They seemed to be looking for something as they walked along. In the center of them stood a young man wearing a beautiful brocade. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a picture scroll floating in front of him with light shining from it. The scroll was actually a map which guided them through the city. "We should be almost there," said the middle-aged man. He looked up with bright and piercing eyes. His face was as sharp as a blade, and there was a hint of power about his form. "Where are we?" asked the young man. "In one of the 9 states, the land under Emperor Xia's jurisdiction," answered the middle-aged man. "Previously, Xia Qingyuan brought people to train in our realm. I never would have thought we would have come to Emperor Xia's realm so soon after. But I'm afraid that it will be inconvenient to act here. Keep things as inconspicuous as possible, we don't want to cause trouble," ordered the young man. Everyone nodded. They all knew the purpose of their trip. If traces of Renhuang really appeared in this remote barren state, it would be difficult to obtain the benefits. So they would try not to provoke any trouble in Emperor Xia's lands if possible. They hoped the traces of Renhuang were not hidden too deep, so they had a chance of getting their hands on them. They had paid a high price for this map. They didn't want to waste it. The floating map gradually lit up, as if it had sensed something, making everyone's eyes flash towards it sharply. It looked like they were going the right way. Not long after, they came to a large household. A palace stood there mightily. It was towering and imposing, and a real dragon's breath blew out from it. This must be one of the top forces in the region. However, there was no one there. It was completely empty. The light from the map grew brighter, but a strange look came over everyone's faces. There was no one here. Many people were walking along outside the palace, looking curiously at the group of powerful figures in the sky. Their aura was quite frightening, and they did not know where they had come from. Could they be from one of the Holy Lands? As Yi Futian had made the Holy Ji Palace's fame rise, the people of Zhongzhou City's knowledge of the world had grown as well. Now, even seeing people from a holy land did not surprise them. Up in the sky, the group of people gazed at the empty palace. It seemed like it had belonged to a clan, but they had all migrated away. There was a dragon-shaped staircase at the entrance, and a single, powerful character was engraved there. Huang. It seemed that the people who had once lived there had some connection to this character, Huang. The young man smiled when he saw this character. This was most interesting. He turned and looked at the vigorous old man. "Do you sense anything?" The old man's spiritual will was already covering the whole area. He shook his head softly and said, "This clan was quite imposing, but they were very small. Even though their family name was Huang, they weren't worthy of that title. They can't be the ones we are looking for." Everyone who heard his words felt their hearts grow cold. The palace was empty now, but it had once been the home of one of the most prominent forces in the barren state. Other than the palace, they were able to command the most power. The Huang clan of Zhongzhou City. But in the old man's mouth, they sounded like some unimportant family, not worthy of the name Huang. But the map reacted to it. Can't be a mistake. There must be another mystery here. "Let's level the palace buildings," ordered the young man. "Yes, sir." Beside him, a well-dressed middle-aged scholar stepped forward. A terrible storm blew out from him. The winds gathered together and slashed forward like the sharpest blade in the world. The weather changed in an instant as the storm covered everything, swallowing up the mighty palace of the Huang clan. Those who were watching from afar went pale. They seemed to see the storm sweep out, each of the palace buildings uprooted, turning to dust in the raging wind that was blown far away. Soon, the storm disappeared, and when they looked at the once magnificent palace, all that was left was a ruin. A saint! Everyone's hearts beat rapidly. Why would a saint come to Zhongzhou City? Which of the Holy Lands was he from? And why had they leveled the Huang clan's palace? Could it be that they had come to attack the Holy Ji Palace? But if so, there seemed to be no reason to destroy the Huang clan's home where nobody lived. What did it mean? The young man looked at the brightening map beside him and said, "It must be here. Today, even if you have to dig down 1,000 meters, you will find it for me." "Yes, sir." Everyone beside him nodded. They had traveled far to find this place. Now they would achieve their goal. They had found the right place, how could they fail? On that day, there was an earthquake in Zhongzhou City. In the old home of the Huang clan, the top power of Zhongzhou City, a beam of light shot up to the 9th layer of heaven. The whole city could see the light piercing through the clouds. The mighty qi cut through the sky, a natural yet extraordinary sight. The countless cultivators of Zhongzhou City looked up to the sky, and their hearts were as turbulent as the stormy seas. Then the news swept through the ancient city. There were massive matrices beneath the Huang clan palace, and an imperial tomb was buried there. Now the matrices had been started up, and the tomb had been found. They had dug down very far, turning all the buildings nearby into rubble, and only the imperial tomb remained standing. It was said that the imperial tomb was surrounded by a sovereign aura, and that they were the Renhuang ruins. The news swept throughout the barren state, and even throughout the vast land of the 9 states, causing a great disturbance. The Holy Ji Palace was in Zhongzhou City. At that moment, Yi Futian stood in the air above the Holy Ji Palace. Many figures appeared beside him, looking far up into the sky, which was glowing red. A magnificent tableau was presented there. Magnificent figures stood in the sky, riding dragons and surrounded by armored soldiers and chariots. They looked like they could conquer the world. This scene seemed to have been created by martial will but had been projected into the sky. They were struck dumb with amazement. What kind of level would one need to do something like this? Something had happened there. At that moment, a blade of light flashed, and Qin Zhuang appeared riding on a sword in front of Yi Futian and the others. There is a matrix under the Huang clan mansion that has been broken open. That's where that image is coming from, said Qin Zhuang to Yi Futian. Qin Zhuang was so fast that going there and coming back with the news took very little time. Beside Yi Futian, Huang Shi trembled slightly. He gazed fixedly on the image in the sky, and he had a faint feeling that it was familiar. This was clearly an illusion created by the martial cultivation of the Huang clan. Father, called Huang Zhouge to Huang Shi. He walked over to his side, and his heart was clearly trembling. There was an array below the Huang clan home, and the imperial tomb had been unearthed. It was said that the Huang clan were descendants of Ren Huang, which had always made them proud. But in reality, Huang Shi, who had been worn down by the years and who had killed many of the cultivators of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty in battle, did not think of himself as a descendant of any damn Ren Huang. But now, was God playing a joke on him? Yi Futian also looked at Huang Shi. Huang Zhouge's life spirits were extraordinary. He had 3 powerful ones, the Renhuang body, the Renhuang bow, and the Renhuang sword, all of which used Renhuang's name. In the past, many people had thought that the Huang clan regarded themselves too highly. How could they be descendants of Renhuang? He was an unattainable legend. Now it seemed that the names of his life spirits were no coincidence. Most common people had no life spirits because their ancestors did not have them. Most life spirits were passed down. And now it looked like the 3 great life spirits of the Huang clan had a superhuman progenitor. Who broke open the matrix? Yi Futian asked Qin Zhuang. For many years, the Huang clan had never found the matrices beneath their home. Now that it had been broken open, they could tell that the ones who had done it were more familiar with it than they were. They were probably no ordinary people. It was a group of outsiders. Their identities are unknown, but there are several saints among them, said Qin Zhuang. Yi Futian's face became serious. If that is truly the Renhuang ruins, this will shock both the upper and lower worlds. Emperor Xia will send someone here, said Yi Futian. He did not even entertain the idea of taking up arms against them. He knew better than anyone how much strength the Holy Ji Palace had, and besides, they were already engaged in a sacred war. Even if the Renhuang ruins were there, they wouldn't fall into his hands. Besides, even if the Huang clan found them, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. The Huang family was the top force in Zhongzhou City, but that was it. Any of the holy lands of the 9 states could easily wipe them out and take the imperial tomb from them. Moreover, the 9 states were all under Emperor Xia's control. None of the holy lands of the 9 states would get any share of the Renhuang ruins unless he willed it. Huang Shi naturally thought that same as Yi Futian. A touch of coldness and unwillingness flashed in his eyes as he stared into the sky. There was no more hope in the members of the Huang clan. They no longer thought of themselves as the descendants of Renhuang. But suddenly, this day had proved that they were and that his ruins were left. But they were not entitled to a share of what he had left behind. They could not avoid a little sadness at this. I want to go see, said Huang Shi. Those who were not of the Huang clan could probably not understand their state of mind right now. All right, Yifutian nodded and called everyone together. Before long, another group of powerful cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace gathered together and set off towards the Huang clan palace. With the power of the group that set out, enemies could not ambush them as they pleased. If Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty wanted to deal with them, they would have to lead their armies from their holy lands. More importantly, Yifutian now had the power to protect himself, so there was not too much need for concern. The Huang clan's palace was not far from the Holy Ji Palace. After all, they were both in Zhongzhou City. Nowadays, the community that had lived in the Huang clan palace had disappeared, and they had been replaced by a vast mausoleum that spanned a great distance. One day, it had appeared out of thin air. The cultivators of Zhongzhou City had all gathered together, including the top forces of what had once been the top 4 forces of the city. The Huang clan and Tingxue house had entered the Holy Ji Palace, but the Shimin clan and the Thunder Courtyard had not. The cultivators of these 2 clans had also come today, and their hearts trembled at the sight of this mausoleum. The head of Shimin house wore a white robe and carried a sword on his back. Looking at the imperial tomb made him thoughtful. Nowadays, the Holy Ji Palace dominated the barren state, and their prestige was unparalleled. The power of the other top forces had been destroyed and they had entered the palace. Now they had no voice. Soon it would be like they didn't exist at all. Nowadays, the Holy Ji Palace was the only thing that outsiders cared about in the barren state. But if a saint appeared in their family, things would be different. Shimin Hanjiang stood beside him, and his eyes shone. He had once made a name for himself in the Holy Ji Palace and had been ranked number 1 in the low rank. But the palace had already forgotten that he existed. He had always been persistent, but Yifutian's fame had always been like a mountain pressing down on him until he couldn't breathe. At that moment, there was a confused hubbub all around and a sound could be faintly heard. The people from the Holy Ji Palace are here. That's Yifutian, who revitalized the palace and led the army that destroyed Jisheng Cliffs. Their voices rang out, and the Shimin house turned to look at the figures far away in the sky. The 2 in the lead stood shoulder to shoulder, one of them extraordinarily handsome with an unparalleled aura, and the other with a face that could cause cities and countries to fall. They were like a pair of immortals. Cultivators gathered around them like clouds. Shimin Hanjiang's eyes became extremely sharp, and he clenched his fists. But he had been unable to defeat the one-armed swordsman beside Yifutian, and nowadays it would still be difficult. Let's go. The head of Shimin house stepped forward and bowed to Yifutian. Shimin house greets Yifutian and his wife. Yifutian did not look at him. He still stared at the imperial tomb that had appeared out of thin air. It was extremely majestic. It was covered in golden light. It was not an ordinary tomb but was a golden necropolis. Within the tomb were countless armored soldiers wielding golden spears. Although they were covered with dust, they still gave people a sense of solemnity, as if once this army was set in motion none could stand in its way. Huang Shi and the other members of the Huang clan were trembling with awe. This was their ancestral glory. What powerful figures their ancestors had been. When Shimin house saw the Yifutian did not look at them, they felt greatly humiliated. Their faces turned ugly, but they did not dare to attack. The head of their family had personally greeted Yifutian, and he had not even looked at him. Shimin Hanjiang clenched his fists and looked up at that handsome face. Yifutian no longer even took him seriously. Yifutian slowly looked back and swept his gaze over Shimin house. He said nothing, but they all took a step back and felt ashamed. Of course, Yifutian ignored them. Shimin Hanjiang had left the palace when they faced a sacred war. Although he had said that he would not argue with him and that the people of the Holy Ji Palace had the right to choose, could he really be expected to let him keep face? Nowadays, Shimin house was still considered a top force in the barren state until the end of the sacred war, when power would need to be redivided. At that moment, an extremely cold killing will covered everything. Yifutian turned and saw a figure standing calmly in the distance. There was just one figure dressed in a black robe. His aura was extremely cold, and his killing power could not be hidden. Saint Ji, said Yifutian. It looked like after he had led the attack on Jisheng Cliffs, Saint Ji had come to the barren state. He may have been watching their movements all along. Unfortunately, under Emperor Xia's orders, no matter how much he wanted to kill them, he could not attack them. At this time, there was a beautiful radiance in the sky, and a strong aura descended. Everyone looked up and saw a group of figures break through the clouds, descending in rays of sunlight. At their head was a figure wearing white men's clothing, but who had a face more beautiful than any woman's, making everyone who was looking a little dumbfounded. If one were to say that this looked like an immortal descending to the human world, it would not be an exaggeration. Saint Ji looked up, and when he saw who was coming, his face changed slightly, becoming a little bit unsightly. They were coming quickly. It seemed like the upper worlds were not satisfied with any great disturbances in the 9 states, and could come to deal with them in a very short time. Saint Xihua had encouraged him to act against the Holy Ji Palace in secret. Now, it seemed like if he had really done so, he would not have been able to escape. Emperor Xia's power was even greater than he had imagined. Yi Futian also looked at the figures descending from the sky. The young person who was dressed as a man and yet more beautiful than any woman was naturally Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had not cared that Yi Wuqian had taken the Runhuang's sword will. Since Runhuang was her father, she could sense it at any time. So although it would have been useful, there was no need for her to take it from her subordinate. But the Runhuang ruins were different. They were not comparable to the Runhuang sword will at all. Outside the imperial mausoleum, Li Yao looked up at Xia Qingyuan as she descended from the sky. She had gotten here so quickly. This was, after all, the land controlled by Emperor Xia, and so it was difficult not to attract his attention. He would never have thought that the moment the mausoleum appeared there would be such a strange phenomenon. Now it seemed that it would be very difficult to take control of these imperial ruins. While floating in the air, Li Yao said to Xia Qingyuan, "I trust you have been well since we last parted, Princess?" Xia Qingyuan looked to Li Yao. She naturally recognized him. He was a prince from Emperor Li's realm. Emperor Li's realm and Emperor Xia's realm bordered each other. The lower world that Emperor Li controlled was different than the 9 states, as there was only one faction, the Dali dynasty. All the schools and families were under Emperor Li's control, and all of them could be traced back to him as the progenitor. In Cloud State there was a holy land known as Li Palace. The people of this palace came from the Dali dynasty. Their ancestors had committed a sin and been banished, and thus had come to the 9 states. Once one of their members had reached the saint level, they had built the Li Palace in Cloud State. The Dali dynasty did not pursue this matter. After all, they had banished them, which was equivalent to breaking off their relationship with them. Li Yao, the 9 states are under the jurisdiction of Emperor Xia. Xia Qingyuan glanced at Li Yao. Her tone was cold. "The last time you brought people to the Dali dynasty, we received you warmly and politely. I was the one who unearthed the imperial mausoleum. Do I not at least have the right to fight for it?" asked Li Yao with a smile. He looked at the beautiful face before him. If Xia Qingyuan would just wear women's clothing, whole cities and nations would fall before her beauty. However, it was rumored that Emperor Xia's favorite daughter had never dressed as a woman. It was said that only if someone could defeat this proud princess would she wear a long dress and appear before him, revealing her brilliance. Xia Qingyuan ignored Li Yao, looking very indifferent. She looked at the solemn imperial mausoleum. As long as he was in Emperor Xia's realm, no matter how much right he had to fight for the mausoleum, could Li Yao do it? "Go and take a look," Xia Qingyuan said to someone beside her. The Renhuang ruins were in the 9 states. This meant that they had existed since before her father ruled these lands, and had at least 1,000 years of history. Probably even Renhuang's descendants did not know of the existence of this tomb. This imperial mausoleum was buried in the ground by a matrix. The matrix was opened, and the mausoleum appeared. Now it stretches a vast distance, and even though the mausoleum has appeared, the power of the matrix is still here. Light pierces through to the 9 heavens. "I'm afraid we can't get in now, you'll have to be patient," said Li Yao. Xia Qingyuan continued to ignore him as she stared at the silent mausoleum. It did indeed look like a golden city. The aura that came from it coalesced into a terrible flow of golden qi that reached up to the 9 heavens and caused the strange phenomenon that everyone in Zhongzhou City could see. Princess. The saint who had gone over to investigate returned quickly and bowed to Xia Qingyuan. The imperial mausoleum has been sealed for many years, and an extremely perilous aura has formed there that won't dissipate. Even a saint would be torn apart upon entering it. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a while before we can enter. After hearing this report, Xia Qingyuan stepped towards the imperial mausoleum, with the others following close behind. She waved her hand and suddenly a brilliant ritual implement filled with divine power went shrieking out, piercing through the air towards the tomb. The divine implement made it to the tomb, but then a stream of golden qi flowed over it, and as everyone watched in horror it flowed through the ritual implement rather than wrapping around it. Afterward, the brilliant divine implement was shattered. Everyone's hearts trembled. The perilous aura must be so powerful if it could form a qi flow that terrible. There must be something terrifying in the imperial mausoleum. Of course, there were also those whose hearts trembled at Xia Qingyuan's plan. She had casually tossed a divine implement to its destruction, and she did not so much as frown. She truly was the descendant of Ren Huang. It was just like a saint throwing away a sage-level ritual implement. She did not mind at all. But divine implements were so precious in the 9 states. Many people wondered if, since this was Ren Huang's tomb, there might be an imperial implement within. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they thought of this, but when they saw Xia Qingyuan they once again looked dejected. Even if there was something like that, they would not be able to get it. Only the most powerful figures in the 9 states had the right to take the most powerful divine implements. This was even more true for an imperial implement. If you didn't have the strength or the background, how could you get it? That was a dead end. The people of the Huang clan were extremely uneasy. As the current head of the clan, Huang, she was conflicted. The Huang clan's claim that they were descendants of the sovereign family was not self-proclaimed but had been passed down to them through the generations. But as time went by, that era grew further and further away until even they did not fully believe it. But now they had discovered that it was all true. They were descendants of Ren Huang, which was absolutely a cause for pride. The blood of Ren Huang flowed in their veins. When they saw that the tomb's qi flow was enough to destroy a divine implement, their hearts surged. How powerful their ancestors must have been. But now they were like outsiders. They could only watch it all from the sidelines, not daring to speak up. This was the ruins of their ancestors, and it belonged to them. They were afraid that others would look at them as idiots who didn't even know how to die properly. Yifutian looked at Huang Shi beside him. He could understand what he was feeling right now. This must be hard for him to bear. On the day that the Huang clan appears, use my blood to dye the imperial mausoleum map. As Huang Shi thought of his past memories, there was suddenly something like a flash of lightning in his mind, and an ancient voice appeared in the depths of his memories. This voice was just like their identity as descendants of Ren Huang. It had been passed down from generation to generation. On the day that the Huang clan appears, on the day that the Huang clan appears. This sentence repeated over and over again in Huang Shi's mind as he stared at the imperial mausoleum before him. His heart trembled slightly. Before, he had not known what these words meant. Now he thought he understood. He looked back at the Huang clan disciples, then at Huang Zhouge, and then finally at Yifutian. He hesitated. He had pledged his life to Yifutian and had fought hard for the palace. But when the inheritance of his ancestors was involved, he still struggled inwardly. "Palace Lord," he said suddenly. Yifutian looked at him questioningly. "I think that the Huang clan ancestors left something behind. I wish to return to the palace. Then we can look over it together," said Huang Shi. Yifutian looked at the imperial mausoleum. Had its appearance made him think of something? "Fine," he said. "Let's return to the palace." Upon saying this, he turned around. Everyone looked at him with some disappointment, but they still followed him back to the Holy Ji Palace. Once they returned, Yifutian ordered everyone to withdraw from a hall in Holy Sage Pavilion. There were only 3 people there, him, Huang Shi, and Huang Zhouge. Huang Shi had a secret to tell him, so he naturally did not want a lot of people around. "Uncle, does this have to do with the imperial mausoleum?" asked Yifutian. Xianxia nodded. My family has passed down a clue from generation to generation. But probably because our family has declined, many things have been gradually forgotten as time passed, and we have even stopped believing some of them. I was even prepared to tell Joga to not mention the fact that we are descendants of Renhuang to our descendants. I thought that this was purely imaginary. Then you must have thought of something? Asked Yifutian. Xianxia nodded. He waved his hand and suddenly a map scroll floated in front of him. This is a mountain and river map called the Imperial Map. It's a powerful ritual implement. It can be used for combat, but now it looks like that's not all. Xianxia reached out and using his spiritual qi as a knife he cut his finger, letting the blood flow. He put his finger on the map, letting the blood stain it. But there seemed to be no change. Xianxia frowned. The blood from his finger flowed directly onto the map, completely staining it. His spiritual qi continued to infiltrate it, and suddenly the map gradually began to change. A blood-colored light shone from it, growing brighter and brighter. The blood-red color turned to gold and soon covered the entire hall. The projection of a huge map appeared. Their hearts all beat faster as they beheld this huge map. The Imperial Mausoleum Map. Yifutian's heart trembled. It looked like the Huang clan ancestors had passed down not only the meaningless title of descendants of Renhuang. The Imperial Mausoleum Map shone brilliantly, becoming clearer and clearer in their eyes. Then it turned into a stream of light that entered into their foreheads, and the map appeared in their minds. The map was lifelike in their minds, with even some important information presented. Obviously, the Huang clan ancestors had waited for the day when their descendants could personally claim their inheritance. It was still not clear what had happened all those years ago, and why they could not directly pass their inheritance down. Perhaps at the time, they had encountered a crisis and thus did not dare to do so. Soon the brilliant map darkened and floated back to Xianxia's hand. Yifutian looked at him. He was moved. Uncle, if you were to present this to Xianxia, it would be enough to make her allow Juga to go with her to the upper worlds to cultivate. At the very least, you wouldn't have to follow me into a crisis, he said with a sigh. I don't know Xianxia, but I do know you. With Xianxia and that strange cultivator there, it will be difficult to take the food from the tiger's mouth, said Xianxia. The Holy Ji Palace is the #1 holy land in the 9 states, but we still don't have the power to challenge Xianxia. This turbulence in the upper and lower worlds will attract many tyrants. We can hide as much as possible and reap the benefits of the confusion. We should not mention this to anyone, said Yifutian. Xianxia understood. As Yifutian expected, over the next few days, all the cultivators waited for the perilous aura to dissipate, and cultivators from all the holy lands arrived after having heard the news. This time, almost all the holy lands were represented, including their saints. All of the powerful characters from across the 9 states met in Zhongzhou City. This many cultivators had never before appeared at once in the barren state. Countless powerful figures were gathered outside the Imperial Mausoleum. And not only that, but people from the upper worlds had arrived as well. They had come from the upper worlds for the Imperial Mausoleum. Mighty people gathered outside the Imperial Mausoleum where the royalty used to be. Everyone from Zhongzhou City gathered there. It was some grand event they deemed necessary to attend, given how the representatives from holy lands from all over the 9 states were there. The barren state never had an event as massive and as grand. Some of those who came from top-notch clans and forces even dreamed that members of their clan from the younger generations would be lucky enough to catch the attention of the elders and big shots from said holy lands and be taken in as students. Xianxia sat at the top of a restaurant quietly, surrounded by mighty figures. Top-notch figures from holy lands from all over the 9 states were literally everywhere beneath her. Even Saint Xia himself was present, as well as Saint Li from the 9-state college and Saint Ji from the Hall of Holy Light. Those 3 were 3 most powerful on the rankings, right below the Great Shaman and Ji Yuan the Reaper, and all 3 were there. It was a testament to how significant and grand the event was. Saint Shihua, the Zhou Sacred King, and many others were naturally there as well. Xianxia's identity was common knowledge now, the princess who was most doted upon by Emperor Xia, and she came all the way to the lower worlds. As such, none of the top figures saw a reason to not show up. Other than that, all saints throughout the 9 states wanted to move forward with their training. Not even the saints would easily be able to meet Emperor Xia. With the imperial mausoleum revealed to the world and the rumor about it being a ruin of Renhuang, it was all the more reason for the attendees to explore the place. While there was no certainty that they would be able to return home with something, especially with Xia Qingyuan around, they did not see that to be good enough a reason to miss the event. Other than that, everyone brought the best among the younger generations of their respective clans and forces, especially those who had been listed by Xia Qingyuan as heavenly chosen ones. Getting familiar with the princess would benefit their future in many ways, and the members of the younger generations who got lucky would definitely be able to go further than their predecessors. The princess is here in the lower worlds as the supervising inspector. The Renhuang ruins were found as soon as she got here. It sure looks like the princess has a knack for bringing luck with her, Saint Xia said with a smile. Peril awaits in the imperial mausoleum. It's not yet known if the emergence of the place is a good or bad thing just yet, Xia Qingyuan said. If it had been something left behind by Renhuang, it was anything but simple and straightforward. With the people of many holy lands gathered here today and the blessing of your luck on all of us, the perils will be insignificant in comparison. We shall enter the mausoleum once that part of the place is clear, Saint Xia said. Are all holy lands throughout the 9 states here today? From what I can tell, there are some who are not yet here. A group of people was sitting not far away from Xia Qingyuan. These words were uttered by a woman with an exceptional bearing and striking appearance. Many, including Saint Xia, turned around to look at the woman, who looked elegant and aloof. She was from the upper worlds, and because she was able to sit near the princess, her status was just as exceptional as her features. Few saints from the upper worlds came. Most who were present from the upper worlds were of the younger generations. It was not to say that they had no personal agendas with the mausoleum, but given how the princess was there, it was puzzling as to what else they could be doing. Fight with Xia Qingyuan over the place? Who dares to do something like that? The older generations from the upper worlds were reluctant to just come and make Xia Qingyuan look good, as the old monsters were all prideful people, unlike Saint Xia, who was an amiable old fellow. Regardless of how exceptional Xia Qingyuan was, she was just the daughter of Emperor Xia, and that was far less than enough to put the old monsters in their place. Only Emperor Xia's direct subordinates were willing to follow her. For instance, the few besides Xia Qingyuan all definitely had exceptional powers. Saint Xia looked at the woman who had spoken. He knew that she came from Lihan Heaven of the upper worlds, which was the #1 holy land in terms of swordsmanship in Emperor Xia's realm. What are you referring to? Saint Xia asked with a smile. This place seems to be the turf of the barren state of the 9 states. Why is the lord of the state not here? The woman was Feng Xiao from Lihan Heaven, the student of Lihan Heaven who had made Yifutian at the 9th layer of heaven, which meant that the man by her side was Li. Saint Xia naturally knew what she meant. She had sent people to look into what Yifutian had done in the upper worlds. It was hardly surprising that she knew Yifutian, but the ones from other holy lands of the 9 states were left feeling puzzled instead. How does someone from the upper worlds know that the master of the barren state isn't here? Saint Xia took a look at Xia Qingyuan. Her cold expression showed no signs of her being fettered. A face came to mind, an impossibly arrogant face who dared to refuse her twice. All major representatives of the holy lands of the 9 states were all there, except those of the barren state. Furthermore, they were precisely somewhere within the barren state. It was a testament of how pompous Yifutian was. He had never bothered bowing and greeting her when he last saw her and had left just like that. Many drank silently, listening to Feng Xiao talk about the barren state. That guy from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state? Since when did he know anything about manners? He had refused Xia Qingyuan after all. That bastard Yifutian. He actually dared to refuse you, the princess, and didn't bother with manners. I'll send someone to get him here right away. Saint Xia shouted and spoke to one person beside him telepathically, who stepped away and took their leave, heading for the Holy Ji Palace. Saint Xia was feeling rather exasperated. They were at the barren state at the moment, and it was a golden opportunity for Yifutian. He could have even invited the princess to visit the Holy Ji Palace. Regardless of whether she would have agreed to it, it was required of him as a host to be connected with the princess in some ways. That bastard sure has his way of offending people. The princess asked for him to follow her for further training and he refused. The princess came all this way to the barren state and he didn't even bother showing up. That is, I want to beat that bastard up so bad. Why do you see the need to do that, Xianxia? Saint Ji jested sarcastically. He went to wipe out Jisheng cliffs and that is something no sage dared to do. And you actually see any use of talking about manners to him? Kong Yao and Saint Ji sat somewhere with a cold expression. Saint Ji drank with cold eyes and Kong Yao behaved in a similarly cold manner. His murderous intent shot to the heavens when he caught wind of the news that Yifutian had wiped Jisheng cliffs out. That insignificant punk all those years ago dared pull off something like that? The Holy Ji Palace was in the middle of a sacred war and Jisheng cliffs was about to join in the fray. Are you saying that the Holy Ji Palace should have just rolled over without doing anything? The Moon Saint added calmly. Saint Ji turned his very sharp eyes at the Moon Saint and smirked as he answered. I heard that you sent a girl from your clan into the Holy Ji Palace as a concubine. What generosity you've there indeed. But I seem to recall that he has yet to agree to it. Saint Ji was ranked 5th on the saint ranking, which meant that he had little need to care about the feelings of anyone else. He did not see anything wrong with taking a jab at the Moon Saint like that. The Moon Saint's face turned cold. Saint Ji did not only take a jab at the Moon Saint but also attempted to ruin the relationship between the Yu clan and Yi Futian with just one line. Palace Lord Yi is married and he might have refused the proposal on accounts of the girl's status as a daughter of the Yu clan. By the way, I've heard that Palace Lord Yi and his wife are a match made in heaven who have been through thick and thin together. Maybe he really is that loyal to his wife. The glass saint elaborated in good fun. Her smile was dazzlingly beautiful, so much so that the Zhou sacred king went on to take a good look at her. Saint Ji's expression remained cold. He had no appreciation for beautiful women and the glass saint's charm had little sway over him. He had warned the glass saint once and it seemed that the woman paid no heed to his words, getting rather close to Yifutian instead. Hearing the conversation between them all, Feng Xiao and the others from the upper worlds recalled how insufferably arrogant Yifutian had been at the Juqian temple, getting to know the guy who seemed to see himself above everything. He was only an upper-level mage, but even saints split into factions over him. It was no wonder why he had deemed himself peerless in the 9 states, as he was actually that renowned in the 9 states. I heard that Yifutian of the Barren State is peerless in the 9 states. There are many from Holy Lands all over the 9 states who were out with the princess for further training and are listed as heavenly chosen ones. Is it true that none of his peers are able to surpass him? Feng Xiao asked. Those who had been titled heavenly chosen ones were all there. Peerless in the 9 states? A voice speaking with an ironic tone was heard. A beautiful woman added, My husband was one who beat him. Feng Xiao turned to look at the woman who spoke. It was Zhou Zi, the princess of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, who became Lu Zong's wife. Lu Zong was sitting right beside Zhou Zi. Many in the lower portion of the restaurant took a great interest in the conversation. None of those people up there had bothered lowering their volume, and all in Zhongzhou City were able to clearly hear them discussing Yifutian. They never expected the leader of their barren state had become someone who was the talk of big shots of both the lower and upper worlds, many of whom were saints. The phenomenon itself was deemed a kind of honor. No common, average folk would have been qualified enough to get talked about like that. The people of Zhongzhou City doubted Zhou Zi's claim about Lu Zong being able to beat the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. They knew little of the battles that had taken place in Xihua Sacred Mountain, but it was not like they knew nothing at all. Can Lu Zong actually beat Yifutian? Is that so? Feng Xiao caught the look of pride in Zhou Zi's eyes. She then turned her eyes to Lu Zong, who was right beside his wife. Lu Zong looked at Feng Xiao as well. The woman from the upper worlds had a far more striking appearance than his wife. He felt rather surprised at how Feng Xiao came to know who Yifutian was. So even people from the upper worlds came to hear about Yifutian as well? The battle back in Xihua Sacred Mountain was but a friendly match. No wins or loses accounted for. Lu Zong smiled and nodded at Feng Xiao, looking rather humble. Feng Xiao took a look at Lu Zong and said, "Well, that is to mean that you got the upper hand in that battle. If any of his peers are capable of beating him, I could introduce and recommend them to train in Lihan Heaven, the #1 force for swordsmanship in Emperor Xiao's realm. If there was someone who was able to defeat that one person, who had been able to make it all the way up to the 9th layer of heaven and completely overwhelm her younger brother in training, Pei Chenying, there was no problem of getting said someone into Lihan Heaven at all." Many gasped. The #1 force in swordsmanship in Emperor Xiao's realm? They were rather curious as to why the woman believed in Yi Futian's powers so firmly. What was it that made her do so? Did she actually witness Yi Futian's fights? Other than the ones from the upper worlds, only Saint Xia and the Glass Saint had an idea as to why. Many in the lower portion of the restaurant felt rather antsy after hearing all that, but soon felt dejected after the thought of Yi Futian's fame came to mind. He was one who lived up to his reputation, and Yi Futian was currently a legendary figure throughout the 9 states. There was no way he could have been weak. Those people continued to chat away. Sometime later, a group of people came. The one who took the lead looked extraordinarily dashing, catching the eyes of everyone present in an instant. The fame of said person was one that overshadowed even saints in the 9 states. Yi Futian took his people from the Holy Ji Palace there and arrived at the restaurant, before walking up to Xia Qingyuan and cupping his hands. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. Greetings, Princess. As Xia Qingyuan had come all the way as a princess, he, as a Palace Lord, was naturally required to come and greet her. With even Saint Xia getting someone to fetch him, there was simply no reason for him not to show up. Saint Xia, who was watching from the side, felt very much like beating him up for being so carefree and nonchalant. Is it so hard to just bow to the princess? Xia Qingyuan glared at the youth who was standing not far away. He had refused her invitation twice, and now, he had only cupped his hands and greeted her in a nonchalant manner. In both the lower and upper worlds, not even saints would behave as flippantly as he did with her. Feng Xiao of Lihan Heaven's eyes narrowed and glared at Yi Futian as well. None whom she had seen around during her training at Lihan Heaven had been anyone less than an extremely formidable figure. However, Yi Futian had definitely been the most prideful of all that she had seen. He had been throwing his weight around at the Juqian Temple's 9th layer of heaven and crippled Pei Chenying. Some swordsmen from Lihan Heaven at Feng Xiao's side looked on with daring gazes. None of them bothered to conceal the sword wills shooting out of their eyes, and they apparently resented him for what happened at Juqian Temple. Other than that, everyone from the Holy Lands throughout the 9 states all turned to look at Yi Futian. Some snickered while some wore a bitter smile deep down. This fellow is really stubborn, proud asshole. However, there was no other like Yi Futian throughout the vast 9 states. Yi Futian, the imperial mausoleum, appeared within the Barren States territory. The princess and all saints from the 9 states are here, yet you, as a host, simply throw your weight around, showing up only after I sent someone to look for you. Seeing how Xia Qingyuan was saying nothing while Yi Futian simply stood and looked at him, Saint Xia cursed under his breath and had to say something to break the awkward silence. You're being too kind, Saint Xia. It is due precisely to the imperial mausoleum appearing, and that the princess and every one of the saints are here, that I dare not join the fray in order to avoid any misunderstandings. So I thought it'd be best that I stay out of this and let the princess take it, Yi Futian said. Saint Xia looked at Yi Futian, gasping in fright. What is this shithead up to now? Xia Qingyuan glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Let me take it? Everyone else snickered as they looked at Yi Futian. While the saints who had appeared looked to be on amicable terms with each other, and all seemed to look as if they would simply let the princess take everything within the ruins, not daring to fight her over anything. In truth, everyone had their own thoughts about what was inside. They simply did not want to burst the bubble like that. However, Yi Futian simply spoke his mind, telling everyone that while he had thoughts, Xia Qingyuan was the princess, and that he dared not fight her. Is he trying to retreat for the sake of advancing here? Does he think that the princess is stupid? Xia Qingyuan knew well that Yi Futian was simply agitating her. If you can get into the imperial mausoleum and take whatever without me noticing, whatever you take shall be yours. Xia Qingyuan's voice sounded cold and aloof. She knew Yi Futian deliberately said what he said, yet she simply played along. However, in the eyes of all who were present, she was just as prideful as Yi Futian was. I dare not do so, Yi Futian replied loudly. Is there anything you dare not do? Xia Qingyuan jabbed sarcastically at him. In that case, I sincerely thank you for your generosity, princess, Yi Futian said while Saint Shihua and the Zhou sacred king glanced at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Yi Futian behaved in an extremely disrespectful manner to the princess. However, the princess, who was just as arrogant, wanted to play his game nonetheless. It became apparent that Yi Futian's bold and haughty personality left quite an impression on the princess. Yi Futian excused himself and greeted Saint Xia, Saint Li, and other seniors. Saint Xia glared ferociously at him. This asshole really knows no bounds. He actually dared play the princess like that. The glass saint, who was at the side, looked at Yi Futian with a smile and said to him telepathically, Some guts you've got. But if you were to truly enter the imperial mausoleum, it'd be more than just between you and her. Many here came specifically for you after all. Getting in there won't be as easy as you think. Yi Futian looked up at the glass saint and nodded with a smile. He then replied telepathically, Thank you, Sister Glass Saint, for the reminder. I'll be careful. But with the princess around, even if someone were to actually do something, they wouldn't dare to do it themselves and break the rules. What did you call me? The glass saint was caught by surprise by how Yi Futian addressed her. She looked at Yi Futian with an intrigued expression. This kid is really getting more and more out of line just because he is now familiar with me. He actually calls me sister. Like the princess herself put it, is there anything this fellow won't do? Well, you're like a goddess, glass saint. Soft-spoken and able to put people at ease all the time. I find it weird to keep addressing you as elder or senior, and sister sounds better. If you happen to find this to be out of place, I shall address you as elder or senior going forward. Yi Futian replied telepathically. The glass saint looked at Yi Futian with a smile. This fellow is not only extremely talented in cultivation, but is really, really good with words as well. Yi Futian's explanation simply made it impossible for her to chastise him for it, and it seemed that sister did indeed sound better. The glass saint glared at Yi Futian but did not berate him. Yi Futian knew what that meant and smiled. With that, their relationship had gotten somewhat closer. Calling her senior glass saint did make it sound like they were strangers after all. Seeing the glass saint flashing such a brilliant smile, the sacred king traced her line of sight and found Yi Futian. It was apparent that both of them were conversing telepathically. The sacred king's eyes turned extremely cold, shooting pointed, unconcealed murderous intent at Yi Futian. The beef between him and Yi Futian was very serious. Yi Futian naturally noticed the sacred king's eyes and returned a look at him, looking indifferent. It was not the first day that the sacred king thought about killing him. If the sacred king was permitted to do so, he would not have had hesitated to end Yi Futian right on the spot. Hua Jieyu smiled and stepped on her husband's foot as if to remind the guy that his wife was right by his side. A figure was seen descending onto the restaurant, arriving beside Xia Qingyuan. He said in a low voice, Princess, the perilous aura lingers, similar to tying something with a steel rope across the river and sealing the whole place down. It works like a matrix and we probably cannot live until the aura is dispersed. However, the perilous aura is a hollow one. The aura within the place is not that strong. The people from Dali are about to enter the imperial mausoleum. Xia Qingyuan took a look at the place far away before standing up. She had a slender body and her skin was as white as snow. Her face impeccably chiseled yet looked very cold. She flashed and left the restaurant quickly, heading for the imperial mausoleum. If even Liao of the Dali dynasty was getting ready to enter the mausoleum, there was no way that she could have stayed behind any longer. They were at Emperor Xia's realm and Liao came all the way there despite knowing that his chances were slim. That meant that he intended to simply get in there before anyone else. If it was something that Liao dared to do, it would not have been something that she would shirk from. As Xia Qingyuan took her leave, one figure after another took to the air, heading for the imperial mausoleum. They all wore solemn looks, and it was apparent that they knew what was about to happen. The imperial mausoleum was Renhuang ruins, which meant that it harbored thousands of possibilities. No one knew what they would be up against. They knew that the perilous aura was capable of reducing holy items to dust, a testament of its ferocity. Many came outside the imperial mausoleum soon enough. They all saw slivers of the perilous aura hanging in the air before them, coalescing into an extremely frightening perilous light in the air, shrouding the mausoleum like a city. Likening the scene to something being bound with a steel rope, held across a river, as the imperial mausoleum was cut off from air around it. However, the perilous aura dwindled considerably at lower ground, as if most of it had coalesced in midair. It was a truly baffling and peculiar phenomenon. The mighty ones from the Dali dynasty had entered the mausoleum. What was terrifying was, however, that once they stepped into the place, the armored soldiers within the mausoleum seemed to have come alive, blocking their way. It was apparent that it was not easy to enter the imperial mausoleum. A mystical sight indeed. So is this mausoleum army all going to come alive or something? Yifutian asked as he saw what was happening in the mausoleum. Huang Shi and Huang Zhouge looked with solemn expressions. All of that within was left behind by their ancestors. Puppet guardians. The glass saint, who was not far away, said. It was truly mystical indeed, as one would have expected from someone like Renhuang. Yifutian turned around and took a look at the glass saint. There were a few more people behind her. He knew Goddess Qingni, yet there was another whose appearance rivaled Goddess Qingni's. She was dressed in plain clothes and had brows like a crescent moon. She exuded a plain, cold air about her. It was as if it was something she was born with. What are you looking at, Palace Lord Yi? The glass saint smiled and said, Sister Glass Saint, does the lapis lazuli holy temple consist only of goddesses? Many sported peculiar expressions after hearing Yifutian addressing the glass saint as Sister Glass Saint. Many saints around them turned around to look at Yifutian. He actually called her that? Even Hua Jieyu looked at Yifutian with an amused expression. He apparently was not afraid of anything, daring to address the saint like that. It seemed that he had addressed her in such a manner during the telepathic conversation they had earlier. He had only dared to do so in public because the glass saint did not chastise him. Greetings, Palace Lord Yi. My name is Yuechan. The woman beside the glass saint said to Yifutian. Yuechan. Yifutian sported a puzzled expression as he recalled a name on the sage and saint rankings. Jiang Yuechan of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, the eldest student of the glass saint. You're welcomed, Goddess Yuechan? Yifutian returned the courtesy while taking a good look at her. Before turning his eyes away and focusing on the imperial mausoleum. Let's get inside. Xia Qingyuan's voice was heard as she stepped inside the mausoleum right away. Li Yao and his men were already inside the place. There was no way they could have just stayed outside any longer. Xia Qingyuan stepped into the mausoleum first and everyone followed suit. They felt the dangerous aura everywhere as soon as they stepped into the place. The air above seemed to have been completely sealed off, and there was probably no one who could have descended from above. The imperial mausoleum, which looked like an ancient city, had an entrance at the front like city gates. Puppets lined up there guarding the place. Every single one of those puppets exuded perilous aura in different levels, making them incredibly formidable. Let's go. Xia Qingyuan took the lead and did not bother having anyone scout ahead. Walking straight inside without fear, the puppets shot straight at her, exuding terrifying aura and lashing out with the spears in their hands at her. The violent aura burst as they launched at her. Xia Qingyuan felt that their aura did not seem all that strong. She simply pointed with one finger. The burst of power felt like the rivers of heaven had reversed its flow and turned into a terrifying torrent, tearing the perilous aura into shreds and bombarding the puppets. Boom! A loud boom was heard and the puppets exploded, showing how powerful one simple strike from Xia Qingyuan had been. There were guardians behind Xia Qingyuan, who, naturally, would not allow her to be injured. Seeing how the princess made her move, everyone came forward. Yifutian did the same and entered the mausoleum with everyone else. Saint Ji and Kongyao followed behind Yifutian. Many mighty ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty kept a close eye on him as they entered. Yifutian naturally saw Saint Ji and the others. With the ongoing sacred war, if they were able to get anything from the Imperial Mausoleum, those people definitely would not hesitate to kill him there. To those people it was a chance like none other. He spent most of his time training in the Holy Ji Palace and the place had matrices laid everywhere. If anyone wanted to attack the place, it would have been far more difficult than moving against him in the mausoleum. The mighty ones from the barren state surrounded Yifutian, apparently guarding him against the ones from the 3 holy lands. Let's go. Yifutian moved forward. There were many puppets coming at them in the mausoleum, and they seemed to have come alive as soon as they stepped into the place. Qin Zhuang and the others stood at the front armed with swords. The puppets were cut down by space tears from the swords. However, Qin Zhuang then said, "The place was put under lockdown by the perilous aura, making it an independent space completely cut off from the outside." Yifutian nodded as he felt so as well. The upper part of the mausoleum was filled with perilous aura, cutting them off from the outside world and affecting their powers. Cultivators used their powers by communicating and resonating with the power of their surroundings. If they were unable to do so, they would be forced to rely on the stock within their bodies to do so. While the skills used might be just as powerful, it was incredibly taxing and their powers would be severely weakened. Those who did not train in martial arts would be affected even further, as their spiritual powers were rendered almost useless. "Conserve your powers and let the martial artists attack," Yifutian said. Qin Zhuang and Yuan Hong opened the path for the others. Sword flashes cut down every obstacle while Yuan Hong's golden body stepped through the air with overbearing might, toppling everything in its path and putting down countless puppets. At that moment, there were saints absorbing the powers of their surroundings in a frenzy, like a whale. Terrifying storms of spiritual qi whipped up in the mausoleum as they attempted to hog all of the spiritual qi within for themselves. It was apparent that the saints also found that the limitations imposed by the mausoleum had affected their powers as well. Spiritual qi within the 1,000-mile-wide mausoleum reversed as they were absorbed by the saints, making the spiritual qi concentration within the place increasingly thin. Many had trouble even sensing the presence of spiritual qi, making it immensely difficult for invoking the powers of their surroundings. A lot of mighty ones felt out of place in such an environment. They looked up at the golden space within perilous aura ebbing. It felt a boat being affixed in the middle of a river by steel ropes. The great ceiling matrix-like construct sealed the imperial mausoleum within. Yifutian felt rather dejected and thought it was a pity not having his teacher around. It would have been a considerable edge for them if his teacher, who had achieved sainthood through considerable martial and physical feats, were in there with them. Boom! At that moment, Yifutian's body worked like running thunder, throwing a punch at a puppet and destroying it as he continued to press forward, sprinting within the imperial mausoleum. He was not the only one to do so. All of the mighty ones were moving incredibly quickly without stopping. The puppets out to get in their way stood no chance of stopping them. However, the puppets that came had gotten increasingly powerful. There was a terrifying storm of will coming at them from the front at the moment. Xia Qingyuan and her people were the fastest as they arrived at a flatland somewhere at the front. There was a golden staircase at the forefront and there was already a silhouette standing at the top. It was a huge puppet holding a spear, whipping up terrifying storms around it and coming at the crowd beneath. Terrifying illusions appeared around them and an army of puppets came down at them. There were even golden carriages on a rampage. The huge puppet seemed like a general of an army of thousands. Huang Shi saw the scene before him and clenched his fists. Despite his training level, his eyes were red. That was the method that they, the sovereign family, trained in. Its power was immense in the hands of their ancestors, so much so that even when they were buried in the mausoleum, there will still reach the heavens and remained intact throughout the ages. Be it saints or sages, they all had to halt before such powers. Li Yao and his people moved forward slowly at the front. A middle-aged man held a long blade in his hand, drawing straight sword gash in the air. However, the immense will of the heavens remained unfettered, forcing them to move on foot one step at a time. Yi Futian and the others naturally felt the terrifying force of the martial will. Furthermore, the stronger one's training was, the greater the force felt. Sages and saints were all halted and forced to move forward slowly. He sensed the immense will sweeping about and stood before Hua Jieyu and slowly stepped forward. Despite being pressured by the immense martial will, he remained unmoved. One puppet after another crashed at him, and they crumbled one after another. Huang Jioga was at his side, casting similar martial will as he moved forward, feeling the rush deep in his mind. He wondered if he would ever see the day where he would have been able to command armies with only his will, stopping all manner of saints and sages in their tracks. Boom! A stifling rumble was heard, and Yi Futian felt his heart race. Someone from the Holy Ji Palace was seen spitting blood, their face ashen and their steps completely halted. That mighty one from the Holy Ji Palace was a sage from the Battle Sage Palace and had considerable power. They were attacked by someone standing not far away from where they stood. It was none other than Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs, a sage ranked 9th on the sage ranking. Kong Yao was clad in divine implement armor and emanated terrifying martial rules will. He brought unparalleled offensive powers to bear with every step he took while resisting the storm as if a divine elephant had stomped on the ground. The mighty ones from all over the barren state stopped, their expressions extremely cold. One who was ranked 9th on the sage ranking was not someone to be trifled with. The Sword Saint had only been able to fight toe-to-toe with him back then by cranking his powers to the pinnacle by using the demonic blade. Presently, Kong Yao was still confident that no one would be able to stand against him if it was a one-on-one fight. In the Imperial Mausoleum, matrix powers were difficult to conjure, and as such it was the perfect timing to attack. Kong Yao was not alone. 3 formidable sages of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, ranked on the sage ranking, Zhou Mian, Zhou Huang, and Ye Gai, had all closed in on Yi Futian and his people, ready to kill him on the spot. Other than them, the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain made their move as well. They were Zhong Kue, a sage who ranked among the top 20 of the sage ranking, and Li Daoqiu, an immense talented talent whose importance in the Xihua Sacred Mountain was second only to Lu Zong. Xihua Sacred Mountain had 3 figures ranked on the sage ranking before, but the Rain Saint had been able to achieve sainthood in the battle of proving holiness in the upper worlds, giving birth to the 3rd saint of Xihua Sacred Mountain. As such, there was one more saint of theirs on the saint ranking while one less sage on the sage ranking. It was truly the first time Xihua Sacred Mountain acted against the people of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. They apparently did not bother concealing their motives anymore. The raising of Jisheng Cliffs by Yi Futian's men was a testament to the man's ferocity. If he was not taken out soon, it would be too late when he became far more powerful. With how things were presently, even if the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain were to do nothing against him, they would have already earned his ire all the same. With 6 sages ranked on the sage ranking of the 9 states and other top-notch figures present at the same time, it became apparent that they intended to finish off Yi Futian and his men as soon as they entered the Imperial Mausoleum and save them of further troubles. The Moon Saint said as everyone saw what happened. Today is the day where the princess brought us all in to explore the Imperial Mausoleum. What are Saint Xihua and the Sacred King trying to do here? The princess has long known of the feud between us, so we'll just let the young ones duke it out. We'll just keep pressing forward, Saint Xihua said plainly and continued to move in the storm, not batting an eye at the battles taking place at his rear. Xia Qingyuan did not turn her eyes in their direction, and she kept pressing forward. She had little concern over the feud between the 9 states' holy lands. The Sword Saint, Qin Zhuang, Yuan Hong, and many other mighty ones halted their steps and walked to the rear. In a space where everyone was taking on immense pressure, no one expected their enemy to make a move at that time. People of somewhat weaker training were unable to fight in such a state. If they were attacked during such a time, they would probably die. As such, both Saint Xihua and the Sacred King mobilized the best of their forces, as they were very much needed on this trip. Those who were with Yi Futian in the mausoleum were the absolute elite forces within the Holy Ji Palace. They consisted of the most powerful of sages in their holy land. "Continue pressing forward, little brother," the sword saint said. His blade was drawn and demonic will was activated, sweeping the sealed space about them. Demonic light shot forth and manifested as terrifying blade will, heading towards the mighty ones. Other than him, Xianxia, Qin Zhuang, and some top-notch figures stopped as well, turning to face the top forces from both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It was an enemy they had to deal with right there and then. "Where are you going?" Some other mighty ones walked out as well. There were many formidable mighty ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty present. 3 holy lands joining hands against 1 holy Ji palace. "Some expense indeed," the Moon Saint said plainly, then said to Yu Jianglu and the others, "Stay behind and see what the sages of Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Dynasty are capable of." "Will do." Yu Jianglu nodded. Another group of mighty ones emerged and joined the fight. Mighty ones from the Yu clan were assassinated in the barren state and their true culprit had yet to be found. As such, they saw fit to join the fray and see what would happen. "Thank you, Senior," Yi Futian said to the Moon Saint. Saint Xihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King looked rather glum. "The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple is a holy land of the eastern state as well. Get down there and test your mettle," the Glass Saint said to her people. Many mighty ones from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple moved forward and joined the fray. 3 holy lands, the Yu clan, the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and the Holy Ji Palace, joined hands, and both the opposing holy lands lost their edge altogether. Jisheng Cliffs only had Kongyao left after all. However, Jiang Yuechan, who was beside the Glass Saint, had no intention of making a move, sticking close to the Glass Saint. "Thank you, Sister Glass Saint," Yi Futian smiled and said. With the help of the other 2 holy lands, their powers were more than even to that of their enemies. "Boosting your powers forcefully through reversed demonic means. I'll see how powerful you've gotten compared to all those years ago." Kong Yao stepped forward and his divine elephant stomped the ground, bringing immense pressure to the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint was wrapped in an intense demonic blade. He lifted his demonic blade and burst with a tremendous blade will, cutting down the shadow of the divine elephant coming at him. "Big brother and seniors, be careful," Yi Futian said as he continued pressing forward. The Imperial Mausoleum map was clear in his mind and they had yet to reach the center of the mausoleum. The Yu clan and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple joined hands, so the battles would not have been much a problem. As such, he had to keep up with the others from the other holy lands. He accelerated all of a sudden, tearing through the pressing martial will. The puppets were sent flying from his immense speed. The saints walked in the front. The Zhou Sacred King turned his eyes to the Glass Saint by his side, saying, "You know, the position of Queen of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty has remained open for you. Why do you need to hold what happened all those years ago against me?" The Glass Saint continued to wear a plain, warm smile as she turned her eyes to the Sacred King. Her words were like blades. "Zhou Jiming, I won't rest until you're dead." The Sacred King looked at the most beautiful face in the eastern state and said, "I built the Lapis Lazuli Palace at my place specifically for you." The Glass Saint's eyes turned even colder and the cold emanating from her was frightening. Those around them looked at the 2 saints and thought that they finally dropped their facade. All from the 9 states had heard of the Sacred King's infatuation with the Glass Saint and that he had been chasing after her since young. However, the true feud between both figures was only known to the older generations who had been training for a long time, as well as people of the eastern state. It went all the way back to the decline of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the rise of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple seemed to be on friendly terms and had maintained peace for many years. In actuality, however, the relations between the holy lands of the 9 states were rather peculiar and complicated. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had been the absolute force in all of the eastern state once upon a time. The rise of both Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had taken considerable influence from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. There was no way that there was no beef between them. However, their temperaments as saints were exceptional. No one would have been able to guess what was really going on when all of them sat at the same table. But then again, with the ongoing sacred war, the old scores were dug out as well. The alliance between Xihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty involved terms regarding the Glass Saint. The two forces were move against the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. They would not have yielded the Holy Ji Palace to Jisheng Cliffs just like that otherwise. All three Holy Lands had their own agendas, and the Zhou Sacred Kings involved the Glass Saint and the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. Similarly, the Glass Saint had chosen to turn against the Zhou Sacred King and take Yifutian's side not only because she admired Yifutian's talents. She was doing it because she knew well that if the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State were to fall under the alliance of the three Holy Lands, the Zhou Sacred King would come for her next. It was not just a year or two that the Sacred King had been eyeing her. Many had little idea of what happened in the Eastern State a very long time ago, and they stared at the two saints with puzzled eyes. The two saints, who stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern State, turned hostile against each other in an instant, and the language used was extremely unflinching and pointed. The Sacred King said that he had built a Lapis Lazuli Palace within the royal palace of the Sacred Dynasty, specifically for the Glass Saint, while the Glass said that she would not rest until the Sacred King was dead. The ones around them were puzzled as to what that meant. Yifutian shot a puzzled look at their direction as well, and came to realize something. The Barren State had been isolated from the 9 states for too long to know much about what happened in the Eastern State. It was something that not even the elders of the Barren State would have known, and there was no way Yifutian would have known as well. He only heard that the Zhou Sacred King has had a thing for the number 1 beauty of the Eastern State, the Glass Saint, for a long time, and that it had been so since they were young. The Glass Saint's expression turned even colder after hearing that the Sacred King had built her a Lapis Lazuli Palace in the royal palace, losing all the warmth and beauty that she usually had. She exuded intense murderous intent and her hair billowed. An extremely cold will burst from her as she stepped forward, freezing her surroundings, seemingly about to freeze the perilous aura in the imperial mausoleum as well. She did not tangle with the Sacred King any further and continued to move forward. The mighty ones led by Xia Qingyuan and Li Yao at the forefront rushed at the huge puppet at the top of the stairs at the moment. A flash of sword seemingly shot out of nowhere and a strike from the palm blocking the sky, heading straight for the huge puppet, destroying it. The sweeping pressure disappeared in an instant, and all straightened themselves up as they moved. The Sacred King walked beside the Glass Saint and did not care about the coldness being exuded from her. He intended to walk abreast with her. He then said, "I know that it is hard for you to put what happened all those years ago behind us and it affected your thoughts. I too have never forgotten you all these years. If you're able to let go of your obsession and become my queen, we will be able to reach further heights by training together. You and me once stood at the top of Eastern State and we were known to be a match made in heaven. I, Zhou Jiming, reigned supreme among a generation in the Eastern State, and you were the only one who was able to stand by my side. Many wished for us to become a couple like none other." The disgust within the Glass Saint's cold eyes was even more intense than it had been before. She was born into a renowned clan of the Eastern State, and she reigned supreme in both talent and appearance. The Lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple had held her in great regard when she was young, taking her into the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple and making her a personal student. It had been something that shook the Eastern State all those years ago. She had been engaged back then, and her fiancé had been an extremely well-known genius as well. Their families had been friends for generations, and it seemed that they were truly a match made in heaven. But then again, while they might have been of great renown, they still paled in comparison to the prince of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, who was known everywhere, Zhou Jiming. The Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple's lord intended to take her as a personal student after she became famous, and that attracted Zhou Jiming's attention. He began to pursue her madly after he first saw her, asking for her hand in marriage from her family, intending to make her his queen. However, the Sacred King of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was actually at odds with the Lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple back then. Their feud ran very deep. The very reason why the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty had taken notice of her was because of said feud as well. Under such circumstances, There was no way she would have agreed to the proposal. In order to avoid further trouble, she and her family had decided to get things over with quickly by getting the wedding over with and having her marrying her fiancé. She was in her wedding attire that day and she looked absolutely stunning. She had great hopes for the future. While she did not exactly like her fiancé in that way, their families had been good friends for generations, and as such, she did not resent the arrangement. Furthermore, she was to enter the lapis lazuli holy temple to train after the wedding. However, she had not expected that day to be her nightmare. She was taken away from her family by the ones who were there to pick her up for the wedding, yet she entered the Great Zhou sacred dynasty instead of her fiancé's home. Her fiancé and the family that her family had been friends with for generations sold her to the Great Zhou sacred dynasty. She still remembered the time when Zhou Jiming was all high and mighty in the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and bestowed her with the title of her would-be queen in the future, promising her great wealth and intended to marry her. Her response was simply to take one of the dowry that her family had prepared for her, a divine implement, and thrust it into her heart, refusing to suffer such humiliation and chose death instead. It was fortunate for her that her teacher heard of the news and crashed into the Great Zhou sacred dynasty demanding her returning, taking her away right in front of Zhou Jiming's father back to the lapis lazuli holy temple. She was revived and she lived. However, while she lived, her family, including the guests, guards, and subordinates, over 3,000 of them, were killed, dying at the hands of the Golden Phoenix Army's hands. None of them from her family survived except one woman, the servant girl that accompanied her when she was married. Said servant girl was none other than Jiang Yuechan, the mighty one ranked on the sage ranking, who was at her side. When her training bore solid fruit in later days, she took Jiang Yuechan with her and eliminated her former fiancé's family. She cut down the head of her former fiancé without any mercy. In the days that followed, she became the glass saint that she was known as in the present day. The incident that happened back then caused the lives of both my father and your teacher. Two of the greatest figures of the Eastern State perished in a clash of the Titans battle. Wouldn't that be enough to put the feud we had behind us? The sacred king looked calm as he continued. Furthermore, you wanted me dead back then and severed my path to sainthood, causing me to break into the saint plane tens of years later. You almost killed yet did I ever blame you for that? Get lost, the glass saint said coldly. Her body turned as cold as frost after being reminded by Zhou Jiming of their past. She was not naive enough to think that someone like Zhou Jiming had truly been obsessed over her out of love. He was only doing it because she had refused his advances many times back then. Her utter refusal to submit to him hit the unparalleled genius who had been titled Crown Prince at a very young age. It all led to her family being slaughtered. It was all a testament to his determination to see what he set out to do done, and that no one shall stand in his way. She had once got in the way of him attaining sainthood, and she had also almost ended up killing him several times. Zhou Jiming probably came to fear her more than he loved her. She knew very well that to Zhou Jiming, she was but an obsession he would never be able to truly rid himself of. If she had actually agreed to his proposal, moving into the lapis lazuli palace of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and becoming his woman, his wish would have been fulfilled and his head cleared by then. As he came to possess her, he would have cut her down soon after. Zhou Jiming was her inner demon, and in the same vein she was too Zhou Jiming's inner demon. She was unable to truly rest until Zhou Jiming ended up dead. Zhou Jiming's expression turned cold after hearing her scornful word. He, who was still in the air, turned to shoot a cold stare at Yifutian, who was not far away. He said, "Do you think you'll be able to take me on just by participating in this sacred war? Yifutian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State? He will be dead before long, and your wish of driving a wedge in how things are now, it will be nothing more than a dream. It's truly a pity that you, the number beauty in the Eastern State, one that will remain stunning even when compared to the rest of the 9 states, and furthermore extremely talented, will have to lower yourself to get along with a runt. Are you really thinking of borrowing his power to achieve your goal? He can hardly keep himself alive, and the saints of the Holy Ji Palace are nowhere to be found. How will you get out of the predicament you find yourself in now?" The sacred king said coldly. In another direction, Saint Xihua slowed down as well, and many felt something was about to happen. Are the two saints really getting ready to take on the glass saint right here in the Imperial Mausoleum? The Sacred King's eyes were incredibly intense as he took a look at Yi Futian. Sister Glass Saint? Don't make me laugh. Yi Futian naturally sensed the Sacred King's eyes on him and heard their conversation. Apparently, the feud between the Zhou Sacred King and the Glass Saint ran deeper than he had expected. Hua Jieyu had once joked that the Sacred King would suffer an emotional trauma so terrifying that it would ruin his training if Yi Futian could actually make the Glass Saint his. Yi Futian had thought it to be little more than a joke. But from the way things looked at the moment, it seemed to be something that might actually happen. The Sacred King seemed determined to make the Glass Saint his, one way or another. That was something that he had kept well hidden and did not show in his daily facade. As for the sarcastic jab from the Sacred King, Yi Futian hardly took it to heart and he felt next to nothing about it. Zhou Jiming, Yi Futian smiled and said, Sacred King, you really have one hell of an imposing name, but I wonder if you're really living up to it. The Sacred King turned his eyes to Yi Futian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as if he was looking at a dead man. If it had not been for the presence of Xia Qingyuan and the people from other holy lands, he might have actually snapped and ended Yi Futian right there and then. Saint Ji looked rather pathetic in comparison, as he was really reluctant to do anything substantial. So, are the leaders of two holy lands today are going to gang up on a girl? Yi Futian saw Saint Xihua and the Sacred King at the Glass Saint's flanks, as if they were having her surrounded. He did not expect the two to actually be so brutal, getting down to business right there in the Imperial Mausoleum. Both Saint Xihua and the Sacred King were of a higher rank than the Glass Saint on the saint ranking. If both of them were to act against her at the same time, she would definitely be at a severe disadvantage. Since when do I need to heed your opinion about my way of going about things? Saint Xihua took a look at Yi Futian and said coldly, although Emperor Xia declared that saints are forbidden to move against people below the saint plane, if someone actively provokes the saints, then I guess Emperor Xia will be able to understand what happens afterward. They were already on bad terms with each other and there was no need for facades. If the Glass Saint was determined to get herself into this, then they would simply ally themselves and take on the Glass Saint, showing decisiveness like none other. The power of pressure brought on by the two great saints was terrible. Even if their strengths were constrained inside the Imperial Mausoleum, the power of the saints was still pressing down in this space. Yi Futian cast a glimpse at Saint Xihua. It was unexpected that some of the accumulated grievances would now explode within this Imperial Mausoleum. A sword appeared in the hand of the Glass Saint. The sword was cold, like the moon in winter, seemingly capable of freezing anyone's soul. At this moment, all the gentleness and kindness had gone out of the eyes of the Glass Saint. There was only coldness remaining, warning strangers not to get close. It was as if this was the other side of Glass Saint. Many saints in the 9 states only knew that the Glass Saint cultivated in ice affinity but did not know that she was also an expert in swords. Love Destroyer. Great Zhou Sacred King glanced at the sword in the hand of the Glass Saint. It was with this sacred sword that the Glass Saint chopped off the head of her betrothed. The name of the sword was Love Destroyer. Could hack away all emotions. Moreover, it could hack away the law. She did not look at Great Zhou Sacred King or Saint Xihua but continued to move forward, sword in hand, seemingly without fear, facing the two saints who ranked above her. Upon the body of Great Zhou Sacred King, the illusion of a golden phoenix appeared. It was as if it had melded with his body, surrounded by holy light as the dazzling golden radiance flowed, augmenting the body of this golden phoenix until it had covered the sky, creating the Jotian Sacred Phoenix. Even if they were limited by the rules of the Imperial Mausoleums, the saints were born of the rules of the Great Path and were a law unto themselves. Raising his hand, Great Zhou Sacred King slammed in the direction of the Glass Saint, and the Jotian Sacred Phoenix screamed as it flew out to attack. A radiant light appeared between heaven and earth, aiming at the seemingly frail body of the Glass Saint. In the hand of the Glass Saint, the Love Destroyer was unleashed to cut off strands of love and emotions and to cut off the Great Path. There was a silvery white light, frosty and cold, appearing in the space and slicing through the shadow of the Jotian sacred phoenix. The momentum headed toward Great Zhou Sacred King's majestic and authoritative body. Great Zhou Sacred King sent out another palm strike and blocked the blade of light, but he faintly felt that the sacred sword had directly entered into his mind, cutting off his spiritual will and breaking the path of his cultivation. Back then, he could have entered the Saint Plane decades earlier, but he was stopped by the Glass Saint, who had hacked away the basis of his sacred path, intending on obstructing his path to sainthood. After what she had experienced, the Glass Saint was no longer as gentle as she normally appeared, but was extremely determined and resilient in her heart. Everything she had done was to one day lead to his demise. The two broke out in an immense battle and, in a moment, caused a terrible storm in the space. Many cultivators retreated. Even though the two were suppressing their true strengths, the rippling effect of the battle was still frightening. However, those inside the Imperial Mausoleum were not common characters themselves. The speed of the group did not stop as they were moving forward, and they were extremely fast. Even in the midst of battle, Great Zhou Sacred King and Glass Saint were battling and moving at the same time. In front of the Imperial Mausoleum, there was an ancient temple that was 3 stories high. In front of the ancient temple, there were 2 statue-like puppets guarding on each side. Above the ancient temple, there was also an enormous golden bell that was extremely radiant all over. The bell kept spinning, releasing brilliant rays like a Runhuang bell. Underneath the ancient temple, there were countless puppets, like an army guarding the place. In front of them, there was a huge space occupied by a pattern of the 8 trigrams, like a matrix, and this pattern was the only gateway to the ancient temple. Xia Qingyuan, Li Yao and the others walked straight forward and followed the formation of the matrix, intending on stepping into the ancient temple of the Imperial Mausoleum. However, the 2 puppets stood there guarding the left and the right, like gods from heaven. The middle-aged scribe, who was next to Li Yao, was holding the sword that could split the heaven and earth. He hacked toward at puppets that had moved to the middle to block their way. The sword fell, and the sword that could cut through the void did not split the puppets apart. The 2 puppets were surrounded by a perilous aura that subtly turned into armor. They raised their hands and slammed toward the middle-aged scribe. Out of the sky, giant handprints fell down, and the middle-aged scribe felt a huge threat, and his body moved backward rapidly. But the handprint seemed to follow him like his shadow, covering the sky. He let out a scream, and his body spun and instantly released 3,000 blades of light. Among the vast world, only this sword seemed to exist. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and the arms of the 2 puppets came down with destructive sword light. The middle-aged scribe felt that something was amiss and morphed his body into the sword, rapidly retreating. Another violent sound came out, and the body of the middle-aged scribe was struck down. With a shrill scream, he fell to the ground. His legs had been pierced through by the perilous aura and were eaten bit by bit into nothingness. It was an extremely wretched scene. The 2 puppets then separated, one on each side, still guarding the antiquities inside the Imperial Mausoleum. Glass Saint and Great Zhou Sacred King were still in battle, the 2 being equal in strength, erupting into an even fiercer battle. Just then, a terrible aura was exuded from Saint Shihua. "Watch out!" Yi Futian called out in caution, and just as his voice faded, Saint Shihua finally made his move. His speed was extremely fast. The moment when he made his move, he turned into partial shadows, and his radiant body descended behind Glass Saint. The Imperial Mausoleum had limited their power of the Great Path, so an attack up close was the most suitable strategy. A terrible suffocating pressure descended, and at this moment, the Glass Saint could only feel the violent beating of her heart, and it was difficult to breathe. In her spiritual will, the figure of Saint Shihua had even appeared. Her left hand reached out and hit behind her. Heaven and the earth were frozen, and everything was turning into ice. But Saint Shihua still dealt his blow, using his palm, without any hesitation. Thousands of palm prints overlapped and forcibly shattered the power of the ice. At this moment, Glass Saint felt her insides shatter, and with a muffled sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. As her sword slashed downward, Great Zhou Sacred King was forced back and his body flew back, leveraging the attack of Saint Xihua. There were stains of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her long black hair was slightly disheveled. With her iciness at this moment, the glass saint appeared to exude a sense of abject beauty. Many people around them thought that Saint Xihua was truly malevolent. In spite of his own reputation, he would join in the attack with the Great Zhou Sacred King and had seized the opportunity for a strike. Glass Saint, Great Zhou Sacred King has loved you for many years. If you agree to marry into the Great Zhou dynasty as a sacred queen, it could be a beautiful thing. Saint Xihua looked at the glass saint while she looked as calm as undisturbed water. Her slender hand stretched out with sword in hand, but her slight body stood firm. A few strands of long hair around her forehead were flying, and her eyes revealed her determination. Princess, the giant bell on the ancient temple seems curious. Why not give it a try? Yifutian said to Xianxia, who turned her head to look at Yifutian, then looked up at that rotating ancient bell. Sister Glass Saint, when the ancient bell rings, everyone will be attacked. You can take the opportunity to strike back. Yifutian secretly transmitted the message to Glass Saint. A picture of the Imperial Mausoleum appeared in his mind. This place should be the book's hiding place in the Imperial Mausoleum, and it was already close to the belly of the land, and this ancient bell could initiate the matrix. Xia Qingyuan gave an order to the people beside her, and suddenly, a cultivator of the Saint Plane levitated and knocked on the enormous ancient bell. Dong! Along with the bell ringing, an incomparable radiant glow bloomed from the ancient bell. In an instant, a tremendous pressure of the great path descended from the sky. Saints and sages alike felt as if they were shocked by electricity. The sounds of the Runhuang bell rocked inside their heads fiercely. The sound of the bell, like the sound of the great path, penetrated through the years, and seemed to come from the millennium. Those who cultivated longer felt a greater impact. Many from the Saint Plane on the scene groaned, and their heads were suddenly shaky. The saint who knocked on the ancient bell was shocked to the ground, his head humming and droning. Only the bell sounds of the great path continued lingering. The same was true for Great Zhou Sacred King. The illusions of the golden phoenix that were upon his body seemed to be shattered, and for a moment, there was only emptiness in his mind. But at this time, Glass Saint felt a strong sense of danger. She raised her head abruptly to look up and saw that his body was being covered with ice bit by bit, a bone-chilling coldness, and the soul seemed to be enclosed in ice. The sword came for Great Zhou Scared King, appearing directly in his mind, causing him to stop thinking. It was a sword that would destroy the law. At this moment, the brilliant light rushed towards ninth heaven, and the horrible golden phoenix lingered in the air. The blood inside his body was burning up and turned into golden sacred blood, stimulating the strength inside the body, unrestricted by the force of the other party. The sacred beast, a golden phoenix, flew out and seized the sword, but where the sword landed, it would destroy with the power of the great path. The figure of the golden phoenix shattered, and with a slushy sound, the sword penetrated the body of Great Zhou Sacred King. The destructive force of the great path that would kill everything exploded with madness. The inside of the Great Zhou Sacred King was burning. His eyes were fully opened and round, and his palms slammed forward. The sacred golden phoenix penetrated through them. With a loud bang, Glass Saint was knocked over and flew back, the sword in her hand dripping with golden blood. This sudden event shocked many, and they did not have time to respond. They looked at the two engrossed in fighting and saw the breath of Great Zhou Sacred King quickly weaken. His wounds were constantly repairing, but they could see from his pale face that he had been grievously injured by the attack. The cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty came to him in a flash, and Jiang Yuechan caught Glass Saint. At the moment, the Glass Saint was in no better shape. Her clothes were blood-stained, and it was a shocking sight to behold. But her injury was obviously less than that of Great Zhou Sacred King. Great Zhou Sacred King looked at Yifutian coldly. Why did the Glass Saint attack at that precise moment? Obviously, Yifutian knew something. He and Saint Xihua knew that this imperial mausoleum may have been left behind by the royal ancestors of the Holy Ji Palace. It seemed that Yi Futian indeed knew of the secrets within the imperial mausoleum. Not only him, but Saint Shihua also cast a glance at Yi Futian. Saint Ji, who was in the void, did so as well. It seemed that Saint Shihua and Great Zhou Sacred King did not deceive him. Follow him. Saint Ji transmitted his voice to Jia. Jia nodded lightly, knowing what he should do. As the second existence of the sages on the saint and sage ranking, and under the current situation where all the cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace were detained by Kong Yao in battle, it would be easy for him to kill Yi Futian. He was privy to the agreement between Saint Ji and Saint Shihua. Since Saint Shihua did not deceive his master, he would fulfill his part of the bargain and not allow Yi Futian to walk out of the imperial mausoleum. This was also the reason why Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Shihua already regarded Yi Futian as a dead man walking. They had already set up a trap to ensure his death. Just as the bell rang, the Glass Saint and Great Zhou Sacred King were injured at the same time. Saint Shihua's body turned into a shadow and moved instantly towards the Glass Saint, so quickly that there was no time to react. Jiang Yuechan, who caught the body of Glass Saint, did not hesitate when she swung her sword at Saint Shihua. Everything she knew was taught to her by the Glass Saint, therefore their abilities were similar in nature. This sword was cold and biting, but when the attack of Saint Shihua countered it, the sword was broken inch by inch, and the horrible turbulent force impacted her arms and body. Blood blossomed, and Jiang Yuechan's arm was pulverized instantly. She flew back along with the body of the Glass Saint. Her clothes were bloody and shocking to behold, but her beautiful face was not shaken one bit. Yuechan, Glass Saint was looking pale. With this hit, Jiang Yuechan was injured more severely than her. If not for the space greatly restraining the strengths of the cultivators of the Holy Lands and that ringing of the bell just now, Jiang Yuechan would not have survived going up against Saint Shihua. My lady, I am fine. Jiang Yuechan looked at Glass Saint and appeared just as firm as always. She did not call the Glass Saint master, but referred to her as my lady because she had followed the Glass Saint since she was a child and was her lady in waiting. She had accompanied Glass Saint as part of her dowry when she was to be married. They did not expect to be sent to the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, and she had watched her lady nearly commit suicide to avoid the shame of being humiliated. Later, when she and the lady were rescued by the previous lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, they were saved, but the entire family of her lady was exterminated, and her own family along with them. She made a blood oath then that she would seek revenge one day, even if her talent was not particularly outstanding. But today she was on the sage and saint ranking. For revenge she would do anything. When Shihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty teamed up to deal with the Holy Ji Palace of Barren State, both of them knew that Great Zhou Sacred King would make his move on them. Today, at the Imperial Mausoleum, it was just an early arrival of the inevitable. Those two saints, who stood at the top of the Eastern State, would attack Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple sooner rather than later. That was because you interfered, Saint Shihua said indifferently. This could not be regarded as an attack to the sage. Dong! Another bell rang out. The radiant ancient bell kept spinning, releasing terrifying lights. The bell sounds were like the sound of the Great Path, once again rocking the minds of those who heard it. Everyone groaned, especially those on the Saint Plain as their divine paths were being suppressed. At the same time, in the place where they stood, the brilliant light of the matrix seemed to resonate with the ancient bell and gave birth to a tremendous pressure of the Great Path. Those saints frowned and felt their power had been suppressed, forcing them to stand down from the divine path. Dong! The bells were still ringing ceaselessly. As every bell rang out, it banged hard in the minds of all saints. The cultivator next to Xia Qingyuan said, Princess, our plane has been suppressed, and we can no longer exercise the power of the Saint Plane. A touch of coolness flashed between Xia Qingyuan's brows. She turned back and gave Yi Futian a look, but Yi Futian just said, Princess, the puppets of the ancient temple were blocking the path with the ancient bell hanging in the sky. I could venture such a guess. The matrix is changing at the moment. Perhaps we have an opportunity. Just as he finished speaking, lanes of ancient paths appeared in front of the matrix, leading to the ancient temple in the front. Upon the ancient paths, strong and powerful puppets appeared. He guessed correctly? Many looked at Yi Futian with amazement. Xia Qingyuan was a decisive person, so she ignored the descending pressure of the Great Path and went straight ahead toward the ancient path. Since the path had appeared to the ancient temple, then it had to be the right way. Bang! There was a loud noise. Xia Qingyuan's attack landed on the puppet but did not break it. She felt that this puppet seemed to be created by the Matrix according to her plane, so that it was extremely strong and indestructible. A terrible vortex suddenly appeared on top of her palm. When the attack came, she raised her slender fingers and pointed forward. In a flash, the terrible vortex shattered everything, and the body of the puppet exploded. Xia Qingyuan continued to move forward, the bell still ringing and the glory of the Great Path continuing to rain down, which put her under great pressure. Still, she moved forward steadily, pushing open the door of the ancient temple, where there was an enormous golden glow reflected upon everyone's face. She was extremely emotional. According to the mark on the map, the cache of the sutras within the imperial mausoleum was here. Could contain many powerful methods, and it could be a treasure trove. With Xia Qingyuan taking the lead, the rest followed close behind. The matrix was constantly slowing down, and puppets appeared one after another. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the puppet, and the bell never stopped its pressure so that the saints were also suppressed and moving step by step inside. I will go in to take a look. Keep tabs on him. Saint Ji transmitted his voice to Jia and went forward. Most of the people from the Holy Lands in the 9 states and the cultivators of the upper worlds also wanted to enter and look inside. She also had this impulse, but Yi Futian had told them to give up. He knew the reason behind Yi Futian's decision. Many cultivators were here. If they were going along with them, there would be no chance of survival at all. This ancient temple was excellent bait. At this time, the glass saint was still confronting Saint Shihua and Great Zhou Sacred King. Yi Futian observed the situation in front of him and realized that this matrix was self-contained and therefore impossible to take advantage of. Although it could suppress the power of the divine path, it was impossible for a sage to overcome the existence of a saint even if the other party's strength was suppressed. Move, Saint Shihua said, and joined forces once again with Great Zhou Sacred King to continue the attack on Glass Saint. Yi Futian realized that it was not only Saint Shihua and Great Zhou Sacred King, but there were also many cultivators of the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty who also did not venture into the ancient temple, but instead were focused on him. Aside from that, there was also Saint Ji to consider. Saint Ji hated him to the bone. Since they entered the imperial mausoleum, he had focused his attention on him. And then there were some who surprised Yi Futian. People of the Hall of Holy Light and many holy lands in the 9 states had left some people who also did not enter the ancient temple. Saint Ji had already stepped toward the ancient temple, but several cultivators from the Hall of Holy Light paid no mind to it, as if they had not noticed at all. Instead, they were focusing all their attention on his side. Among them, there were the 2 topmost gifted talents from the Hall of Holy Light, Jia and GMO, and one other with a very strong presence, very possibly one of the sages from the Hall of Holy Light. As for other cultivators, they were also the top figures of all the Holy Lands. It seemed that this time, his opponents were not just the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and Shihua Sacred Mountain. Don't you want to go inside the ancient temple and take a look? Yi Futian glanced at the cultivators in the matrix. No one answered him, which made Yi Futian faintly get the feeling that the 2 holy lands in the eastern state had investigated the background of the imperial mausoleum and suspected certain things. Not only them, but the other holy lands also vaguely knew of these things, but they should all just be suspicion without confirmation. If this was the case, he would like to see if Saint Shihua and Great Zhou Sacred King would be willing to give him up. Let's go, Yi Futian said. When his voice faded, he abandoned the ancient temple and led the people of the barren state to step back and went around the matrix, moving forward from another direction. This matrix was the only way to the ancient temple in front, but there were no more obstructions preventing them from moving toward it. Sure enough, as Yi Futian started to move, many shadows now came out of the sky, and Saint Shihua had a look of hesitation. The exchange with Glass Saint before gave him an understanding of her true strength. Under the condition that all 3 of them had their powers suppressed, it would be difficult for the two of them to overcome the glass saint in a short time. The imperial mausoleum is important, Saint Xihua said to Great Zhou Sacred King, and then immediately gave up his attack on the glass saint and instead pursued in the direction of Yi Futian. Now it was ascertained that Yi Futian knew of the secret of the imperial mausoleum, and with his understanding of Yi Futian, who was a tough character, if he had given up the ancient temple, it must be because the real treasure of the imperial mausoleum was not here. He would keep a close eye on Yi Futian, and perhaps there were also treasures in the ancient temple, but there was no gain without risk. Yi Futian and his party were extremely fast. They were running like mad inside the imperial mausoleum. The ancient temple had attracted many people, but they did not expect that there were so many cultivators following, which was rather thorny. Soon they would reach the entrance to the place of the inheritance of the imperial mausoleum. It would be best if everything went well. Finally, there was an immensely powerful pressure of the great path coming toward them, and they could faintly make out many large statues that extended high into the sky. Both Saint Xihua and Great Zhou Sacred King were moved, and their looks were solemn as they moved forward step by step. Yi Futian gradually reduced his speed and slowed down to take in the magnificent scenery in front of him. Although he had already seen the map of the imperial mausoleum in advance, it was still deeply shocking when he beheld the scene in person. This was an enormous mausoleum. In front of the mausoleum there was a stone wall, immensely large and laid across the imperial mausoleum. On the huge stone wall, there were engravings of enormous statues that were lifelike. Every statue could be that of a man of great importance in life. There was a total of 37 statues, with 18 on each side, completely symmetrical. The statue in the middle was radiant all over, and its eyes seemed to regard the world with great authority. Everyone felt that their breathing had become quick and difficult, and there was a kind of suffocating pressure descending upon them. Even saints, such as the Great Zhou Sacred King and Saint Xihua, were no exception. The statue in the middle was most likely the statue of Renhuang. And the 36 statues on both sides each contained a terrible will of the Great Path, and this realization was the true realization of the Great Path. This is the real imperial mausoleum, the tomb of Renhuang. Saint Xihua's heart was incredibly turbulent as he stared at everything in front of him. Glass Saint also stared ahead with her beautiful eyes. She entered the imperial mausoleum because she also wanted to get to the treasures hidden within and use them to squash the Great Zhou Sacred King. This imperial mausoleum was not complicated, and there was no murderous matrix. It was very likely that the master of the imperial mausoleum was preparing for the inheritance of his descendants. Then perhaps Yi Futian and his people would have a way to enter this true tomb of Renhuang. Saint Ji walked towards Yi Futian and stopped not far behind him. His eyes were fixed on him. If there was a chance, it was certain that he would let Yi Futian meet his maker. However, Yi Futian appeared not to have noticed. His eyes remained on the statue in front. He knew that behind this was the inheritance left by Renhuang, and this statue was the entrance. However, the premise was to open it. Yi Futian, how do we get in? Saint Xihua said as he moved forward step by step. The pressure of the great path emitted by the statues inside the mausoleum descended on his body, and Saint Xihua just felt the entire burden of heaven upon him. But right now, inside of him, there was only greed. The rest of the cultivators had also moved toward Yi Futian and the others. They all felt that they were now close to the real destination. Yi Futian did not bother answering Saint Xihua. His eyes stayed fixed on the mausoleum statues that exuded the might of the great path. Every single statue exuded different types of might. That of the sword, power, the 5 elements, destruction, and so on. The power of all manner of mighty pressure filled the air, which, when leaned onto one's body, felt like the pressure from the heavens out to crush everything. Furthermore, the greater one's training, the stronger the pressure one felt. While Saint Xihua and the Zhou Sacred King, for instance, were still standing tall and proud as all of them were, only they knew how much pressure they were dealing with at the moment. Saint Xihua's expression was cold, and Yi Futian ignored him altogether. Everyone, the mausoleum is very possibly the tomb of Renhuang. I think you're all following him because you've caught wind of some news. Only they know the secret of the entrance, and if we continue to stand here and do nothing, there won't be anything left for us later. Saint Xihua continued. Furthermore, if the others realize what is happening, we won't need to be here any longer. Xia Qingyuan and the others were all currently drawn to the palace at the front. If the princess were to arrive, there was definitely no way they would be able to get anything out from this trip. A figure was seen stepping forward at the moment. He had a slender body and was dressed in white. Holy light images were present on his body and his long eyes felt sharp. His body shot at Yi Futian like a beam of light after turning into a mirage. He was none other the figure who ranked second on the Sage and Saint ranking of the 9 states, as well as the top-notch figure on the Hall of Holy Light, Jia. A strike from his sword brought light to his surroundings as if he was opening up the heavens. The sword of Holy Light was unervingly fast and sharp, reaching the target in mere moments. However, Yi Futian simply stood there without moving. Several figures appeared behind him. Huang Shi and Yu Shang blocked Yi Futian's back, launching attacks at Jia. Boom! Huang Shi's shirt was torn in that clash, with several holes seen. Yu Shang, who was wielding the battle axe of judgment, was unable to block the power of that thrust. Several gashes appeared on his stout, imposing body. Terrifying sword will lingered and coursed about in his body. Jia was known as a demi-saint and ranked second on the Sage ranking. In the plains beneath the Saint Plain, there was only one person who proved to be more powerful than he was. The sword of light in his hand was also a divine implement. Saint Ji had ordered Jia to keep a close eye on Yi Futian and his people, without any doubt of Jia's powers. The people before Jia at the moment notwithstanding, even if Kong Yao and his people were to get in Jia's way, there was still no way Jia could have been stopped. Where is the entrance? Jia's piercing eyes gazed forward as he held a sword in his hand. The mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace all had their eyes on him. Jia was not the only one who was ready to pounce, as many other mighty ones also surrounded the ones from the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian did not bother turning around. He kept his eyes on one of the statues. An imposing great path will swept all over the place. He seemed to have immersed himself in it, comprehending the power of the great path. Yu Shang stepped forward at the moment, coming to stand before Jia. An extremely wild demonic might coiled around him. His injuries quickly healed and a demonic storm whipped about with his body at the center. Crisp cracking sounds were heard from his body as he continued to expand, growing even more imposing and wild. A demonic shadow appeared and his eyes looked like that of a demon. Boom! A loud boom was heard as Yu Shang stepped forward. Jia frowned as he actually felt threatened by Yu Shang's presence. Furthermore, he clearly sensed Yu Shang's power was rising exponentially, reaching into the level of archmages. His eyes remained incredibly pointed as he gazed into Yu Shang's eyes. He seemed to be looking at a devil who reigned supreme throughout all realms. One look from the devil seemed to be more than enough to subjugate all living beings. Yet another boom was heard as Yu Shang continued to step forward. The pressure grew with every step taken, and it seemed as if the space was being taken control of by him. The holy sword in Jiya's hand hovered before him. His hands twirled about with the holy sword at the center. Holy light images appeared before him as the extremely dazzling light of holiness merged with his sword will. The image breathed terrifying sword of light. Beams of light shot out and all of them were imbued with unparalleled sharpness. One look at the beams would make one feel as if they were about to go blind, a testament of how frightening the rules within were. The boundless light was targeted at Yu Shang. If the light managed to pierce him, it would have riddled him with holes and reduced him to specks of light. Boom! Another boom was heard and Yu Shang did not evade the attack. He continued to move forward as Buddhas appeared around him, shining sky-reaching golden light. Dark golden shimmers coursed about the Buddhas as all of them exuded ferocious killing intent. The demonic and Buddhist ways were merged into one, as if a Buddhist king of slaughter had appeared. The dazzling holy light sword will flashed in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the space around them. Boundless swords of holy light pierced at the golden screen of light as two types of powers clashed. The sword wills adamant in piercing the screen while the screen, on the other hand, seemed to be devouring the sword will bit by bit, merging it into the screen. Jiya's expression remained cold. His sword of light was of frightening, limitless power, yet he was utterly incapable of piercing Yu Shang's defense. Jiya's opponent seemed to have activated his potential using secret means, evolving his powers and blocking Jiya's way. Jiya extended his hand and held the holy sword. A beam flashed and Yu Shang brought down his axe without hesitation. The attack seemed to have cleaved a crevice in space. The light of the sword burst, drawing a terrifying arc in the space before it as the axe did. The space they occupied seemed to have exploded as devastating storms appeared. Jiya was thrown behind and his body hovered in midair. The mighty ones around them looked stunned. Yu Shang of the Holy Ji Palace had actually been able to stand his ground against Jiya, who was ranked second on the sage ranking and was known to be a demi-saint. Other mighty ones from the Hall of Holy Light walked towards Yi Futian's side. They were GMO and Jimu, yet other mighty ones ranked on the sage and saint ranking. Huang Shi intended to make a move when Yi Futian told him telepathically, "Uncle, the entrance is at the Runhuang statue in the middle. I'm unable to resonate with it, and if I'm not mistaken, it is probably meant for someone with the blood of sovereign family in their veins. Don't get into battle." It was an imperial mausoleum left by the sovereign family, and the imperial mausoleum map had been passed down in the family throughout the generations. It was only natural that the place was meant for the descendants of the family. Yi Futian had tried to activate the Runhuang statue in the middle using the imperial will, but it did not work. As such, he implored Huang Shi to seize the opportunity as they were running out of time. With mighty ones from both the upper and lower worlds and Xia Qingyuan, the princess present, the handful of saints before them hardly mattered in this case. Such opportunities would not stay for long. Huang Shi nodded and walked to the statue in the middle. Unparalleled pressure bore onto him, and Huang Shi's eyes were all solemn and seemed even devoted, wondering if that was his ancestor, the ancestor of the sovereign family. He had no idea what happened 1,000 years ago. It was too long ago, and the sovereign family had fallen so much that they did not even have a saint among them. He had even been on the verge of forgetting that he was a descendant of Renhuang, wondering if it was all a sham. It was irony like none other. With the lineage of his ancestors presented right before him, he was willing to pay any price to inherit the true Renhuang bloodline. Uncle, life spirits and bloodlines are all that matter with lineages. Try communicating with the statue and see if it works, Yi Futian said while standing beside Huang Shi, who was standing before the statue. Yi Futian had been able to connect with the wills of all the other statues but that particular one, which meant that only someone of Renhuang blood was able to do so. If it was truly something left behind by Renhuang, then the most direct way to prove it would be through life spirit and bloodline. Huang Shi nodded and unleashed his life spirit. Dazzling light appeared, and he did not bother concealing it. He naturally knew what Yi Futian meant, and with things as they were at the moment it was sink or swim. It doesn't work. Huang Shi's expression turned even more severe, seeing the statue not responding. He walked towards the statue and pricked his finger. A drop of blood appeared, and Huang Shi pointed it at the statue. A line of blood shot forth and landed on the statue's grooves. The blood coursed along the statue's grooves and disappeared as if it had been absorbed by the statue. Huang Shi was able to feel it clearly. The statue seemed to have been imbued with life and exuded greater pressure. There's still hope. Huang Shi's heart raced. The line of blood from his finger zipped at the statue and he held nothing back. The grooves gradually lit up and dazzling light was seen emitted from the statue as if Renhuang himself had revived. Everyone present knew what was happening after seeing all that. One figure after another shot into the air and headed straight for Renhuang. The fastest of the two in the crowd were two who were from the Hall of Holy Light, who wielded the rules of light. Hua Jieyu stepped forward and Ji Mu's body seemed to stop in midair. He felt that his spiritual will seemed to have shrouded by some formless power. He looked up and stared at Hua Jieyu, who seemed to be emanating saintly power. Jimo's speed was incredibly fast as well. Yet at that very moment, another dazzling sword swooped by. Jimo's body dodged the flying sword in an instant. When he finally felt that the beam of the sword had passed, a cutting noise was heard and blood sprayed. GMO was dazed for a brief moment before looking down at his left arm, which had been severed. His face turned incredibly ferocious. He looked up at the one who took his arm, and it was none other than Yi Wuqian, who had embarked on a pilgrimage led by Xia Qingyuan along with him. Yi Wuqian's plane was lower than his, yet he had been able to cut off one of his arms. Yi Wuqian's cold eyes remained gazing forward. He stood before a statue and his life spirit burst. It was a silver sword, which rang as it exuded vaguely stifling sword will. What was more terrifying was that it seemed to have resonated with the statue, which had been emanating sword pressure. The might of the sword emanated from the statue seemed to have merged into a single being with the sword of his life spirit. The resulting power had shrouded GMO and the strike took GMO's arm. The Imperial Mausoleum is a tomb of an ancestor of the sovereign family, whose member now studies in the Holy Ji Palace. As such, it shall be inherited by said member of the sovereign family. If all of you intend to force your way in, you'll have to get through me and I won't show any mercy, Yi Futian said as he stood before a statue, turning his eyes to the surrounding mighty ones. Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. The statue behind him seemed to have come alive, exuding the terrifying power of the Great Path. It seemed to have taken the form of an incredibly huge shadow, merging with the will of Yi Futian, who was standing before it. It was apparent that the 36 statues of the tomb were not only capable of exuding pressure on people, but also could lend their power to those they identified with and bring great pressure to bear. Yi Wuqian of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State had been able to do so, and at the moment Yi Futian became able to do so as well. Saint Shihua walked forward as if he had not heard him. He turned his eyes to Huang Shi, and the Run Huang statue before Huang Shi grew increasingly bright. It became clear that that was where the entrance to the mausoleum might be. Saint Shihua unleashed powerful pressure of the Great Path as well. While his powers might have been suppressed in the Imperial Mausoleum, he was nonetheless still a saint and was capable of anything a saint was capable of. Even though the statue might have exuded immense pressure that originated from the Great Path, it was still nonetheless the power of the Great Path. Being a saint himself, he saw no reason to fear it. He was forbidden to attack Yi Futian, but if Yi Futian dared to use the borrowed power against him, then he would naturally need to retaliate. Even if Emperor Xia were to learn of what he did, he would have still played by the rules nonetheless. Any lineage of the ancients are up for grabs by any who are capable of doing so. You really think what you said qualified the Holy Ji Palace to take the lineage of the Imperial Mausoleum? Saint Shihua walked slowly to where Huang Shi was and said, "What a joke!" With a saint taking the lead, none of the others saw the need to hold themselves back. They all attacked Huang Shi, and while there were many powerful ones from the Holy Ji Palace present, it was still insufficient. "Would you lend me a hand, Sister Glass Saint?" Yi Futian said telepathically to the Glass Saint, who was standing not far away. The Glass Saint nodded and flashed, arriving before the statue and turning around to face Saint Shihua and the others. Her hair billowed as she held the love destroyer in her hand and looked incredibly dashing. Her stance with the sword looked stifling beautiful. "Glass Saint, I'm afraid you won't be able to take us all on your own." Saint Shihua continued to move forward. The Sacred King and Saint Ji stepped forward at the same time. Saint Ji had kept a close eye on Yi Futian, and it was finally the time to move, waiting for Yi Futian to hit him first. It was indeed a good opportunity. All three of them emanated immense pressure from the Great Path, their spiritual will unerringly strong. A formless force seemed to be fighting against the pressure of Great Path emanated from the statues. "Sacred King will take the woman out first," Saint Shihua said. He knew that there was no time to wait. "Do it," the Sacred King said with a sharp voice. Three saints moved at the same time, heading straight for the Glass Saint. "Wuqian," Yi Futian shouted. He cranked the statue's will to the extreme and hovered before the statue. A huge shadow appeared as if the statue's power had taken form. He punched and the space shook. Terrifying star power rained down at the three saints. Yi Wuqian's life spirit sword rang and a sliver of terrifying sword will merged with the statue's will, before launching out as sword pressure of the Great Path, cleaving the space apart. A phoenix's shadow appeared on the Sacred King, and an extremely sharp golden phoenix sword appeared before the bird, launching forward with murderous intent. "An ant trying to shake a tree, I see," Saint Xihua and Saint Ji attacked at the same time. Even though their powers were suppressed, their attacks were still frighteningly formidable nonetheless. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were simply borrowing the power of saints while the three they were fighting were saints. The confrontation felt ridiculous. Wild aura coursed. The attacks of both Yi Wuchen and Yi Futian were easily shot down right there and then. However, at that very moment the glass saint's sword moved. The ice powers of the Great Path made one's blood feel like it was about to stop flowing. The chill seeped deep into the bone while the flash of the sword felt like a cold moon. It was an attack that tore through the spirit and any emotions, cutting the holy will as well as the body of flesh and blood carrying it. None of the three saints let their guard down against the glass saint's attacks and fought earnestly, fighting the power coming at them. However, they felt as if the statue had burst with even greater might of the Great Path. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen did not expect themselves to be able to beat saints using only borrowed will of the statues, but if they were able to cut down the three saints' powers considerably, it would have helped with the glass saint's attack and stopped them. The Renhuang statue at Huangxi's side grew increasingly bright and his body hovered before the statue. His spiritual will merged with the construct. The huge mausoleum shook and everyone's eyes looked extremely intense. The tomb of Renhuang was possibly about to be opened. All mighty ones moved quickly and headed for where Huangxi was. However, at that moment the might of the Great Path fell onto them. The ring of the 9 symbols flashed and was brought down with the power of the Great Path, heading straight for GMO, who had just lost an arm. Boom! A loud boom was heard and GMO's body was so rattled that he spat up blood and looked ashen. His first attack ended up with him being taken an arm by Yi Wuchen. The next attack was launched by Gu Donglu, and it was just as damaging. Get lost! Gu Donglu uttered a line and the 9 symbols burst with intense light at the same time, merging with the power of the Great Path and shooting at the ones trying to get near Huangxi. One mighty one after another was thrown back by the attack. Ji Mo's expression was extremely pale. He was one of the top geniuses in the Hall of Holy Light and had been titled a heavenly chosen one during the pilgrimage, yet he suffered such humiliation nonetheless. Furthermore, Gu Donglu had never gotten along well with him during the pilgrimage. Seeing how many insisted on moving forward, Gu Dongluo's handsome face was filled to the brim with murderous intent. Many of them were from Holy Lands and he knew well that Yi Futian was in a bad position to act against them, as it would have ended with the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State suffering pressure that would break them. However, in such a situation it became apparent that reasoning would not do if they wanted to keep the lineage of the sovereign family. They needed to kill. As such, they saw no choice but kill one of them to serve as a warning. He turned his eyes to GMO and the 9 symbols circled, merging the might of the Great Path from the statue into it. Sword will was imbued within the 9 symbols. GMO seemed to have noticed Gu Donglu looking at him and felt the murderous intent from Gu Dongluo's eyes. His expression turned grim all of a sudden. Anyone who dares move forward shall be cut down, Gu Donglu declared. The 9 symbols seemed to have disappeared like extremely sharp swords. GMO sensed the pressure and retreated hastily, giving up the ruins of Renhuang altogether. The light of the 9 symbols penetrated his body immediately, and at the very next moment, everyone saw GMO's body twitch lethargically for a bit in the air, before dropping from above. The top-notch genius from the Hall of Holy Light had been killed right there and then, before he was truly able to shine in the 9 states. Jia and Jimu were still fighting and their faces went pale as they saw GMO perish. What they found even more baffling was that despite being ranked on the Sage and Saint ranking, they had no edge whatsoever to speak of while fighting Yushang and Hua Jieyu of the Holy Ji Palace. It was especially apparent in the case of Jia, as he was ranked 2nd on the Sage ranking. One wondered how insane the power of the sages from the Holy Ji Palace could be if they were to bring out their all. Open! Dazzling light sparkled and the place rumbled. Everyone turned their eyes to the center of the mausoleum and saw the incredibly huge Renhuang statue. A crack opened up in the middle and a door appeared. It was as they had speculated that Renhuang statue was the true entrance to the tomb. Get in there quick, Huangxi said. Yi Futian then gave the order, retreat. The ones from the Holy Ji Palace flashed in the Renhuang statue's direction. Roar! An earth-shattering roar was heard and the terrifying sound reverberated in the air. Huang Zhoge and many others from the Holy Ji Palace were thrown behind and spat up blood. They turned their heads and looked at another direction. One of the statues looked like an angry guardian. A ferocious shadow appeared in the air and there stood Lu Zong, with his life spirit merging with the shadow. Seeing how Yi Wuqian had communicated with the statues as well how Yi Futian and Gu Donglu followed, he knew Yi Futian and the others knew something. As such, he tried to communicate with the statues instead of joining the fight, and he succeeded. Lu Zong. Saint Xihua smirked. This was indeed someone fit to become a successor to Xihua Sacred Mountain. Lu Zong had succeeded in doing what Yi Futian and the others had done. Yi Futian's expression was grim. He had no time to deal with Lu Zong as he and Yi Wuqian had to work together with the Glass Saint. The attacks of the three enemy saints grew increasingly strong, especially the Zhou Sacred King. He fought up close with the Glass Saint, and a terrifying storm whipped up in the air. "I'll take care of him," Gu Donglu said. The light of the 9 symbols streaked and went straight for Lu Zong, who looked back at Gu Donglu. The light of Buddhahood coursed around him. He trained in multiple powers and the Buddhist skills were one of them. Boundless ancient Madra appeared and clashed with Gu Donglio's symbols. Both of them borrowed the power of the saints from the statues to fight each other. "Zhoge, getting quick," Yi Futian called. He had no thoughts of inheriting the lineage of the ruins. When he was in trouble all those years ago, many in the barren state went to his aid and fought for him at the Holy Ji Palace, and one of them being Huang Shi of the sovereign family. When the sacred war broke out later, Huang Shi brought his clan with him and moved into the Holy Ji Palace. It was a relationship that needed no words to be spoken. The simple line caused Huang Zhoge's eyes to become somewhat red. He said nothing as he rushed for the place where Huang Shi was at. Boom! Another boom was heard as the Glass Saint was thrown back. She borrowed the force from the shock and retreated like a flash of lightning to where the statue was at. The Sacred King burst with equal speed as he saw that, moving at an impossible speed. 2 beams of light disappeared and went inside the imperial mausoleum. Saint Xihua and Saint Ji, who were slower due to fighting alongside the Zhou Sacred King, realized what happened and were about to leave, but Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian launched an attack at them. However, the 2 of them paid no heed, simply cranking up their imposing saintly powers, then disposed of said attacks where they stood. Yi Futian streaked through the air like a flash of lightning, seemingly having merged with the statue and launched with an attack. Yi Wuqian's life spirit sword was shot out at the same time, forcing both Saint Xihua and Saint Ji to slow down and deal with the attacks. A boom was heard and Yi Futian slammed onto the statue, spitting out blood. Yi Wuqian's life spirit was rattled enough that it retreated into his body, with blood seen at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that the Glass Saint, the #1 beauty of the Eastern State, needed your help at all?" Saint Xihua took a look at Yi Futian and said sarcastically. Yi Futian's eyes were ice cold. It was apparent that the Glass Saint sold him out. The Glass Saint was the prettiest among the great figures of the 9 states and the lord of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. She was not as meek and affectionate as she usually appeared to be. There was no way she could have simply let a chance like this slip by. If she was able to gain the lineage of Renhuang, she would be able to advance further and raise the entire Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. "Futian, get in there with Zhoge. Leave this to me." At that moment, Huang Shi's body was seen hovering before the Renhuang statue, seemingly having merged with the statue. He was addressing both Yi Futian and Huang Zhoge, who had just gotten to where they were. "Uncle." Yi Futian looked up. "No time for debating. I'll look after the ones from the Holy Ji Palace," Huang Shi said as he saw both Saint Xihua and Saint Ji coming. Yi Futian took a look at Huang Shi and clenched his fist, before calling, "Zhoge, father." Huang Zhoge took a look at Huang Shi. "Close." Huang Shi's voice was solemn and in an instant, the gate of the tomb was seen closing slowly. "Go." Yi Futian did not hesitate any further, taking Huang Zhoge and dashing for it. The faces of Saint Xihua and Saint Ji changed slightly as they sped up, but they quickly saw a dazzling gigantic sword falling from above, right before the entrance. Both of them slowed as a result and saw the crack slowly closing. Yifutian and Huang Zhouge took one last look outside. Huang Zhouge, the sovereign family will be yours to oversee now. Don't drag us through the mud. Huang Shi's voice was heard from inside the crack. He wore a smile and said, Futian, I wanted to see you stand at the top of the 9 states personally, but it seems that I won't be able to do so after all. I don't regret siding with the Holy Ji Palace. The crack disappeared before he finished, and he had no idea if the two inside heard what he said. He had initially been able to get inside himself, but someone had to look after things outside. With the door staying open otherwise, they would have stood no chance. Saints were seen coming from far away. Huang Shi's spiritual will continued to burn and his body gradually grew intangible, as if he was about to completely merge with the statue. The entire mausoleum was shaking and the Renhuang statue looked as if it was about to be revived. True might of the Great Path showered the place. It was no longer a might of the Great Path, but the might of Renhuang. Saint Shihua headed straight for Huang Shi. His body glowed with dazzling holy light and lashed out with a palm strike in danger, seemingly about to break the space before him as he hit the statue. At that very moment, the statue's eyes opened all of a sudden and a fierce roar was heard. I'm the descendant of Renhuang. An incredibly huge palm print launched as the line was heard. Saint Shihua's body was thrown back and there were sounds of bones breaking in a crisp, clear manner. Huang Shi's voice exploded like thunder, causing the hearts of everyone before the mausoleum's walls to shudder violently. They then saw the saints from Shihua Sacred Mountain being clapped hard and crashing to the ground, spitting blood as they got up. Saint Ji, who had wanted to have a closer look, halted his steps altogether, keeping his eyes forward. Huang Shi's silhouette had been completely merged into the statue. His flesh, blood, bone, and even his will seemed to have totally merged with the statue. It was as if he had returned as his ancestor Renhuang. When his blood merged with that of the statue, Huang Shi clearly sensed that the statue had been carved with refined blood of Renhuang. That thing left behind by his ancestor resonated with his blood and activated the will contained within. He clearly felt the connection between them, and furthermore, despite being of the same bloodline, the blood of the statue never dried and degraded. Such was the might of his ancestor. Even a statue left behind since ancient times was more than able to stun the saints. The sovereign family had truly been the descendants of Renhuang. Huang Shi had no regrets about his life, as he was now able to feel the might of his ancestor. As for Zhouge and Yifutian, everything depended on their luck. At the very least, he would guard the place, not letting any of the saints get inside. He and Yifutian had taken a look at the Imperial Mausoleum map and knew it was truly at the center of the ruins. He wished that his ancestors would watch over Zhouge. Yifutian, Yushang, Hua Jieyu, and all the others stopped fighting and retreated back before the statue. Everyone from the Holy Ji Palace who came was fighting for the sovereign family. With Yifutian and Huang Zhouge already inside and Huang Shi sealing the tomb up, there was little point for the battles there to continue. At that moment, the statue that Huang Shi was merged with opened its huge eyes slowly and looked at Lu Zong's direction. Get lost. The roar was an earth-shattering one. The statue trembled violently, bringing the pressure of Renhuang to bear. Lu Zong took control of the power of sainthood and resisted like mad, retreating from the statue at breakneck speed. Boom! Another rumble was heard and Lu Zong was sent flying thousands of meters back, crashing onto the ground. Blood oozed from his mouth. He laid there and his spiritual will seemed as if it was about to be broken, his life hanging by a thread. Huang Shi turned his eyes at the others and everyone retreated without hesitation. No one dared approach the statue after what had happened. Huang Shi was only a sage and it meant that he was free to fight anyone. Furthermore, he was most probably about to die and had nothing to lose. If the chance presented itself, he would have killed the saints as well. It seemed that no one was able to enter anymore. More saints came from afar, with the first to arrive being Saint Ji. He knew GMO was killed, and as such left the ancient hall and came at once. His face went pale after seeing what happened. Extremely dazzling light burst and his body seemed to have turned to light, appearing like a god. Though his powers were suppressed, St. Ji showed what it meant to be ranked 5th on the saint ranking nonetheless. The boundless light transformed into a huge sword, pulsing with brilliant light as if the space it occupied was about to be torn apart. St. Ji stepped forward and his hands clapped. A flash of the sword burst through the air in an instant, heading straight for that Renhuang statue. The eyes of the statue looked like those of Renhuang's. The might of the heavens showered and the speed of the dazzling sword was suppressed. A pair of spectral hands appeared. Huangshi's hands, and a Renhuang sword burst brilliantly, suppressing everything before it as it launched forward, clashing with the Sword of Light. The Sword of Light was crushed right there, and the huge sword continued moving forward, lashing out at St. Ji. However, St. Ji possessed immense speed. Even though he was still suppressed with the overwhelming pressure, he was nonetheless able to disappear from where he stood with just one step, appearing in midair. However, he looked severely frustrated, discovering that he was unable to do anything against a statue. Even though it had been something left behind by Renhuang, a statue that had been standing around for over 1,000 years was still a dead object. He burst with light that was even more brilliant, showing no fear whatsoever. The walls of the mausoleum shuddered maniacally. All 36 statues shook at the same time. True might of the heavens descended from above, raining down on St. Ji's body. He frowned as he found that those objects actually attempted to suppress his saintly powers. Many figures before the walls quickly retreated and did not dare to approach any further in order to keep from getting caught in the crossfire. Huangshi's expression was incredibly solemn. An imposing imperial pressure seemed to have manifested before the statue. A huge shadow appeared as if Renhuang himself had been revived. Boom! A Renhuang sword materialized yet again. It was the life spirit of Huangshi, yet at that moment, the sword seemed to have become a true Renhuang sword. It continued to grow in a size and a terrifying storm whipped up in the air around them. The place they stood turned very deadly. The sword shot high above the sky, coming to the very top of the sealed space. The vast area seemed to have been put under lockdown. Devastating storms rained down from above. St. Ji's expression looked pained as he finally felt the pressure. Huangshi of the sovereign family shall borrow a sword from the ancestors. Huangshi roared and a Renhuang shadow seemed to have appeared in midair, holding the holy Renhuang sword. Its hands pressed down on the blade, and in an instant, the sword came down as if Renhuang had been wielding it, bringing terrible might to bear. The sword of his ancestor was borrowed. St. Ji resisted like mad as the sword came down. Devastating storms of the great path whipped up in the air around them. His clothes were torn and his body retreated in a frenzy. The sword seemed to be inescapable as it pressed down onto the area below. With a loud boom, everyone saw St. Ji, who was ranked 5th on the saint ranking, being thrown away as well, crashing down with a whimper. His internal organs felt they were about to tear apart. Killing intent filled Huangshi's eyes as he continued to borrow the might of Renhuang. Yet, at that very moment, a figure came and went like a flash of lightning, taking St. Ji away and retreating far away. That figure was none other than Jia. The scene caused countless present to shudder. Huangshi of the Holy Ji Palace had only been a sage at the pinnacle of his training. Yet, on that very day he had borrowed the Renhuang sword of his ancestors and almost ended up killing St. Ji, the St. Ji who was ranked 5th on the saint ranking of the 9 states. The ones from the Holy Ji Palace watched Huangshi solemnly. They were all naturally able to tell that the battle would be Huangshi's last. However, it was a battle that he could be proud of. Saints continued to come from afar, but none were able to do anything against Huangshi. Yi Futian and Huang Zhouge stepped inside the tomb. It was an empty world and did not look like a tomb at all. The place was filled with holiness. They were able to see incredibly far away inside. They looked up and cast their gaze forward. Yi Futian and Huang Zhouge shuddered deep down. There was a holy figure that looked even taller than the statue outside. It looked like a body of true flesh and blood instead of a statue. It looked like none other than Renhuang in the flesh. They almost thought it was truly Renhuang in the flesh. The shadow was so real that it was able to fool the eyes. That Renhuang from several thousand years ago seemed to have traveled through time and space, now standing before them, bringing the true might of Renhuang to bear. Yi Futian was unable to help but recall the statue of Emperor Yi Qing. Back then, Emperor Yi Qing's last sliver of will was imbued within that statue in Qingzhou City, which was awakened due to Yi Futian. That Renhuang construct pressed down on the hilt of a sword with both hands, shining with brilliant light, emanating brilliance like none other. It was as if it had stayed pristine throughout the ages. There was also a bow somewhere at his side. The bow simply sat there without emanating anything. However, it was nonetheless something left behind by Renhuang, and they wondered what kind of ritual implement it was. The glass saint had gambled everything just to get inside the mausoleum, for none other than a chance. Saint Xihua and the Zhou Sacred King had allied through a marriage alliance. Saint Xi had declared that he would join the sacred war as well, seemingly to work against Yi Futian. The glass saint might have looked unperturbed, but no one else knew what was going through her mind. She knew then that between her and the Zhou Sacred King, only one of them would be able to emerge alive from the sacred war. As such, before the sacred war truly broke out and the Sacred King had yet to move against the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, she had already sent Yuechan to investigate the Holy Ji Palace. Jiang Yuechan had been staying at Zhongzhou City, the place where the Holy Ji Palace was all that while. As such, she did not blame the servant girl, who had been following her for years, despite knowing that she killed the mighty ones from the Yu clan. Jiang Yuechan was her servant girl as well as her student and sister. She knew that everything Yuechan did was for her sake. At that moment, Yi Futian looked below the statue and saw two figures in their own corners, aura ebbing around them. Those two were none other than the Glass Saint and the Zhou Sacred King, who had stepped into the tomb before everyone else. They both seemed to have been severely injured. Both of them had dealt severe damage to each other. The Glass Saint's love destroyer had even penetrated the Sacred King's body. Even saints could not simply ignore damages dealt by people of the same plane. As such, they had been fighting each other while sustaining injuries. Both of them naturally continued to fight, seeing what lied before them after crashing into the tomb. For that brief moment, both figures seemed to have fought a terrifying battle with their lives on the line. However, at that moment, both of them simply sat quietly. Yi Futian saw the two figures and walked towards them slowly. Despite sensing that both of them had sustained heavy injuries, he dared not let his guard down. They were both saints after all. There were huge, irreconcilable differences in power between saints and sages. Even though they had borrowed the power of the Great Path from the statues, they remained incapable of resisting Saint Xihua's attacks. Such was the difference between them. Renhuang Ruins is right before your eyes. Why aren't any of you taking it? Yi Futian said as he saw both of them. Are you hurt, Sister Glass Saint? He sounded rather cold when he said that, apparently very displeased with what she did before. When she had seen Jiang Yuechan and sensed her aura, Yi Futian already had some speculations, and what happened afterward confirmed them. It was too bad he had let his guard down. However, at that moment, he had to ally with the Glass Saint, as she was the only one at their side who was capable of resisting both Saint Xihua and the Sacred King. It did not help that Saint Xi was also waiting to pounce. The Glass Saint turned her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. In that very instant, Yi Futian saw her very beautiful eyes look rather devilish, as if they had been tainted with terrible red light, looking very eerie. Yi Futian was puzzled. Both the Glass Saint and the Sacred King did not move at all. They simply sat where they were sitting. The Glass Saint turned her eyes away and no longer looked at Yi Futian. She was working hard at maintaining her mind, as if she was being put under serious pressure. The eerie scene made Yi Futian frown. He stepped forward slowly and Huang Zhuge followed suit. They were moving at a very slow speed with their auras engaged, being on guard against those two saints. At that time, pulsing pressure fell onto them, which grew increasingly heavy as they continued to move forward. Yi Futian and Huang Zhuge looked up at that very tall and imposing Renhuang shadow far away. In an instant, the figure became imprinted in their minds directly, making them struggle to breath. That Renhuang figure far away seemed to be right before their eyes. Boom! Their spiritual will shook. Yi Futian felt as if his will was on the verge of being snuffed out. He grunted as his body came down, sitting on the ground. Everything in the world seemed to have changed, and that Renhuang shadow seemed to be standing right before them like a god. "Is your mind firm and unyielding enough to inherit my will?" A voice seemed to be heard from 1,000 years ago, seeping into Yifutian and Huang Zhouge's mind, as if they were being interrogated. Yifutian only knew right there and then that despite how they came, the lineage of Renhuang was right before their eyes. There were still challenges that needed to be faced. Even a descendant of Renhuang had to be tested despite coming so far. "Is your mind firm and unyielding enough to inherit my will?" If the one to inherit the Renhuangs will proved to be of weak mind, then such person would be deemed unqualified to take the lineage, as it would be a waste. Renhuang, who had been a legend like none other in his time over 1,000 years ago, left behind a tomb that could only be opened by his descendants. However, if his descendants were to be of bad stock, then they would be deemed unqualified to inherit what he had left behind. He would have rather find someone who was truly determined to walk the path of cultivation. Yifutian felt he had entered a realm of illusion, as if he had no secrets and everything was laid bare before the will of Renhuang. He felt a shadow hovering in the air, as if that was where he should be. His mind recalled all that he had been through for the past 30 years and more. He recalled Qin Yi, the big sister, and Feng Qingxue, the twerp, wondering how they were doing presently. He liked that big sister figure of hers. No one would have not liked a sexy, beautiful big sister like that after all. However, the little fox named Hua Jiu was just simply too stunning back then. The question of missing out on that big sister might have been a regret, but his mind answered with a definite no. His mind might have wavered a little bit, but he was hardly affected. He recalled old man Yi Baichuan and his mother. There was no news of them and he had no idea if they still lived. It was something that affected his mind, but his will remained firm. He recalled Emperor Yi Qing and the crying snow ape king, as well as the Nandu clan's advent, the empire being muddled with just one song. It was only then that Yifutian's heart began to ache. It felt like a terrible pressure fell onto him, as if a catastrophe of the great path had struck his mind. It was painful. He grunted as his face turned pale. It was apparently something that stayed deep within his mind still, and he still had trouble letting go. "So you're trying to make me review my life, eh?" A sarcastic smirk was seen on his face. His eyes were determined as he glared at the shadow of Renhuang that seemed to be right before him. It was said that one's mind needed to be whole before one could achieve sainthood. "So you're testing my mind out right now then?" While his heart ached, the old man dying in battle was not something that would sway him from his path. He stood up slowly and walked forward. His white garb and long hair billowed in the wind. Flashes continued to appear in his mind. In the cottage of the eastern barren territory of Kangyi Kingdom, his brothers and sisters treated him like family. The battle at the Heaven Mountains brought an end to everything. The reason as to why that old man was taken away remained a thorn in his side, but he remained diligent in his training in order to someday meet that princess of the divine prefecture that he had only seen twice, to talk to her about the Snow Ape King and that old man. The battles fought at the Crouching Dragon Mountain, Taihang Mountain, and the Holy Ji Palace flashed in his mind. He had never been perfect and had done a lot of wrong, being haughty and inflexible, just like how he was before Xia Qingyuan. If he would have simply lowered his head and followed Xia Qingyuan, many things would have turned out better, maybe even turning out to be the results he sought. But even if he had been missing out on things, his mind remained firm. The answer to the question of whether or not his mind had been firm and unyielding was a natural yes. He did not dare to claim that his mind was whole and flawless, but at the very least, his beliefs were firm and nigh indestructible. Boom! His took one step forward, which sounded like a step on the path he sought. Cracks were hard and the shadow of Renhuang, that had been weighing on his mind, disappeared altogether. One step and he was gone. Formless power flowed with the wind around him. His will seemed to have been strengthened somewhat. Even within that sealed space, he was still able to sense a stronger willpower. With one step he came to Archmage Plain. His white garb billowed without wind. Yifutian cast his gaze at the shadow of Renhuang far away, as if nothing had changed. He turned to look at Huang Zhouge beside him. Huang Zhouge was steeped in all that as well, and there seemed to be tears at the corner of his eyes. His body shuddered a bit, as if he was locked in a struggle. Yi Futian was able to relate to Huang Zhouge's struggle. Huang Shi, the leader of the sovereign family, and Huang Zhouge's father blocked the gates by putting his life on the line. That stage alone had been enough to make Huang Zhouge's mind waver. Hopefully, he will be able to get over it. Yi Futian could have simply gone up to the shadow of Renhuang right there and then. He would have been able to acquire the lineage so long as he was willing. However, he did not, as that was something left behind for Huang Zhouge, and he was in no position to take it. Not doing was risky, as both the Glass Saint and the Sacred King were still around, but he was determined to keep his belief, as that was his way. He would have never been able to face Huang Shi and the sovereign family, who fought by his side, again if he were to take the lineage for himself. He stepped forward and walked to where the two saints were. The Glass Saint turned her eyes to look at Yi Futian again. Zhou Jiming sustained severe injuries and his mind is being interrogated. This is your chance. The Glass Saint's eyes shone with a red glow. It was apparent that her situation was not any better compared to the Sacred King's. Yi Futian simply looked at her without saying anything. Zhou Jiming massacred my clan, all 3,000 of them. I'm determined to avenge my family and I'm after the Renhuang lineage just so that I can kill him. Futian, you call me sister. Other than what happened outside, have I ever acted against you with ill intentions? The Glass Saint continued. Should I trust you, Sister Glass Saint, or should I not? Yi Futian looked at the Glass Saint and asked, the death of those of the Yu clan was your doing, no? Indeed. The Glass Saint did not deny it. If Yuechan had killed them, it was as if she was the one doing it. There were no differences and she owned up to it. The Yu clan wanted to forge a marriage alliance with you because they saw your potential. The deaths of those from the Yu clan would have undoubtedly aroused the Yu clan's suspicion, and it was not someone from Xihua Sacred Mountain or the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty doing the deed. But if they had wanted in on this, they knew what they had to do, and things indeed turned out that way. Would all of that have been in yours and the Holy Ji Palace's favor or against it? Aren't you afraid of dragging the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple to hell with you for what you have done? Yi Futian asked. If the Yu clan was involved, then I shall be on your side. The Yu clan could come settle their scores with me, just so long as the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty falls. The Glass Saint then added, regardless of how you look at things at this very moment, will you be going against me or against Zhou Jiming? The Sacred King remained sitting where he was, unbudging. He apparently knew his priorities and what he needed to do at the moment. He needed to restore his powers and break through Renhuang's pressure. Yi Futian admitted that what the Glass Saint said made sense. To him, the Sacred King was obviously the true enemy. You're willing to leave the lineage to the sovereign family, and I definitely won't lay a finger on it so long as Zhou Jiming ends up dead. You can ask anything of me to make it up to you, the Glass Saint continued. Yi Futian turned his eyes at the Sacred King, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was not because he was convinced by the Glass Saint, but because there was no way he and the Sacred King could coexist. He had that thought as soon as he entered. He was simply thinking if he should have taken the risk. It was an opportunity like none other after all. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hand, and the powers within Yi Futian's body gushed into the ritual implement. Terrifying pressure manifested. There was no doubt that the Sacred King had sustained severe injuries. Furthermore, he had to endure the pressure of the Great Path. It was a chance that he felt reluctant to miss. Boom! He stepped forward and brought the divine implement in his hand down. His surroundings felt like they were about to collapse in that very instant. Boundless shadow of the staff fell from the heavens, heading straight for the Sacred King. The Sacred King, who had stayed silent all the while, looked up at Yi Futian all of a sudden. A bright, dazzling light burst from his body and the phoenix shot forth with lethal intent. It was apparently his life spirit, heading straight for Yi Futian. The polearm of divine destruction clashed with the divine bird with a boom, and Yi Futian felt as if his body was about to be penetrated. The terrifying power stunned him and sent him flying. Bones all over his body seemed to have cracked. But at that very moment, A dazzling sword flashed by, heading straight for the Sacred King's head. The Sacred King slapped at the ground and retreated backwards. The phoenix turned away to intercept the attack, and with a loud boom, the wings of the phoenix seemed to have been broken right there and then. The bird was damaged and returned to the Sacred King's body with a wail. However, that sword attack was blocked. The love destroyer returned back to the glass saint's body as well. PFFTT. Blood splattered from the Sacred King's mouth, staining the ground red, and his face turned ashen. He looked up and said to Yifutian coldly, "You really don't know your place. The glass saint trains in the ways of emotional suppression. She killed her own fiancé back then, and she doesn't care about your life." "He deserved to die," the glass saint said coldly. "He indeed deserved to die for giving his woman to me. But please, you and I had been only one step away from becoming husband and wife. Why do you need to do this?" The Sacred King added. "Shut up, Zhou Jiming." Coldness emanated from the glass saint. "Am I telling the truth or not? You'd rather die than marry me back then. Why? You killed the man that sent you into my palace. Was your mind broken?" The Sacred King continued. The glass saint did not care. She naturally understood that the Sacred King wanted to make her mind waver. At that moment, they were all undergoing the Great Paths test. Seeing that the glass saint remained silent, the Sacred King continued. "I built the lapis lazuli palace in my place, and I have a concubine named C, who looks rather similar to you. Every time I go inside, I think of her to be you and have her please me. How that soothes my mind, just like how it would have been if you were by my side. If you're willing, I'll head straight home and kill her. You've spent years being alone. Why do you need to do so? The way of emotional suppression kills your humanity. How could it be able to compare to the joy of training with me?" Zhou Jiming. The glass saint's body trembled, and another splatter of blood came out of her mouth. Terrifying pressure rained down on her mind. Her face turned ashen, and she slumped, feeling as if her mind was about to collapse. The Sacred King snickered at the scene. Yifutian knew what was going on between both of them. He took a look at the Sacred King. He was indeed willing to go to extreme lengths. He knew well what was going on with the glass saint, as he was going through the same thing at the moment. The Sacred King's words proved more sharp than blades. But then again, the glass saint was not a pushover. Yifutian came to the glass saint's side and looked at that beautiful face. She looked rather pitiful, but her eyes remained determined as she looked at Yifutian. "I'm willing to pay any price just for you to kill the Sacred King. If you hate me, then kill Zhou Jiming. I'm all yours when that is done." "Very well." Yifutian nodded and carried the saint up, having her lean close to him. Her soft, voluptuous figure was incredibly seductive, but Yifutian had nothing else on his mind at the moment. The Sacred King shot a pointed look at Yifutian. Seeing him do that, Yifutian then looked at the number one beauty in the eastern state in his arms and said, "Sister Glass Saint, he was right. Even though you've been betrayed, you shouldn't have trained in ways to kill your emotions. There are all manners of sentiments in the world that are worth being cherished. Me, for instance, I've always had a liking for you." Yifutian lowered his head as soon as he finished. The glass saint's eyes were wide open as she stared at Yifutian getting increasingly close. She had a dazed look. It was anyone's guess if she was too weak to do anything or if she had simply forgotten to do so, but she did not resist. At the very next moment, she felt her lips being invaded and her mind felt like it was being blown to pieces as it turned completely blank. "How dare you!" Tremendous murderous intent filled the Sacred King's eyes. Yet, at that moment, terrifying pressure fell onto him like a catastrophe of the Great Path, pounding his mind. The Sacred King's face turned pale like the glass saint's, and he spat up blood. His aura had never been so weak. Yifutian lifted his head and looked at the dazed, beautiful eyes and said, "You said that you were willing to pay any price for killing Zhou Jiming. I'll definitely kill him. I take it that you won't mind then." Yifutian's hands were in places where they should not have been. The sensation was soft and the glass saint looked at him with dazed eyes. There were tears at the corner of her eyes and then she spat up blood again, turning even paler before blacking out altogether. Yifutian looked at all of that calmly and extended his hand to caress the beautiful face of hers, smiled and turned to look at the sacred king. She's indeed the #1 beauty in Eastern State indeed, poised and beautiful like none other. What do you think, sacred king? The sacred king continued to glare at Yifutian while blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth. He shut his eyes and turned away. Both the sacred king and the glass saint had been brutal figures, and it was totally unexpected that Yifutian was just as brutal. He was actually trying to kill both the sacred king and the glass saint at the same time. Zhou Jiming was the sacred king of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and could have any woman he wanted. But he had built the lapis lazuli palace and had placed C, who looked a lot like glass saint, in there, showing how deep his obsession with glass saint was. He had become famous as a young man and had been infeft as prince of the great Zhou sacred dynasty very early. His talent was outstanding, and nothing was denied to him. When Glass Saint was seen by the Lord of Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, the rumor had gone out that her looks were extraordinary, without parallel in the Eastern State. After he had seen her, the consequences were shocking. He tried to pursue her, but could not. He had spent a lot of energy on this, even devising a scheme by which Glass Saint would be taken to his palace on the day of her wedding, but Glass Saint would rather die than marry him. After entering the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple, she had opposed him everywhere, breaking his holy road, blocking his attempt to become a saint. Even his father had suffered the same fate as Glass Saint's master due to this enmity. The great Zhou sacred king swore that he would have her, that she would submit her body to him. He would see how the foremost beauty in the Eastern State faced him then. But at that moment, the woman that he had tried so hard to get was embraced by Yifutian. The beauty that he had never even touched had been kissed by Yifutian. And that scoundrel's hand was even touching her holy body. It was easy to imagine what the great Zhou sacred king's mental state was at that moment. And where was this place? Renhuang had asked, if you want to become the emperor, can your heart be hardened to the path? Right now, the power of the great path pressed down on him, and he wavered. He had already been injured, and now he had suffered a catastrophe of the great path. The power of Renhuang's great path descended, threatening to destroy his mindfulness towards the path. Therefore, he would rather close his eyes than look at what was happening. But his desire to kill Yifutian had never been stronger, even stronger than when Yifutian had taken his son Zhou Huang during the Sacred War. He would make it so that Yifutian would seek life but be unable to obtain it, and so that he would strive to die but would not be able to do so. Yifutian cast a cold glance at Zhou Jiming. He was also in great pain. The great Zhou sacred king's last attack had been so strong. The saint-level power had accumulated, and then he had used his life spirit to launch an attack, wounding him greatly. Moreover, Saint Shihua had wounded him in the outside world. His situation was not much better than the great Zhou sacred king and glass saints. However, in this way all the obstacles had been cleared for Huang Zhouge. As long as he could pass Renhuang's questioning, the inheritance would be in the palm of his hand. The great Zhou sacred king and glass saints' mindfulness of the path had been damaged, and so they had no way to pass the questioning. Yifutian looked down at the beautiful face that he held. Tears had appeared on her cheeks, and he wiped them away. Her skin was so delicate that you could break it by blowing on it, and her face did not have a single blemish. She had cultivated herself to the saint level and transcended her physical form. Now her skin was soft and tender, and her body was the same. She was so delicate all over. Anyone would have trouble holding on to this woman, who was considered the foremost beauty in the Eastern State and was the master of the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple. This was human nature, but he did not feel guilty. Glass Saint was not a good person. Although everything she had done out of her intense desire for revenge, her recent attack on the great Zhou sacred king had been done without any regard for how it would affect him. He had used Renhuang's questioning to break both of their mindfulness of the path. But it was an eye for an eye. There was no essential difference between the two of them. He had never been a good man. If he wanted to, he could kill this beautiful woman who had fainted into his arms. But he would not do this. Glass Saint had been ruthless in her revenge, but it had all been for the purpose of killing her two enemies. He had learned a bit about her miserable past from her conversation with the great Zhou Sacred King. As for the Yu clan, he would not interfere. It was up to them to decide. But as far as Yifutian was concerned, a kiss had taken place, and the place that should not be touched had been touched. His fury had catalyzed in an instant, but he had stayed his hand. He was ruthless, but not that ruthless. Perhaps he was just not resolute enough. He looked at the great Zhou Sacred King and saw him begin to cultivate once again. He held Glass Saint in front of him. He pulled out a ritual implement and tied it around her waist just in case. He did not want to become part of her plan again if she woke up. Even though she had been wounded, since she was a saint, he could take no chances. A rustling sound rang out in the Life Palace as the world tree swayed. Emerald green light shone, flooding the palace and rushing towards every part of his body. It repaired his injuries as quickly as possible. The three of them had all been injured, and Glass Saint had fainted. He had an advantage over the great Zhou Sacred King in terms of recovery, as in addition to recovering, the great Zhou Sacred King also had to resist Renhuang's power, so he would not recover very quickly. Now the two of them were at the end of their strength and were no better off than their opponent. They did not dare to make a move. Yifutian had learned his lesson. Great Zhou Sacred King, Glass Saint and I have now touched. When she wakes up, she will enter my harem and become my woman. Why don't you demolish the lapis lazuli pavilion? Said Yifutian as he was recuperating. He saw the great Zhou Sacred King's arms were shaking, but his eyes were closed as if he had not heard him. Her hands and skin are so soft. Although she has cultivated for so many years, she is as soft as water and is as pure as ice. Yifutian ran his hand over her tender arm as he spoke. The great Zhou Sacred King clenched his fists, and his aura began to leak from him. He could not help but groan. He was fighting against the power of the path, but Yifutian was slashing at his heart. But he was a king. His eyes remained closed, and he did not move at all. His heart was as strong as iron. Yifutian stopped stroking her arm. He did not continue provoking the great Zhou Sacred King, and instead focused on recovering. Time passed in silence. Yifutian's wounds healed quickly. He kept his eyes open, staring at the great Zhou Sacred King. He wondered if he could put an end to him if he struck now. But would the great Zhou Sacred King be the same as before? Would he recover all his energy for one strike? Would he heal as much as possible so he could kill him? Just as Yifutian was hesitating, a sound rang out. He turned and saw Huang Zhoga walking forward. He had obviously defeated himself. He succeeded. Yifutian sighed with relief. Huang Zhoga had received his inheritance. This trip had been completely successful. Xia Qingyuan had promised that if they could get it, it was theirs. At the same time, Huang Shi was blocking many Saint Plain cultivators outside the cliff statue. A group of figures appeared. At the head was Xia Qingyuan. She walked in front of Huang Shi, followed by several powerful saints. She looked up at the statue. Huang Shi had thought that he could hold back all comers, but when he looked into her eyes, he trembled. If this princess wanted to fight, he did not know if even Zhoga could handle her after receiving his inheritance. With a single sentence, she could strip them of everything. She did not even have to get involved. All she had to do was change the rules of the sacred war to let saints get involved and the barren state would be lost. The imperial mausoleum was left behind by my ancestors. I hope that you will help me, said Huang Shi. He could hold back all the saints of the 9 states. After the incident, they all had to abide by Emperor Xia's rules, but fighting Xia Qingyuan by himself would be impossible. She stepped forward a few paces, still staring at the statue. She said nothing, but her eyes explained it all. No one in the 9 states could stop her. When he saw that look in her eyes, Huang Shi felt only sorrow. Yushang stepped forward with magic light shining in his eyes. Behind Xia Qingyuan, the other saints also stepped forward, their auras blazing forth. Only the princess may enter. How about that? Said Huang Shi. Still looking up at the statue, Xia Qingyuan said, Fine. I hope that you will not forget your promise. As Huang Shi spoke, the statue blazed with light, and the gate that led to the mausoleum opened once again. Everyone's hearts pounded as Xia Qingyuan walked in. Liao tried to rush in as well, but was stopped by Xia Qingyuan's people. Xia Qingyuan walked in the gate. No one in the 9 states could stop her. The gate closed once again, cutting them all off. They had no way of knowing what would take place inside. She could only pray. There were 5 great cultivators inside. Did Zhoge have any hope? Yifutian saw Xia Qingyuan enter as the gate opened. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Xia Qingyuan saw him as well. She took in the situation inside the imperial mausoleum in a glance, then looked up at the figure of Renhuang as she stepped forward. She soon felt the power of the great path, but she did not stop. She kept walking forward step by step. She had already felt this kind of power from her father. Her mindfulness of the path was firm and could not be shaken. Yifutian put down Glass Saint and stood up, blocking Xia Qingyuan. The imperial mausoleum was left behind by the Huang clan ancestors and should be inherited by their descendants. You promised that if I could take it, it would be mine. It should be the same for the other members of my palace, he said. Yes, said Xia Qingyuan. Then she looked at Huang Zhoge and said, that's assuming he can take it. On saying this, she continued forward, passing by Yifutian. Yifutian's figure flashed and he appeared in a space not far from Renhuang. His back was to the statue of Renhuang, and he faced Xia Qingyuan. You think you can stop me? Xia Qingyuan glanced at Yifutian, and suddenly a sage-level aura bloomed. Yifutian felt the fierce wind. This terrible aura was coming forth from the body of this delicate beauty in men's clothing. It seemed that everything in the world would be forced to crawl at her feet. Yifutian's white robes flapped in the wind. He fixed his gaze on Xia Qingyuan. She was the foremost talent of the upper worlds, the favorite daughter of Emperor Xia, and was hailed as a woman whose talent surpassed even her father's. Your Highness Yifutian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State, asks for your instruction. His voice rang out throughout the imperial mausoleum. The echo lingered on and on. Yifutian's voice was bright and clear. In the space of the imperial mausoleum, Glass Saint slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and looked at Yifutian. In fact, she had woken up before, but she had closed off her senses, not letting herself think so that she could slowly recover from her injury. However, there was nowhere she could go to hide from the feeling of those claws touching her skin. Even separated by a thin layer of clothing, it was still so clear. His hand had even moved to the most sacred, soft place on her body. What was even worse was that he had seemed to feel good about it, and he could not help but grasp it. Such humiliation almost made her wake up to fight him, but when she remembered her vast sea of hatred for the sacred king, she was able to bear it. She got up and bit her lip. She stared at Yifutian with eyes as cold as ice, hoping that he would die at Xia Qingyuan's hands. Xia Qingyuan fixed her gaze on the figure before her. As the daughter of Emperor Xia, she had been born extraordinary. She was without parallel among those of her generation in the upper worlds, and no one could oppose her. Who would dare stand before her? Who had the right to? But the man who had refused to follow her twice, who had boasted that he was without parallel at the Juqian Forum, now stood before her and asked her to fight. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and divine light flowed from her. She glowed as brightly as an immortal. She stepped forward, and the great path moved with her as if what she was stepping on was the path itself. Yifutian knew that Xia Qingyuan was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He claimed to be unbeaten by any opponent at the same level as him, unparalleled in the 9 states, but none of the people that he had beaten could match Xia Qingyuan. This woman, who was hailed as the strongest in Emperor Xia's realm, had the blood of Renhuang flowing through her veins. Moreover, she had mastered hundreds of schools, had a broad body of knowledge. She had cultivated herself to know all kinds of powerful magic, becoming the most powerful magic user in Emperor Xia's realm. At this moment, even though their strength was limited in the imperial mausoleum, and they were not able to expand their will into the heavens and the earth, Xia Qingyuan's steps were still full of the worldly great path. Yifutian could not take her for an ordinary weak woman. This was clearly a wild beast. A powerful airflow came out from her body. It was like heaven and earth had become one. Yifutian stepped forward, and his power burst forth from him like thunder, fighting against Xia Qingyuan's airflow. The two of them stood facing each other, setting off a violent storm in that place. Boom! With another step forward, his power swept out. Light bloomed from Xia Qingyuan, and more sacred power condensed on her arms. In a flash, she descended in front of Yifutian as quickly as lightning. She raised her arm and struck out with a fist, clenching her slender, jade-like hand. Her fist was not big, but the power it contained seemed like it could collapse the sky and fight with a true dragon or an ancient phoenix. The sacred light wrapped around her fist, and a suffocating power burst forth from it, piercing through heaven and earth as it rushed towards Yifutian's chest. Yifutian also stepped forward, and his power shone like a rainbow. He did not retreat at all. No matter how strong Xia Qingyuan was, he would not fear her. Today, he would look at this princess, who was hailed as the strongest in both worlds, and see how strong she was. A rhythm started as he lifted his hand. It was completely natural and fit into the worldly great path. An imperial fist will gathered and flowed on his arms, and radiant particles flowed from him. As he plunged his arm down, it all gathered together into a fist and smashed down like a star towards his opponent's fist. He used a fist to fight a fist. Both of their arms went to the same point, and finally, their fists collided together. Their skin did not touch, only their fist wills did, but a loud sound like a clap of thunder rang out. The space around them trembled fiercely, and two brilliant rays of light shot out from where their fists collided. Xia Qingyuan was shocked and retreated. A strange look flashed in her eyes. Her fist style contained imperial power. It melded with the worldly great path and could put forth an extreme amount of rule power. And Yifutian had defeated it, showing how strong he was. Yifutian had refined his body and had washed his body in the medicine pool. He had melded the rule of particles and rule power into his fist, making it extremely strong. Anyone on the same level of him in the 9 states would have been wounded by that one attack. Of course, Xia Qingyuan was also slightly different in that moment. The Huangting fist will had 33 layers. It resonated with the worldly great path, and each layer was stronger than the last. If Yifutian could not crack even the first layer, how could he call himself unparalleled in the 9 states? Her mighty power gathered together once again, and she flashed toward Yifutian. The second layer of her fist will burst forth, even stronger than before. Yifutian stepped forward again, and his power gathered together even more strongly than before. He struck out with his fist without hesitation, matching Xia Qingyuan attack for attack. This kind of attack was an incredible tempering for his body. He would never find an opponent like this in the 9 states. As the two of them collided wildly and loud sounds rang out continuously, the wind raged as an extremely strong and domineering atmosphere burst forth. A terrible storm raged between the two of them, like a tornado that swallowed everything. Glass Saint watched the battle. She was a saint-level cultivator. But this battle between two sages was still thrilling. Their power was amazing. That shameless disciple was still extremely strong. After striking 11 times, Xia Qingyuan's fist will seem to be completely transformed. As her heavy fists slammed forth, heaven and earth cracked. Yifutian also felt that his arms would crack. If a fist entered his body, it would crush him from within. It was extremely oppressive. If his body had not been strong, he would already have been destroyed. Yifutian was forced back with a loud noise, but Xia Qingyuan followed him like a shadow and attacked again. She was wrapped in an incomparably powerful fist will that destroyed everything. Rays of brilliant light burst forth from Yifutian's body as he opened the 7-star acupoints. Suddenly, his aura surged more powerfully. He could feel that Xia Qingyuan was growing stronger and stronger. Her martial arts were extremely advanced and could even be compared to the 9 heavenly attacks in some places. Boom! Yifutian stepped into the air, and his body became like a dragon. He raised his hand and pressed it against the sky. Xia Qingyuan shot towards him, her fist will piercing through the stars towards Yifutian. The two of them continued to fight fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth. but it seemed that neither could crush the other. Finally, after 20 attacks, Xianxia could not continue. It was said that when one cultivated up to the Huangting Fist Will's 33rd attack, one could pierce the heavens and the earth, and could break the world with a single punch. She was still far off from this, and there were only a dozen or so layers that she truly comprehended. She glanced at Huang Zhouge and saw him still standing before Renhuang. Light fell on his body, and he seemed to have already received the inheritance. The whole tomb started to shake as sunlight fell. She looked back at Yifutian, and the pressure on her grew more intense. She stepped into the air like a goddess. Her pale face was so beautiful it was suffocating. A sword will extended continuously from her finger, seeming to want to cut through the space in the imperial mausoleum. Even though her power was restricted, the sword will that she released at this moment was still astonishing. Yifutian's face grew solemn as he gazed at Xianxia. As the daughter of Renhuang, and as someone who was unparalleled in the upper worlds, she would naturally not just be good at one thing. Xianxia's figure flashed as she tried to get past Yifutian, and he felt a suffocating pressure on him, seeking to destroy him. He still stood in her way, shining brightly. Xianxia raised her finger, and with this attack, a catastrophic sword will seem to pierce into his chest, cutting through his will and wiping away his soul. The sword will continued towards his body, seeking to cleave him in two. Xianxia had once gone to the Lihan heaven and learned from the foremost swordsman of the upper worlds. She had integrated many types of swordsmanship into her own catastrophe swordsmanship. With her status, it was not only Emperor Xia who had taught her, but all the great figures of the upper worlds. In both the upper and lower worlds, only Xianxia could be called illustrious. Yifutian felt that his spiritual will was under attack, and it seemed like it would soon collapse. He kept it together to resist, and at the same time, starry rule power flowed from his body. His body became like a star that protected his flesh. Crack! A sharp cracking sound rang out. A single slice broke through his defenses and cut through all his rule power. It slashed towards his body. Fortunately, his body was immensely powerful, but his clothes were still ripped. Catastrophe swordsmanship was different than Huangting Fist Will. Huangting Fist Will grew stronger and stronger. When you reached the end, no one could stand against it. But catastrophe swordsmanship struck all at once like thunder, cutting through everything. It was extremely powerful. The sword went for the kill. Xianxia stepped forward, surrounded by powerful sword will. She was like a goddess of death approaching. She could truly be described as ultimately powerful. She stepped on the sword and flew directly towards Renhuang. An incomparably brilliant light shone around Yifutian. Powerful rule power flowed from him and gathered together into a halberd. He stepped forward and transformed into a beam of light. A sword appeared in Xianxia's hand, and it whistled through the air as she slashed it. Yifutian raised his long halberd to strike, and the brilliant light flashed, pierced through the air and cut through the sword. He stepped through the air and descended in front of Xianxia. He struck with his long halberd. Suddenly, a terrible vortex appeared, and everything in the area seemed like it would be completely destroyed. The sword will collapsed. Xianxia frowned and pressed her finger forward. Suddenly, her mighty sword will all gathered together and crossed through the air and collided with the halberd. In a flash, a destructive power raged wildly. The halberd smashed through space and pierced downwards. Xianxia's sword chi blocked it. As the power in front of her was blocked, she was thrown flying backward. Yifutian stood there with his halberd staring at her. He said, "Why don't you take this a little bit more seriously, princess?" Xianxia was blocked once again. She gazed at Yifutian. It seemed that there was indeed someone in the 9 states of the same level as her who could stop her. She had just felt an incredibly strong space rule power from the halberd, and it had the ability to break through space. Its attack power was incredible. At that moment, Huang Zhouge had already received Renhuang's inheritance, and brilliant light shone all around. The mausoleum shook as the beautiful light fell upon the two people fighting, adding a bit of sacred color to the scene. Outside the mausoleum, everyone felt the cliff shaking. They all sensed that the inheritance had reappeared in the world. But who had gotten it? This situation had occurred not long after the princess had entered, so it was extremely likely that she was the one who had gotten it. However, there was nothing strange about that. Although there were two saint-level figures inside, how could they dare to compete with Xia Qingyuan? As for Yi Futian and Huang Zhouge, even if they wanted to fight, would they be able to? All of the 9 states were under Emperor Xia's command. Even though the imperial mausoleum had been left behind by the Huang clan ancestors, it still belonged to Emperor Xia. If Xia Qingyuan wanted it, it would be hers without a doubt. They all thought of the extremely arrogant Yi Futian. With his personality, he had previously dared to trick the princess. He might actually fight her. They didn't know if he would be able to leave the tomb. As they expected, Yi Futian was indeed fighting. But he was not fighting for himself, but for Huang Shi and Huang Zhouge. If Xia Qingyuan used Emperor Xia to suppress him, he would give up. If Huang Zhouge got the inheritance and then died, Xia Qingyuan would have no remorse over the promise that she made in public. Therefore, he had nothing to worry about. What was the orthodoxy that Emperor Xia had founded in the 9 states? Why had Xia Qingyuan sought out the heavenly chosen ones? The 9 states were Emperor Xia's, including the Holy Ji Palace. Thus, when he had challenged Xia Qingyuan, he had called himself a vassal of Emperor Xia. He had not said this casually. He was reminding Xia Qingyuan that he was her father's subject. Emperor Xia naturally hoped that there would be talented figures among his subjects that could assist him in the future. Although Emperor Xia's realm was in the upper worlds, it was only one of the realms of the divine prefecture. Hua Jieyu had told him that she had taken them to many upper worlds. Thus, he could fight as hard as he could in this battle. With Emperor Xia's status, he didn't need to fear him coming to settle accounts. With his halberd in hand, brilliant light flowed over Yi Futian. He pointed it at Xia Qingyuan, and his will of battle surged. It seemed like, while he was there, Xia Qingyuan would not be able to pass him. An even stronger sword will flowed from Xia Qingyuan, much different from the ones that Yi Futian had seen before. This was the first time he had felt catastrophe swordsmanship. The sword gave birth to catastrophes and had terrible destructive power. He felt the sword will, and it felt like his spiritual will would be destroyed. If he was hit, he couldn't imagine how much damage it would do. The sword will grew stronger and an ear-piercing shriek rang out through the air. Even if all the power in the imperial mausoleum was bound up together, the aura coming from Xia Qingyuan would still be stronger. The sword will flowed towards all the heavens. It seemed to be everywhere, and there was an invisible sword in it. Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, and it felt like a terrible catastrophe sword was piercing Yi Futian's spiritual will. It was like a catastrophe of the great path was cutting through his spiritual willpower. He had naturally taken precautions against this, and so he was unmoved. At that same time, a sword fell from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Boom! There was a loud noise as a starry curtain appeared around Yi Futian. Although he could not communicate with the power of the imperial mausoleum, he was still able to form a powerful force field around himself. It was like time had stopped in that space. Everything slowed down except for the overbearing sword, which cut through his rule power force field and pierced the body of one of the stars, causing it to crack. Xia Qingyuan continued forward. If anyone had been standing around her, they would have been suffocated. Her sword will was too strong. She gripped her sword and brought it down again, as quickly and forcefully as possible. There was another loud noise as more cracks appeared in the star, breaking down Yi Futian's defenses. More swords began to descend wildly, one following another. Each sword was extremely forceful. The star had already cracked to its edges, but Yi Futian's life spirit bloomed and the divine ape roared as he transformed into his Buddha pure body and melded into it. Bang! The stars cracked, the sword descended, and the divine ape roared. He struck out with a fist will and destroyed the oncoming sword. The violent momentum was earth-shattering. However, Xia Qingyuan seemed to not even see it. There was no change in her cold eyes. More and more swords appeared, and the space where Yi Futian was in seemed to collapse. There were 3,000 swords. Without using a divine implement, how could anyone below the Saint Plane in the 9 states withstand this? The divine ape attacked wildly, and it roared into the sky. Every attack made the air tremble. Heaven and earth seemed like they would shatter under the divine ape's attacks, but they could not destroy the light of the catastrophe swords. Many of the swords had already pierced the divine ape's body, making it tremble. Even Glass Saint, who was sitting nearby, felt her heart tremble as she beheld this battle. This was Emperor Xia's favorite daughter. She was only on the lower sage plane, but with the combat ability that she put forth, even someone on the sage ranking would not dare to say they could defeat her. And Yi Futian, who was on the same plane as her, was still fighting her. It seemed that the divine ape's body could bear no more, and so Yi Futian lifted his arm and the halberd appeared there. A burst of radiant particles emerged from it and swallowed it up. Rumble! Brilliant golden light shone as the image of a golden rock appeared. Wind rules covered his body. At this moment Yi Futian was like a god of war. A powerful wind blew, and Yi Futian instantly disappeared from where he had been as he moved towards Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan pointed forward without any hesitation. A sword burst forth and destroyed everything as it raced towards Yi Futian. Smash! Yi Futian stabbed straight out with his halberd, smashing it into the catastrophe sword, causing cracks to appear in it. Under his brilliant wings, he crossed through the air and continued to get closer to his opponent. His power was rising. After cultivating his skill with a halberd in the Lost Ruins, he had spent a period of time cultivating in the Endless Sea. He trained with it every day in every part of the Endless Sea. The billowing ocean waves helped him understand how to wield it. Now his attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, just like the ocean waves. But now more catastrophe swords descended. They seemed to be endless. Brilliant light bloomed from him, and his golden wings shrieked past. He thrust his halberd forward once again, and as he did many halberds of light appeared beside it. They crashed wildly into the catastrophe swords. Yi Futian's body seemed to be buried in the devastating storm it caused. Xia Qingyuan was as unmoving as a mountain. 3,000 catastrophe swords wrapped around her like a storm. Her expression was as sharp as one of her swords. She continued to walk closer to Yi Futian, as if there was nothing for her to fear. No matter how strong she was, her state of mind was not affected. The storm of catastrophe swords shrieked like the light of the catastrophe of the Great Path. It descended towards Yi Futian. He could not avoid it. If he was not strong enough to withstand it, he could only die. This forceful attack was enough to kill any enemy. Her swords covered the sky. Yi Futian did not dodge. The divine ape roared, and he opened the 7-star acupoints. Beams of golden light pierced through his body, and the golden rock shot forward with invincible speed towards the onrushing swords as if it was going to enter into that endless abyss. His body trembled. Suddenly, a bunch of residual images appeared around him. Each one seemed to carry a halberd until they eventually all merged into one. They faced forward in a straight line. A devastating vortex appeared on the halberd that seemed like it would really tear space apart. The 3,000 catastrophe swords pierced towards him, but a broken hole appeared in the middle of them. A halberd pierced through space and fell towards Xia Qingyuan, who was at the center of the swords. At that moment, Yi Futian swayed violently. Xia Qingyuan was sent flying once again. The destructive storm still raged. Yi Futian's Buddha pure body had been destroyed, and his life spirit had been damaged. He felt a sweetness in his throat as if there was blood that he needed to spit out, but he swallowed it back. Xia Qingyuan was not in good shape either. Her clothes were in disarray and her hair that had been tied back had come loose. As the wind danced, she even looked to be a bit more feminine. Looking at her now, she was even more incredible. She was like an immortal in the human world, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Xia Qingyuan had apparently not thought that Yi Futian would force her into such a difficult situation. She did not even care that much about Renhuang's inheritance anymore. She just watched Yi Futian. She was not only hailed as unparalleled in Emperor Xia's realm. When she was young, her father had brought her to another one of Renhuang's realms to let her experience the world and understand the worldly great path. Even though she was extremely young, she had still gone to many places and met many powerful figures. Even in these other realms, she had never met someone who could be a true opponent to her who was of the same generation as her. Now, in the 9 states in the lower world, she seemed to have met one. Can you fight harder? Xia Qingyuan asked unexpectedly. Yi Futian was stunned, then said, If you can, so can I. Beside them, Glass Saint was speechless. They could still fight harder? How hard would these 2 lower-level sages fight? The great Zhou Sacred King had now also opened his eyes to watch the battle. As he watched, his desire to kill Yi Futian only grew stronger. He could not rest easy until Yi Futian died. Then let me see, said Xia Qingyuan slowly. Her life spirit bloomed behind her, and in a flash, a divine light covered the whole area. An incomparably beautiful golden lotus bloomed. It was rumored that there was a female Buddha beneath the golden lotus. Xia Qingyuan stepped onto the golden lotus and bathed in the divine light. She truly seemed like an immortal. The shaking of the imperial mausoleum grew stronger and stronger, but Xia Qingyuan did not care. At that moment, Yi Futian was far more interesting than Renhuang's inheritance. Yi Futian fixed his gaze on the woman who now looked as holy as an immortal. Xia Qingyuan stood on the golden lotus. The lotus's 6 petals continued to open, causing it to look like there were endless images of more lotuses around her. The lotus gave rise to all things and gave rise to the Great Path. Yi Futian had once read ancient records in the library of 9 State Academy that said that once you had cultivated up to the supreme level, you could forge the path. The path gave rise to the soul, and your life spirit would develop along with it. Therefore, the true top forces, those whose life spirits contained the path, were those whose perception of the world stretched out far and was thus passed on to future generations. His world tree was endlessly marvelous and was a kind of supreme path, but his plane was not high. He was not yet close enough to touch that level, nor understand its mysteries. He was only able to see a life spirit birthed from it, and see how extraordinary it was. Huang Zhouge had inherited 3 great life spirits, all of which were extraordinary. Now he was truly the descendant of Renhuang, but since his level was not high enough, he only understood these life spirits at the surface level. But now that he had the inheritance, the life spirits could probably transform along with him. The road to cultivation was slow, but some people were extraordinary. Their life spirits could get stronger and stronger along with the things that they had cultivated themselves to be good at. Others still relied on their own perception, constantly reinventing their life spirits with their own power from weak to strong, causing it to constantly evolve. Either way, life spirits followed the process of the cultivator growing stronger. Xia Qingyuan's forefather was Renhuang, and her father had cultivated beside him. Her own life spirit was magnificent and could be said to be abundant in natural gifts. At that moment, her life spirit lotus was unleashed, and her whole aura grew stronger, and her perception of law power grew deeper as well. Her prestigious name was well-deserved, that of the greatest talent in Emperor Xia's realm. In Yi Futian's life palace, the world tree swayed with a rustling sound. He sucked in his breath and a terrible storm blossomed from within him. The life spirit of the divine ape appeared once again, forming the Buddha pure body. Yi Futian seemed to be melded within it as his power grew even wilder. His halberd disappeared as his rule power condensed into a staff in the divine ape's hands. Different rule powers permeated his body. A curtain of starry particles flashed around the staff, and an astonishing aura burst forth from it. Yi Futian stood there like a true god of war, emitting enough pressure to suffocate anyone near him. Cultivation was an orderly and gradual process. As you grew stronger, your life spirits continued to change. Your understanding of martial arts and rule spells was the same. When Yi Futian had begun cultivating, he had studied the 9 heavenly attacks, but how many had he actually learned? Only once the strength of his cultivation increased could he exert greater power with the 9 heavenly attacks. And now they were not the simple attacks of when he had started out. Now they were integrated into his perception of rule power. 2 people cultivating the same techniques would have very different results. Yi Futian had cultivated the rule of particles, force rules, starry laws, and space-tearing rules. He had integrated these rule powers into the 9 heavenly attacks, making them much more powerful. If he truly reached the level of the snow ape, his power would be no weaker than his. Xia Qingyuan still stood calmly on the lotus, holding a sword mudra. More and more lotuses blossomed around her. Suddenly, she was bathed in brilliance. She looked like a divine, immortal, incorruptible. But Yi Futian had no wish to appreciate her beauty. He could only feel her dangerous aura. The divine ape stepped into the sky, and the air trembled. A terrible force swept out. Yi Futian grasped the staff. Infinite law power seemed to bloom from Xianxia, and it seemed like Yi Futian was trying to smash through the great path of heaven and earth itself. She had all that law power, and he had only a stick. Brilliance bloomed from the blossoming lotuses, and a catastrophe sword was born from each one. The lotuses gave rise to the path. The lotuses gave rise to everything. Endless sword wills surrounded each catastrophe sword, all of them pointing at Yi Futian. "Cut him," said Xianxia. The swords in the lotuses flashed as they pierced through the air. The 3,000 swords descended, and a lightning bolt that was much stronger than the swords pierced through the air in that space. Yi Futian raised his arms and brought the staff crashing down, causing a burst of particles to shoot outward. It was like thousands of stars tearing through the air. They crashed into the catastrophe swords from the lotuses, and a destructive airflow appeared. Even if there was a top-level sage there, they would still be astonished by this scene, and shocked by the power of the two of them. In the instant that Yi Futian brought the staff down, the second catastrophe sword bloomed from a lotus. It flashed towards him, even stronger than the one before it. The power of Yi Futian's staff was not diminished. It continued to sweep out and destroy things, but the arm that was holding it felt a tremendous force. The starry particles began to crack. He could see how strong his opponent's sword was. The third sword, the fourth sword, the 11th sword. The swords were inexhaustible, and the sword will was not extinguished. Yi Futian was wrapped up in sword chi, and an endless amount of swords flew around him, cutting through the air. If he let down his guard even a little, he would be beyond saving. But it seemed like he did not feel threatened at all. He walked forward, each step shaking the ground. The divine ape roared, and a storm appeared all around him that seemed powerful enough to smash the heavens. Yi Futian had cultivated for more than 10 years and experienced many battles. Other than when he had faced opponents whose levels he could not compete with, he had never experienced a situation like today, where he was still in danger despite using the 9 heavenly attacks. He knew that Xia Qingxuan's life spirit was full of strength and that she had used the lotuses to give rise to her law power. She had integrated her Huangting fist will into the catastrophe swords, making each one stronger than the last. These were 2 different rule powers, but she had achieved mastery over both of them and combined them into a single attack. The lotuses gave birth to swords that cut through everything. But his staff technique was completely different, and his accumulated power was more than that of his opponent's catastrophe swords. At this moment, his staff resonated with heaven and earth. This meant that if 2 people were fighting outside the imperial mausoleum and sought to seize the power of heaven and earth for themselves, they would unleash a terrible storm. Xianxia stared at him as she stood firm. 9 lotuses flew all around her, with sacred light blooming from them. Powerful catastrophe swords were hidden in each lotus. The 9 catastrophes were linked together. When the swords were born, everything would wither. She pointed forward and the 9 swords shot out. Yi Futian had already struck 6 times, and at that moment a powerful storm appeared around him. He stepped forward again but did not strike a 7th time. The swords reached him. A destructive sound rang out as the air was torn and the stars were shattered. The swords came at him one by one, slicing towards his chest and destroying his will. But Yi Futian seemed to not even see them. He continued forward. The terrible storm of swords seemed to swallow him up, but his momentum grew even stronger. It seemed that he was the only person in the world at that moment. The divine ape's body bore the sword strikes, and it seemed to be riddled with holes. However, at that moment, it grew bigger as if the true divine ape had finally arrived. It gave a loud roar that shook the heavens. Yi Futian lifted his arm and struck forward with it. Bang! 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 Loud noises rang out as the swords collided with the staff. The sounds were like thunder, and the sky trembled at them. The swords of the great path all seemed to be annihilated. All that was left was the staff. It broke through all the swords and slammed through the air towards Xia Qingyuan. The lotuses bloomed majestically, forming a barrier around Xia Qingyuan's body. She watched what was happening calmly. There was a loud noise as the lotuses broke and their petals were sent flying. Xia Qingyuan was also sent flying. There was a loud crash as she hit the cliff wall, and blood flowed from her mouth, staining her white clothes. The immortal was bleeding, which was truly astonishing. The destructive storm still raged, but then it gradually dissipated. Yifutian stood there calmly like a god. The divine ape and his life spirit disappeared, and the staff had also been annihilated by the swords. But his deep black eyes were still firm as they stared at Xia Qingyuan. She was the princess of Emperor Xia's realm, the foremost talent of the upper worlds. She had 3,000 swords and lotuses that gave birth to matter, and all he had was a stick. The imperial mausoleum trembled more fiercely. Xia Qingyuan shook as she stepped forward. She stood in front of Yifutian, gazing at the one person of the same generation as her who had ever defeated her. Glass Saint and the great Zhou Sacred King watched this battle and trembled. Yifutian had defeated the descendant of Renhuang, Xia Qingyuan, the proud daughter of heaven. Xia Qingyuan wiped the blood away from her mouth. She looked at Yifutian, and there seemed to still be an unyielding arrogance in her beautiful eyes. "If we continue to fight, I still have tricks up my sleeve," she said. "You will lose. But since you managed to knock me back, I will not fight for the inheritance anymore." She had said that if Yifutian could get it, he could take it. Of course, Yifutian had not taken it himself but had given it to Huang Zhoga and now stood blocking her way. But it was all the same. However, she was confident that if she used her trump card, Yifutian would have no way to resist her. But she did not intend to do so. "Thank you very much, princess." Yifutian smiled at Xia Qingyuan and said, "In all the time I've been cultivating, I've never encountered anyone at the same level as me who could fight with me to this extent. You are very strong, but if we must talk about tricks up our sleeves, you are not the only one who has them." Xia Qingyuan narrowed her eyes as she stared at him. This guy truly was extremely arrogant. Did he mean that she should be proud of having lost to him? Also, he said that he had a trick up his sleeve as well. Did he mean that if they kept fighting he could continue to defeat her? "I accidentally hurt you in the battle. I hope you won't hold it against me," Yifutian asked her. Xia Qingyuan regarded him coldly. Who did this bastard think he was? Did he think that just because he had knocked her back she wouldn't send someone to kill him? Why shouldn't she? "I did not originally mean to hold it against you, but after listening to you talk, I want to cut you now," said Xia Qingyuan coldly. "If you can hit me with your sword, I will die without complaints," he answered her with a smile. This shameless ruffian. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Glass Saint also wished she could stab Yifutian. Not long ago he had been flirting with her, and now he even dared to do so with the princess. Xia Qingyuan seemed to have been accustomed to Yifutian's daring antics. Even before, there did not appear to be anything that Yifutian dared not do in front of her. However, at this time Yifutian seemed to be even more arrogant. But still she did not seem to mind it. She used to think that Yifutian's daring was unwarranted arrogance. But now Yifutian had proven his strength that could even defeat her. Naturally, he had the right to be proud. This battle had demonstrated that Yifutian's talent was hard to match among the upper and lower worlds. Even if she thought that she could still beat Yifutian with her full strength, it did not mean that others could achieve it in the same situation. When such a person appeared in the land of 9 states, even if he was arrogant in speech, she could still tolerate it. Otherwise, what if any other useless person would dare to pull such a stunt in front of her? She would probably execute them with a wave of her hand. Of course, this did not mean that Xia Qingyuan, the precious princess, had a good impression of Yifutian. She acknowledged the talent of Yifutian, but it affirmed her feeling that Yifutian was arrogant and unreasonable, disrespectful. "Princess, this guy is arrogant and disrespectful to the princess. I am willing to serve the princess." At this time, Great Zhou Sacred King stood up with a cold look. The eyes that regarded at Yifutian were full of murder. At this moment, Huang Zhoga was receiving the inheritance. The great hall madly trembled, causing the power of Renhuang to disappear. He and the glass saint no longer felt that pressure, and their injuries started to recover considerably. No matter how outstanding Yi Futian's talent was, he would surely die in the face of Saint Plain. Yi Futian frowned, and his eyes drifted to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan was here, but there were also the rules of Emperor Xia. Great Zhou Sacred King had no way to take his revenge on him. But Great Zhou Sacred King actually thought of using Xia Qingyuan to get rid of him. As long as Xia Qingyuan gave her consent, the Great Zhou Sacred King would have no more concerns. Xia Qingyuan did not respond to the words of Great Zhou Sacred King, but merely cast a cold glance at Yi Futian. Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan's eyes conveyed a faint sense of threat, and thought to himself that might this woman take this opportunity to deliberately exact revenge because she was beaten by him? Sister Glass Saint, can you really bear to see Zhou Jiming to kill me? Yi Futian transmitted his voice to Glass Saint. Glass Saint, who had also recovered some of her energy, was now looking at Yi Futian. In this moment, Yi Futian could clearly feel the murderous sense in those beautiful eyes, and he could not help but shuddered a little. Sister Glass Saint, even if you don't care about what happened between us, if I die, who do you think will be Zhou Jiming's next target? Yi Futian continued to transmit his voice. Glass Saint clenched the love destroyer in her hand even harder, strands of her hair flying in the air. How she wished she could slay this shameless hoodlum before the Great Zhou Sacred King. But she still got up, walked in front of Great Zhou Sacred King casually, her body releasing a coldness, with love destroyer in hand, blocking Zhou Jiming. Although she wanted nothing more than to end Yi Futian with her sword, she understood the current situation. If Yi Futian died, the Holy Ji Palace would fall apart, and the alliance of the Yu clan and the Holy Ji Palace would fall through. Once the Holy Ji Palace had been destroyed, who would be the next target for Saint Shihua and the Great Zhou Sacred King? Great Zhou Sacred King had said before, he already built the lapis lazuli holy temple within his palace, waiting for her to move in. No matter what a bastard Yi Futian was, it was also true that her plot against him in the first place had resulted in his deliberate retaliation, causing her and Great Zhou Sacred King to be grievously injured under the pressure of Renhuang. This grudge was not as deep as the sea of bloody debts between her and Great Zhou Sacred King. When Yi Futian saw what the Glass Saint did, he knew that she was, after all, a person of the Saint Plane. She would not wish him to die in the heat of the moment. After Zhou Jiming is dead, I swear I'll kill you with my sword. Glass Saint threatened Yi Futian in a voice cold as ice. Sister Glass Saint, we have already been intimate. You wouldn't really be so unfeeling, would you? Yi Futian responded with voice transmission. Had she tried to threaten him? Before, when the Glass Saint had used him, he remembered it in his heart. The Glass Saint bit down on her lips. Her face was frosty and looked as if she could kill, but it gave her another kind of beauty. For the first beauty of Eastern State, no matter her expression, she would always be lovely to behold. She did not threaten Yi Futian again. At this moment, she clearly knew that this extraordinary man who had just defeated Xia Qingyuan was in fact a shameless boor. Xia Qingyuan clearly saw the actions of Glass Saint, but what she was not clear on was what had happened between the three of them. After all, she'd arrived later. Inheritance has been made known to the world, and all holy lands of the 9 states can go for it amongst themselves as they wish. However, the rules of the Sacred War are still in effect. Violators will be executed. At this time, Xia Qingyuan said that coldly, which meant that the Great Zhou Sacred King's thoughts about killing Yi Futian could not be a reality. Besides, Xia Qingyuan had just acknowledged the fact that Huang Zhouge was the recipient of the inheritance. 9 states could fight, but they still need to follow the rules of the Sacred War. When Yi Futian heard Xia Qingyuan's authoritative words, he stole a look at her. He couldn't help but feel better about her when he looked at her. He thought that this little princess who preferred to dress like a man was actually quite pretty. Maybe he could consider her after all? He had just formed this thought when he felt a cold gaze, and it was none other than the eyes of Xia Qingyuan. He shuddered and gave up the idea, which could prove to be too dangerous. Xia Qingyuan did not know the fleeting thought that had passed in Yi Futian's mind. Otherwise she might really have let Great Zhou Sacred King end Yi Futian right then and there. She was only thinking that, with Yi Futian's strength as demonstrated in the battle with her, under the rules of sacred war, it would not be that easy to die. Whether one could hold on to the inheritance after receiving it would depend on one's own skills. The rule was set by her father, and naturally it was not her place to interfere. The inheritance of Emperor Xia appeared in the land of 9 states. If anyone else other than her had received the inheritance, it was probably not a good thing. Within the space of the mausoleum, brilliant blazing rays bloomed, causing the shaking stone wall inside the mausoleum to gradually crack, and it appeared on the verge of collapse. The glass saint and the Great Zhou Sacred King stood on the ground and could clearly feel the vibration of the earth. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan turned their attention to Huang Zhouge, because Yi Futian was plotting against the glass saint and Great Zhou Sacred King, and also blocked Xia Qingyuan. No one was disturbing Huang Zhouge, and this allowed him to quietly receive the power of Ren Huang. At this time, Huang Zhouge stood under the body of Ren Huang, and that body seemed to have turned into illusory golden sands, slowly sifting into the body of Huang Zhouge. Huang Zhouge bathed in the endless glow of the setting sun, and as the body of Ren Huang gradually disintegrated, the light upon his body became brighter and brighter. The 3 great life spirits were released at the same time and further washed. Even the Ren Huang sword and the Ren Huang bow were all blooming with unparalleled brilliance, gradually blending with the life spirit of Huang Zhouge, and seemed to be integrated into one. Yi Futian saw this scene, secretly shocked. After today, Huang Zhouge would be transformed. The ancestor of the sovereign family was the true Ren Huang, and now the inheritance had been passed down to the descendants. It would transform and remake Huang Zhouge. Great Zhou Sacred King's heart was filled with even more murderous intent, while the glass saint felt something alarming in her heart. She had heard about the story when Jisheng Cliffs bullied the barren state. Now, in only a few years' time, Yi Futian had led an army to wash Jisheng Cliffs in blood. In Yi Futian's generation, outstanding talents had risen one after another. In a few more years, what would things look like then? Xia Qingyuan thought different from what they were thinking. 9 states was governed by her father, so it didn't matter to her who was stronger or who was weaker. However, Yi Futian was willing to give the inheritance of Ren Huang to Huang Zhouge, guarding in front of him. He had also gone to the 9th layer of heaven through the sky stairwell on account of Yi Wuqian of the Holy Ji Palace. Just what kind of a person was he? Did he not value the inheritance of Ren Huang? Or did he feel that it was not as valuable as friendship? At this time, outside the mausoleum, cultivators from the 9 states and the upper worlds were still here. When they saw cracks appearing on the stone wall of the mausoleum, they knew everything was soon to come to an end. The little princess, Xia Qingyuan, should have received the inheritance. Golden rays pierced through the mausoleum, and the light radiated toward the entire imperial mausoleum. In this instant, all the puppets turned into golden sands that flew away, and the matrix was constantly disintegrating. Above the firmament, the perilous aura that had blocked the void was gradually dissipating. At this moment, all the cultivators breathed deeply and felt a little intoxicated by the pure aura of heaven and earth. However, at this time, there were terrifying rules of the great path gathering above the firmament, and the void had changed its color and turned into a threat of catastrophe. Many showed a look of surprise for a moment. Was this the divine catastrophe? Just when the matrix had been breached, there was already someone who needed to pass the divine catastrophe. Who had attracted the divine catastrophe? Suddenly, there was a great laughter heard, and when the eyes of many turned that way, they saw that Huang Shi, who had already merged with the statue, said aloud, "I didn't expect that I would have a similar encounter as Dozhan, but it was a pity that Dozhan was far more fortunate than me. But that I could experience the divine catastrophe before I die, it was a life worth living." He understood that it was not his own power that had attracted the divine catastrophe, but it was because he had borrowed the glory of his ancestors and transformed his mind that he'd succeeded. Unfortunately, he had already burned through his spiritual will and could no longer live. Everyone had said that Princess Xia Qingyuan would receive the inheritance of Ren Huang, but he still held out a sliver of hope that he could witness Joga inherit the glory of their ancestor. Then he would have no more regrets in this life. Bang! 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 Violent sounds were heard. The stone wall was shattered and pulverized, and statues were also crushed and broken. In an instant, countless people were looking in the direction of the mausoleum. Over yonder, the glass saint and the great Zhou sacred king stood opposite each other, as if the two were at an impasse. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan stood face to face. It seemed like Yi Futian had blocked the way of Xia Qingyuan. Further forward, a figure was bathed in endless brilliance, the light of Ren Huang. That figure was in fact Huang Joga. At this moment, everyone's eyes were concentrated there. The one who received the inheritance of Ren Huang was not the glass saint, not the great Zhou sacred king, nor Xia Qingyuan, whom they all thought as the most promising. Instead, it was Huang Joga of the Holy Ji Palace. Ha 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 ha! There was sound of great laughs, and Huang Juk turned his eyes toward it and a figure that had blended into the stone wall. Tears were flowing down from his eyes. However, at this time, Huang Shi was also in tears, just as if the statue was crying. Huang Shi had a perfect life. Huang Shi looked up at the divine catastrophe in the firmament, and seeing it descend, he said clearly, "Palace Lord, please take care of Joga for me." In his last words, he did not call the name of Yi Futian, but referred to him as the Palace Lord. As his voice faded, the divine catastrophe came down, and Huang Shi, who had already burned up his spiritual will, could no longer resist it. The divine catastrophe landed, and in the land of the barren state, Huang Shi was no more. He left with smiles on his face,